In a tall hotel wrapped in dim darkness, a couple was getting it with each other. The atmosphere felt heavy and quiet, as if time itself slowed around them. However, the way they reached this moment required going back a few hours earlier to understand how everything unfolded. Inside the successful company of Venus, the CEO Cha Jung-moo frowned while sitting at his desk. His secretary noticed his expression and mentioned he looked uncomfortable. She politely asked if he would like her to lower the blinds to make the room more comfortable. However, Jung-moo denied the suggestion, stating the discomfort was not because of the light. Instead, he tapped lightly on the resignation letter placed in front of him, indicating it was the real cause of his unease. The lady stepped closer to him, calmly questioning the matter. She mentioned she made sure to write the letter as neatly as possible, putting effort into presenting it properly. Jung-moo responded with an annoyed tone, affirming her writing was indeed impeccable. He added she always carried out every task with utmost perfection, addressing her formally as Miss Min. Despite acknowledging her excellence, he questioned the reason behind her sudden decision. Explaining it felt unexpected and left him unsure what to say. Siwa replied in a composed manner, stating her decision was based on personal reasons. Ji-hyun-moo reflected on the situation internally. Although he knew he could hire another secretary at any time, working with Siwa for the past 3 years created a level of efficiency he grew accustomed to. She always prepared everything before he even asked, functioning almost like a perfectly tuned machine. Her work consistently impressed him, and she never failed to exceed his expectations in any aspect. He recalled how chaotic the office became during the previous summer when she went on vacation. The environment turned into complete disorder, and he struggled to manage even basic tasks. That experience made him realize how essential she was to his daily work, and yet despite all this, she now stood in front of him with a resignation letter. Jung-moo ran his hand through his hair in frustration before calling out her name. He pointed out they worked together for around 3 years, and emphasized she was aware of how much he relied on her. However, Siwa remained silent, offering no immediate response. He then asked if something unfortunate happened, but Siwa quickly denied it, stating it was nothing of that sort. Her response made Jung-moo wonder if there was another underlying reason. He asked if she wanted a raise, suggesting he could increase her salary. Siwa calmly replied she already received the highest salary in the industry, leaving him momentarily speechless. Not giving up, he asked if she desired a promotion instead. Silga responded such a move might lead to unnecessary gossip among others, as people could assume she received special treatment. Jung-moo continued searching for a solution, suggesting he could arrange a new car for her to use for commuting. However, Silga gently reminded him she never drove, and he himself never allowed her to drive his car either. It became clear she would not easily change her decision. Ji-hyun Mutter tapped his fingers lightly against the desk, deep in thought before finally asking what he could possibly do to make her stay. He told her to simply name what she wanted, assuring her he would provide it without hesitation. Siwa clenched her fists slightly as she swallowed nervously. She quietly questioned what she truly wanted. Jung-moo firmly encouraged her to speak honestly and tell him everything. After a brief pause, Siwa called out to him. As she turned towards him, her face flushed red, and she hesitantly asked if he could sleep with her. An intense silence followed her words. The air between them felt heavy as Siwa slightly trembled, realizing what she just said. Confusion filled her mind, and she wondered how such words left her mouth. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she quickly covered her face and apologized, asking him to forget everything she said. She insisted she must be out of her mind in that moment. However, to her surprise, Ji-hyun-moo remained calm. After a short pause, he stated he would think about it carefully. He told her he would give an answer by the weekend, and asked her to wait until then. Later, at a cafeteria, Siwa's friend Yoon-shim reacted with complete shock upon hearing what happened. She asked in disbelief if Siwa truly asked Cha Jung-moo, the same person they both knew, to sleep with her, confirming she referred to their young and highly competent CEO to which Siwa quietly nodded. Ji-hyun-shim described Cha Jung-moo as someone who made every business venture successful and was admired by everyone for both his skills and his appearance. Hearing this, she struggled to process the situation and even spilled her coffee in shock. She admitted she herself could never gather the courage to confess her feelings to him, questioning how Sohal managed to say something so bold. Siwa sighed softly before revealing her feelings started 3 years ago. She recalled a moment when they walked together while she was informing him about his upcoming meeting with the Taikang group. During that time, Jung-moo noticed she might be feeling cold and suggested she could go ahead first. Siwa declined politely, stating she did not want to disrupt his schedule, and even apologized for causing him concern. The next day, the receptionist informed her that the CEO had left a hand warmer on her desk. It was explained he gave one to everyone due to the cold weather, and was very considerate. However, when Siwa saw the hand warmer along with a small note cheering her on, she felt something change within her. She believed it was that very day when she fell deeply for her boss. However, after that moment, she came to know Jung-moo was getting engaged to the youngest daughter of the Taikang group. The women around her remarked how the rich always married among themselves, living in a completely different world from people like them. Afterwards, Siwa became lost in thought. She believed she already knew she never had a chance with him, and everything unfolding felt expected, so she should not feel upset over it. Still, she wondered what kind of person he would marry, and imagined whether they would share intimate moments like kissing. While thinking about it, she unknowingly overpoured the tea in her cup. She once believed she was good at separating her personal and professional life, but she realized she was mistaken. Her emotions quietly interfered with her work more than she expected. Jungmoo later approached her, asking if something was wrong, as she appeared unusually distracted. He questioned if she felt unwell, but Siwa denied it calmly. In the end, after thinking through everything, she reached a firm decision. She decided she needed to quit. In the present, Moonseo questioned if that was the reason she gave him the resignation letter, to which Soha quietly affirmed. She apologized, saying she felt like a poor excuse for a human being, which made her friend immediately ask her not to be so harsh on herself. Moonseo suggested maybe he also had feelings for her, explaining he would not have said those things if he truly had no interest at all. Xiao shook her head and dismissed the idea, saying he was only being polite because they worked well together. Her voice trembled as she grew emotional, questioning how she was ever going to face him again after everything. Yamir Inshim insisted she genuinely believed he had feelings for Sale. Suddenly her expression changed as she looked ahead. She placed her drink down and told Sale to listen carefully to what she was about to say without speaking. She then spoke in a strange and deliberate tone, asking if Siwa was really going to refuse meeting him. She continued by saying she wanted to date him, describing him as tall, handsome, and someone with an amazing personality. She added she never met a man like him before, and mentioned he seemed very interested in her, asking for a chance. Siwa grew confused by this sudden behavior and questioned what her friend was trying to do. Before she could understand, a voice came from behind. Jungmoo appeared and called out her name, pointing out she was not checking her messages so as to make Siwa apologize for it. Afterwards, they entered the elevator together while Siwa's phone buzzed again, showing a message from Yoonshim, who commented Jungmoo looked completely jealous earlier. Siwa quietly switched off her phone, choosing to ignore it. Jungmoo then asked about work, questioning what time the meeting with Taikan Construction was scheduled. Soha answered in a composed tone, saying it was set for 5. He asked if something urgent came up, adding she could take the call if it was work-related. Soha denied it calmly, saying it was nothing important. Jungmoo then asked who was contacting her. The question caught Soha off guard, making her pause briefly. She thought about how he was never the type to ask about her personal matters. However, noticing him staring at her, she turned her face slightly and said it was no one. She tried to steady her thoughts, reminding herself not to read too much into his actions. She told herself he was only asking out of simple curiosity. As the elevator doors opened, Siwa moved slightly forward, saying she would step out first. However, Jungmoo stopped her. He leaned forward and pressed the button, causing the doors to close again. The sudden movement made the space feel tense and quiet. He then brought up what she said earlier, stating he would give his answer now, making Soha freeze in place as she listened. Jungmoo calmly affirmed he would sleep with her, but he added one condition. He explained there would be no limit to the number of times. As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer, making the distance between them feel even smaller. Afterwards, at the hotel, Jungwoo pulled Seortu closer as their lips met. Jungwoo kissed her deeply, while Seortu slowly responded, taking the initiative as she remembered his words from the elevator, that there would be no limit to the number of times. The thought still surprised her, yet it stirred something within her. Jungwoo then questioned if she truly wanted that, mentioning she appeared bold on the outside but might not feel the same inside. Seoha mumbled softly in response, her voice barely audible as she affirmed it. Jungwoo leaned slightly closer, saying he could not quite catch what she said. Gathering her courage, Seoha repeated herself, clearly stating there was no limit. In the present moment, Jungmoo looked at her carefully and asked if she was certain. His voice softened as he observed her expression, quietly asking if she wanted him to stop. Instead of answering with words, Siwa reached forward and tugged his tie gently, pulling him closer. She asked him not to stop, her actions speaking more than her voice. Jihyung moved forward again, closing the distance between them as they shared the moment together. The atmosphere grew warmer, and both of them allowed themselves to get carried away, enjoying each second without hesitation. At night, Sola sat inside a taxi as she protested that it seemed like an important meeting and asked if he was sure she did not need to attend. Jungmoo, standing outside, apologized, explaining he could not personally take her home. He reassured her he would handle everything on his own, and told her not to worry. He suggested she should get some rest, adding he was aware he gave her a hard time earlier. Siwa brushed it off lightly, though her face turned slightly red. Jungmoo then recalled her earlier comment about being too exhausted to even lift a finger, which made Siwa try to laugh it away. She gave a simple excuse and told him to call her if he needed anything before bidding him farewell. As the taxi began to move, Jungmoo glanced at the number plate, quietly noting it down before turning away. Later, inside her apartment, Siwa sat in her tub, lost in thought. She replayed everything in her mind, calling herself unreasonable and questioning how she would face him the next day. Her thoughts felt scattered as she muttered softly to herself. Her mind drifted back to his presence, recalling his appearance and the way his body and abs looked. The memory made her feel overwhelmed, and she quickly shook her head, lightly slapping her face as if trying to bring herself back to reality. She reminded herself she needed to stay grounded. Just then, her phone buzzed, catching her attention. She picked it up and saw a random message about claiming a November coupon, which made her feel overly suspicious about it. Letting out a tired sigh, she dropped onto her bed. She thought about how he was probably still in an important meeting. Trying to steady herself, she accepted the reality that nothing more could come from this. She reminded herself they could never truly be together, and it was better not to build false hope. She decided she would not let herself go any further emotionally, believing it was the best choice for her. As she slept, her phone suddenly buzzed again, making her groan in frustration, wondering who could be calling at such a late hour. With one eye barely open, she glanced at the screen and saw Jungmu's name. Immediately, she sat up and answered the call. Jungmu asked if he had woken her up, but Siwa quickly denied it. She then asked why he was calling so late, wondering if something went wrong at the meeting. Jungmu reassured her everything went well. He explained he wanted to call earlier, but President Kim kept talking endlessly, leaving him no chance to step away. He added he called as soon as he could, though he noticed how late it had become. He admitted he felt a little guilty for not being able to drive her home himself. Hearing this made Siwa's heart beat faster. Jungwoo paused briefly before apologizing for speaking too much. He told her to get some rest, and mentioned he would see her the next day. Siwa quietly agreed before ending the call. As she lay back on her bed, her heart continued racing, and a faint smile formed on her lips. She realized sleep would not come easily that night. Meanwhile, Jungwoo found himself deep in thought. He reflected on how it had already been 3 years since he first met Sola. Over time, there were always rumors surrounding the young CEO and his secretary, but most faded once people recognized her professionalism and skill. They spent nearly every day working together during those years, and he could not deny he felt something for her. Even so, he made sure to maintain clear boundaries, wanting to protect her from unnecessary gossip. While bathing, he tried to clear his thoughts, but her image lingered in his mind. He recalled the moment she made her request, and the memory stayed with him. He realized she affected him more than he expected, leaving him restless as he quietly muttered to himself. The next day at the office, Siwa walked in as usual and reported that she prepared the schedule for the day, along with all the documents required for the morning meeting. She also placed his breakfast on the table, sandwich and coffee arranged neatly as always. She continued by informing him that the afternoon meeting was moved to Friday as requested. Jungmu observed her carefully and realized she appeared the same as always, calm and composed. He thanked her and mentioned it was almost time for the meeting, suggesting they should head down together. Inside the elevator, Jungmu called out to Soya, casually asking if she slept well the previous night. The question caught her off guard. For a brief moment, her thoughts drifted back to everything from the night before, and the memory sent a slight shiver through her. She felt awkward, but quickly composed herself and responded with a small smile, saying she slept very well. Ji-Hoon-moo smiled faintly, saying he was glad to hear that. He then asked if she had heard about his supposed engagement. Siwa paused before nodding, confirming she heard about it. However, her mind grew restless. She remembered everything that happened and silently blamed herself, thinking she crossed a line she never should have. A sense of guilt filled her as she questioned her own actions. Jungmu, however, seemed confused. He mentioned he was not sure who started such a ridiculous rumor and wondered if that was what led to her earlier suggestion. Julha tried to respond, attempting to explain it was not like that, but she hesitated. Before she could continue, her phone rang. She quickly apologized and stepped aside, saying she needed a moment. As she checked her phone, she noticed a notification about an Angel Christmas Edition launch, which puzzled her. Ji-Hoon-moo looked at her and asked if something was wrong or if it was work-related. Siwa shook her head and replied it was just something personal. Later, Siwa approached Jungmu again and politely requested to take the next day off. She apologized for asking at such a busy time. Jungmu reassured her immediately, telling her it was not an issue. Instead, he expressed concern, mentioning she did not look well and seemed a bit down. Siwa assured him she would not let it affect her work and quietly stepped out of the room. As she left, Ji-Hoon-moo remained thoughtful, feeling something was off. He could tell she was not entirely fine, even though she insisted otherwise. Later, while sitting on a bus, So-hal stared outside the window as familiar thoughts returned. Every year, as winter began, she made a visit to see her father at the correctional facility. It became a routine she could not avoid, even if it weighed heavily on her heart. Inside the facility, an officer approached her with a hesitant expression. He apologized and explained her father refused to come out to see her again. Hearing this made Siwa tighten her grip, her emotions quietly building inside. Her thoughts drifted to the past. Her father was involved in a hit-and-run case, one that changed everything. She once believed he was a kind and upright man who would never commit such an act. However, the evidence against him was overwhelming. The case concluded he ignored the victim even after confirming the person was still alive, and that decision led to his sentence. 10 years passed since he went to prison, yet he continued to refuse to meet her. Despite everything, she kept visiting. The officer gently mentioned her father always seemed a little happier on the days she came, even if he never showed it openly. Siwa listened quietly and responded that she would come again, For her, winter always carried a heavy feeling. After leaving the facility, Siwa went to a Christmas series bakery. The receptionist greeted her warmly and congratulated her for getting a snowman item, mentioning many people wanted it and she was lucky. Siwa looked at it and questioned softly if she was really lucky, admitting she actually wanted something else. The receptionist suggested she could exchange it, but Siwa declined, saying she preferred choosing it herself. When asked what she originally wanted, Siwa answered she wanted Rudolph. A faint memory crossed her mind, one where it ended up crushed. She stepped outside, feeling the cold air brush against her face. At that moment, her phone rang, as it was her friend Yoon-shim. Yoon-shim asked how her visit went. Siwa-ha thought back to her past again. After her father, who was her only guardian, went to prison, she was sent to an orphanage. It was there she met Yoon-shim, who became her closest friend and someone who understood her completely. Yoon-shim tried to cheer her up, mentioning she made a large pot of soybean paste stew with plenty of crabs, and suggested Siwa should come over to eat. Siwa realized Ji-hyun was worried about her. She apologized softly, saying she did not feel like going out that night. Yuan-shim quickly told her not to apologize and explained she only asked because she cooked too much for one person. Siwa Stace then suggested they could have beer together instead. Yuan-shim immediately agreed, saying she would come over right away. Siwa thanked her sincerely enough to make Yoon-shim question why she was thanking her. Siwa replied she was simply grateful to have her as a friend who understood everything. Yoon-shim laughed it off, saying it made her feel strange, and told her to take a shower and wait while she brought the beer. Just as the call was about to end, Moon-seum suddenly remembered something important and quickly mentioned Jungmoo came by during the day. Later, Jungmoo continued to stare at his phone, waiting for Solha's reply. He found it unusual. First, she suddenly asked for a day off, and now she was not checking her messages. A sense of concern grew in his mind as he wondered if something happened to her. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing Siwa's name, he answered quickly. Before he could say much, Siwa asked if there was any problem at the office. Ji-hyun-moo replied things felt slightly disorganized without her, adding she truly was an exceptional secretary. He mentioned he tried reaching her earlier but could not get through. Siwa responded, saying if anything urgent came up, she would handle it by the end of the day. However, Jungmoo assured her everything was fine. He explained he only called because he was curious about her sudden leave and wanted to check if she was alright. He added she did not need to explain if she did not want to, but he was simply worried. Siwa replied calmly it was nothing serious and thanked him for his concern. Suddenly, Siwa's doorbell rang repeatedly, the sound echoing through her apartment. Siwa quickly apologized over the phone, to which Jungmoo responded calmly, saying she must be busy and should get some rest, adding he would see her the following week. After the call ended, Jungmoo leaned back on his sofa, tapping his fingers lightly as his thoughts wandered. He wondered if calling her at such a late hour was a bit excessive. But on the other side, he was curious about who was ringing her doorbell so insistently so late at night. The following week, as Jungmoo prepared himself at the office, he overheard two employees whispering nearby. One mentioned it seemed like Solha had a new boyfriend, while the other agreed, pointing out she suddenly took Friday off. They added she kept checking her phone during work hours, something she never used to do, and also noted she looked happier these days. Hearing this, Jungmoo paused. The words reminded him of something. He recalled Yoon-shim's conversation with Solha about a man, describing him as tall, handsome, and someone with a great personality. While earlier, he too had noticed Solha quietly looking at her phone more often than usual. Returning to the present, Ji-hyun-moo approached the employees and asked if they had seen Siwa-ha. They replied she was currently taking a call. His thoughts connected quickly, leading him to assume the person who visited her that night might be the same one they were talking about. He then walked toward his cabin and opened the door. Inside, Siwa called out to him, informing him Taekang Construction contacted them and requested a meeting as soon as possible. She added President Kim would personally attend. Jungmoo acknowledged it and asked if she could fit it into his schedule, and Siwa confirmed it, saying that it was arranged for the next evening, which he approved. After a brief pause, Jungmoo brought up lunch, but Siwa apologized, explaining she would not be able to join him that day. Jungmoo questioned her, slightly surprised, to which Siwa hesitated, appearing unsure how to respond, saying she had something to take care of. Before she could step away, Jungmoo called out to her again. His voice carried a different tone as he asked why she seemed to be avoiding him lately. The question caught Siwa off guard. Without hesitation, he followed it up, asking if she was done with him now that they spent the night together once. Siwa felt confused by his remark, wondering what he meant by being done with him. Jungmoo continued, pointing out she suddenly took a day off and kept leaving her desk earlier. He questioned if the man Yoon-shim mentioned had influenced her decision, asking if he told her not to have lunch with him. Siwa reacted with surprise and quickly tried to clarify. She explained there seemed to be a misunderstanding. She said she left her desk earlier only to arrange the reservation for the meeting scheduled for the next day. As for Friday, she mentioned she simply had a personal matter to attend to. She continued saying she was not introduced to anyone and did not know who he was referring to. Jungmoo then asked about the person who rang her doorbell. Siwa immediately answered it was Yuan-shim's. Hearing this, Jungmoo let out a quiet sigh of relief and repeated her name as if confirming it to himself. For a moment he seemed lost in his thoughts. Siwa watched him and began to wonder if he truly believed she was avoiding him after that night. She tried to say something, but before she could continue, a knock came at the door. An employee stepped in and informed them an urgent meeting was arranged regarding a recent property issue, mentioning they were unable to reach the CEO earlier. Jungmoo gave a brief instruction to Soya, telling her they should go. Without wasting time, they both stepped out and headed toward the meeting room. During the meeting, Siwa found it difficult to focus. She felt restless and kept glancing toward Jungmoo, but he avoided her gaze and remained fully engaged in the discussion. He continued speaking with the other employees, maintaining a professional tone without acknowledging her presence. At one point, Siwa softly called out to him, but he continued speaking as if he did not hear her. She lowered her voice and murmured to herself, realizing she would not get a chance to talk to him like this. Later that night, as the office grew quieter, Ji-hoon-moo walked past her desk and asked if she was still there. Seola confirmed she had some work left to finish. Ji-hoon-moo nodded and told her to take it easy before heading into his cabin. Siwa felt this might be her only chance. She gathered her courage and walked inside. Standing in front of him, she spoke carefully, saying the suggestion she made earlier could be forgotten. She apologized, adding she did not mean to trouble him. Jungmoo looked at her, questioning what she meant. Siwa explained she did not fully understand what she said at that time, and thought it was better to leave it behind. However, before she could step back, Jungmoo leaned slightly closer and asked if he was really that disappointing. Siwa felt cornered by the question and quickly denied it, saying it was not like that. Jungmoo then asked what reason she had to push him away, now as his words left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Ji-hoon-moo revealed something unexpected. He admitted he had feelings for her. Hearing this made Siwa's face turn red. He continued, saying he held those feelings back for 3 years. He questioned why else he would agree to something like that if it meant nothing to him. Siwa felt overwhelmed as she processed his words. She realized he carried those feelings quietly for so long. Still, she turned her face slightly, saying she did not understand what he meant. Ji-hoon-moo spoke honestly, saying he felt anxious on Friday. He wanted to go to her but felt he did not have the right to. His words carried a sense of restraint he maintained for a long time. After a moment of silence, Siwa admitted she also had feelings for him. Her confession surprised Jungmoo. He looked at her carefully, then gently reached out and held her face. Siwa closed her eyes instinctively, expecting him to move closer. However, Jungmoo paused and gave a faint smirk, saying she was getting ahead of herself. His words caught her off guard. Feeling embarrassed, Siwa quickly tried to step back, saying she needed to return to her work. Before she could move away, Jungmoo held her hand and stopped her. He told her she would not be working overtime that day, mentioning she had other plans now. Siwa looked at him with confusion and asked what he meant. Jungmoo answered simply, saying it was a plan that had just been made. The scene shifted to the hotel, where Siwa felt her heartbeat quicken. She questioned why she felt even more nervous than before. Trying to calm herself, she pushed aside her thoughts and stepped closer to Jungmoo. She reached for him, closing the distance between them. Jungmoo responded with a teasing expression as he leaned closer. The moment between them grew intense as they moved closer, preparing to share another private moment together. After a long and intimate night, the next morning arrived quietly. Siwa kept her eyes closed as her heart beat unevenly, and she lay still while sensing a dull ache across her body. It seemed clear to her that they spent hours together the previous night, and as the memory returned, her face turned warm with embarrassment. She felt unsure at first, but then she thought it all made sense. She slowly opened her eyes and noticed that Jungmoo was still asleep beside her. His expression appeared calm and deep in rest. She found it hard to believe that she could see his face like this on a weekend morning. From such a close distance, he looked even more attractive than she expected. She hesitated for a moment, but then tried to reach out and touch his face. Before her fingers could move further, Jungmoo suddenly called out to her and gently held her hand. His sudden reaction surprised her. He asked in a teasing tone if the previous night was not enough for her. Ji-hoon felt caught off guard and did not know how to respond. He smiled lightly and added that they could continue from where they left off if she wished. Seo-ha quickly tried to deny his assumption, insisting it was not like that. However, Jungmoo pulled her closer without hesitation. He expressed that he wished he could see her like this every morning, and then he placed a soft kiss on her forehead. His words and actions made her heart race uncontrollably. She felt overwhelmed, and because of everything, she barely managed to rest afterward. By the time she reached work on Monday, she felt completely drained. As she recalled the events of that day, she remembered how they went out for breakfast at a luxurious restaurant. She thought she could have handled things on her own, but Ji-hoon-moo insisted on taking care of her. He carefully cut the steak for her, which made her feel slightly shy. When she questioned his actions, he simply replied that he always wanted to do something like this for her. His words caused her heart to skip a beat again. The next day, Sunday, passed in a calmer manner. They spent time walking together while holding hands. The moment felt simple yet meaningful to her. Before she left his apartment, Ji-hoon-moo reminded her to call him once she reached home safely. His concern stayed with her even afterward. Back in the present, Siwa quietly sniffled as she reflected on everything. To her, it all felt almost like a dream. Just then, Eun-so called out to her from behind, breaking her thoughts. Eun-so asked if she had not heard her calling multiple times. Sylvia turned slightly and apologized, explaining that she felt a little distracted. Unseom looked at her with a teasing expression and pointed out how unusual it was for someone as attentive as Sylvia to seem so absent-minded. Sylvia felt slightly embarrassed and began to think about how much she had already told Unseom before. She remembered how messy it became when she previously admitted that Jongmu agreed to spend the night with her. The memory alone made her feel flustered. Unseom gently tapped her shoulder and asked if she was thinking about that again. She then curiously asked if there was any good news. Siwa hesitated for a brief moment but then admitted, with visible embarrassment, that they were officially dating now. Unseom reacted immediately with excitement and asked if it was truly so. The two continued their conversation while walking together, their voices filled with curiosity and surprise. At the same time, the scene shifted toward the Korean International Airport. A blonde man arrived, looking slightly irritated. As he walked forward, he questioned on the phone whether he truly needed to stop by. While moving through the crowd, a child accidentally stumbled into his suitcase, causing it to fall. The man reacted with visible annoyance. Without much concern, he pulled his suitcase back and continued walking. Meanwhile, the child groaned softly and began to cry. The blonde man paid little attention and continued his call, casually mentioning that Jongmu seemed to be doing quite well these days and appeared highly successful. Afterward, in the parking lot, Jongmu and Solha stood together while preparing to leave for their next meeting. Jongmu mentioned that the meeting was scheduled for 6, and Solha confirmed that it was the only time President Kim was available. Jongmu responded calmly, saying it could not be helped since the matter was urgent. Jongmu then asked if she would like him to book a suite on the way there. Leaving, Siwa paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond, and her hesitation made her expression stiffen slightly. Jongmu leaned closer and remarked that she seemed to be having improper thoughts again, which caused her to feel embarrassed. He then explained that he worked late the previous night and barely managed to get any rest. He added that she already knew how exhausting President Kim could be during meetings. As he spoke, his hand moved slightly, as if intending to reach for her fingers. Suwa quickly turned her hand away and lowered her voice, asking what would happen if someone noticed them. Jigongmu responded that she was acting too distant and pointed out that the only way someone could see them was through the security camera. Suwa glanced around carefully, checking her surroundings before relaxing slightly. After a brief pause, she agreed, saying it would be only for that day. She slowly reached out and held his hand, though her movements remained cautious. She then suggested that if he was truly tired, she could drive instead. But Jingmu immediately refused, saying it was unnecessary and that he was fine. Later, during the meeting, Jongmu discussed the matter of purchasing the land. He explained that the process was taking longer than expected and stated that it should be resolved within the year. Seolka continued typing on her laptop, but she felt that the delay showed a lack of efficiency on their part. As she focused on her work, she noticed the old man across the table staring at her. His gaze remained fixed on her face, which made her uncomfortable. She felt irritated but knew she could not slap him across openly. She forced herself to remain composed while silently wishing the mating would end quickly. Jongmu noticed her discomfort and shifted his attention toward Mr. Kim. He called out to him, bringing the discussion back on track. Mr. Kim seemed distracted and asked what they were discussing again. He admitted that he might be getting old, as he found it difficult to concentrate lately. Jongmu clenched his fingers but maintained a controlled tone. He reminded him that they were discussing the timeline for purchasing the construction land. Mr. Kim nodded and explained that the approval process had not been easy. He mentioned that the land was currently being used as a tourist attraction and that there were height restrictions and several other factors to consider. After the meeting concluded, Mr. Kim assured Jongmu that he would handle the purchase personally. Jongmu responded by asking him to ensure it was completed within the agreed deadline. As the conversation ended, Mr. Kim turned his attention towards Solha and suggested going out for drinks. He attempted to reach for her hand while thanking her for her hard work. Before he could proceed, Jongmu stepped in between them and called out to Sola. He told her that he believed he left his phone in the car and needed it urgently. He then asked if she could retrieve it for him. Siharu nodded without hesitation and said she would return shortly. She quickly left the room, leaving the two men alone. As soon as she was gone, Mr. Kim made a remark, saying it must be pleasant to work with someone as young and attractive as her. Jungwoo responded briefly, stating that she was his secretary. Mr. Kim smirked and added that he thought she looked even better with her hair tied up. Jungwoo's expression hardened slightly as he warned him, suggesting that her presence might have been the reason he failed to focus during the meeting. Mr. Kim chuckled and remarked that Jongmu seemed unusually sharp that day. He questioned whether it was because of his secretary. His tone carried a hint of mockery, which caused Jongmu to clench his fist. Mr. Kim then stated that he was already aware of what was going on between them. Ji-hyun-moo looked at him with clear displeasure and commented on what an eyesore he is, so as to infuriate Mr. Kim. The remark immediately angered Mr. Kim, who demanded to know what he meant. Without warning, a loud sound echoed as Ji-hyun-moo slammed his fist against the wall beside him. The sudden impact startled Mr. Kim. Ji-hyun-moo calmly clarified that he was referring to the wall. He pointed out visible cracks and stated that even a light strike caused damage, which suggested deeper structural issues. He stepped closer, cornering Mr. Kim as he continued speaking. Mr. Kim looked confused and insisted that it was a new building. Ji Hyun-moo responded that it had only been completed a week ago, which made the condition even more questionable. He knocked firmly against the wall again, and the hollow sound made the situation feel more tense. Mr. Kim visibly grew uneasy and asked him to stop. He tried to calm the situation, suggesting that there might be some misunderstanding. Jong-moo remained composed and stated that he was simply verifying facts. He then questioned whether the Royal Palace Hotel was aware that Taekang had hired a subcontractor for the project instead of handling the construction themselves. His words carried a clear implication, leaving Mr. Kim with no easy way to respond. As Mr. Kim asked him to simply state what he wanted, the scene shifted towards Solha, who stepped outside. She thought she checked everywhere, yet she could not find the phone. Her expression showed slight confusion as she paused, wondering if she missed something. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She first assumed it was a message from Jong-moo, but instead, she noticed it came from Mr. Kim. The message contained an apology, stating regret for staring at her during the meeting. Solha found herself puzzled, as she could not understand where such a message came from or what caused the sudden change in his behavior. Before she could think further, Jong-moo approached her and called out her name, telling her they should leave since he already found his phone. Siwa looked at him with mild confusion and asked if he was not planning to go for drinks afterward. Jong-moo replied calmly that the plan was cancelled. Although she found it slightly unusual, she chose not to question him further and quietly followed him. The scene then shifted back to Mr. Kim. He stood alone, visibly frustrated, and muttered angrily under his breath, calling Jong-moo an insolent person. His mind returned to the earlier moment when Jong-moo forced him to send that apology. He recalled how Jong-moo warned him, saying he must have already received Solva's business card. Jong-moo then ordered him to send a message to her using that number and immediately delete her contact afterward. Mr. Kim initially tried to argue, saying the demand felt excessive. However, Ji Hyun-moo's expression made it clear that refusal was not an option. When Ji Hyun-moo questioned whether he intended to ignore the instruction, the pressure in his tone left no room for hesitation. Mr. Kim felt anger rise within him, yet he complied unwillingly. Afterward, his frustration only grew. He suddenly raised his voice and called out for his employee, demanding to know where he had been. His tone carried clear irritation as he waited for an answer. Mr. Han quickly responded, explaining that he went to escort the young master as instructed. Just then, another person entered the room casually and asked if it had been another difficult day. He walked in with ease, trying to grab the scattered documents in his hand and offered to help if needed. The blond man then took a seat without hesitation. Mr. Kim addressed him as Cho Tae-gun, his nephew. Mr. Kim complained about how difficult it had been to handle everything behind his father's back. He mentioned how many times he told him to stop interfering, yet Tae-gun never seemed to listen. Tae-gun, however, remained calm. He attempted to ease the tension, explaining that his actions were for his own benefit. He stated that he only wanted to secure a strong position within Taekang once he inherited it. He then shifted his attention to the documents in front of him, particularly the report related to the construction land purchase. After glancing through it, he remarked that, from what he could see, they both shared the same enemy. While they were in the car, Siwa looked toward Jong-moo and asked if he truly did not intend to tell her what happened in the meeting room. Jong-moo remained quiet for a brief moment before stating that nothing significant occurred and that he only asked for the work to be completed more quickly. Siwa did not seem fully convinced. She questioned him again, asking if he was certain he did not pressure Mr. Kim into apologizing. Jung-krum responded calmly, saying that Mr. Kim likely felt guilty on his own afterward. He added that she already knew how important the project was, implying that such behavior could be expected under pressure. Siwa tried to explain that she understood the importance of the project, yet she gently urged him to avoid causing unnecessary trouble in the future. Before she could finish speaking, Jong-moo suddenly increased the speed of the car. The abrupt change made her glance toward him with concern. Her eyes then fell on his hand. She noticed the injury and immediately asked what happened to it. Her voice rose in alarm as she questioned if he got into a physical fight. Once they reached the apartment, Siwa quickly focused on tending to his injury. She carefully treated his hand while saying that she already knew how President Kim behaved and that it would have been better to let the situation pass. She asked him once more if he truly did not hit him. Jong-moo turned his face slightly away and repeated that he only scraped his hand against the hallway wall. Siwa then nodded, saying she would believe him since she knew he was not the type to act recklessly. She added that if he truly fought him, they would likely be dealing with far more serious consequences by now. As she continued treating him, her grip intentionally tightened. Ji Hyun-moo quietly asked if she could be a little more gentle, but Siwa responded that she wanted him to feel some pain, though her tone carried more concern than anger. Jong-moo paused for a moment and then teased her lightly, asking if that was something she preferred. His remark made her feel embarrassed, and she questioned how he could joke at a time like this. Jong-moo replied casually, saying he only wondered and would adjust if needed. Before he could continue, he let out a small groan from the pain. Siwa immediately softened her actions and remarked that she hoped the injury would not leave a mark. Jongwoo then shifted the focus back to her. He gently held her hand and asked if she was alright. Siwa answered that she was fine, though she felt slightly annoyed, thinking she had already reassured him multiple times. She briefly thought about scolding him but chose not to. Jongwoo then admitted that he should have been more careful once he became aware of the unpleasant rumors surrounding President Kim. He apologized sincerely, expressing regret for not protecting her better during the meeting. Siwa shook her head and told him there was no need for an apology. However, Jongwoo insisted that if anything ever made her uncomfortable, she should inform him immediately in the future. Siwa agreed but added that he should promise not to create unnecessary trouble again. Jingwell looked at her with mild curiosity and asked if he really left such a negative impression on her. Instead of answering directly, Siwa stood up and said she should head home. Jongwoo looked slightly surprised and asked if she truly intended to leave him alone. Surhal became a little uneasy and replied that they both had work the next day. Jongwoo loosened his tie and remarked that, as far as he remembered, there were no strict boundaries between them. His words caused Jola to feel embarrassed as she recalled their earlier understanding. She hesitated, thinking about staying, though she also worried about feeling exhausted the next day. Jongwoo then said that she might feel tired if she stayed, so he would drive her home instead. Siwa attempted to stop him, saying she would be fine on her own. However, before she could move away, Jongwoo gently pulled her closer and guided her to sit upon him. He asked, with a faint smile, why she kept seducing him back when he was prepared to let her go. Siwa looked at his face and felt slightly flustered, thinking she should be the one asking that question instead. Jongwoo leaned closer and kissed her softly. He asked again if she believed she would feel too tired the next day. Solhei hesitated, then quietly asked if she could take his clothes off, which surprised him slightly. He let out a soft chuckle, causing her to question why he was laughing. Jongwoo responded that he appreciated the gesture. As Siwa began to unbutton his shirt, she felt embarrassed and briefly wondered that she should not have said anything. However, Jongwoo gently made her lie on the sofa, explaining that unlike during meetings, he found it difficult to remain patient around her. He spoke calmly, saying he would only proceed with her consent, as he did not want to make her uncomfortable. Siwa felt her heart race as she listened. After a brief pause, she gave a quiet nod, allowing him to continue. The atmosphere gradually softened, and the distance between them faded once again. The night unfolded with warmth and closeness, leaving both of them immersed in the moment they shared together. The next day, Siwa sat at her desk with complete focus, typing rapidly on her laptop. Her speed and precision caught the attention of the employees around her, who seemed surprised by her intensity. She kept her eyes fixed on the screen, fully absorbed in her work. In her thoughts, she reminded herself to focus only on her tasks and avoid thinking about anything else, especially the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, Jongwoo quietly observed her from a distance. Later, the two entered the elevator together. As the doors closed, Jongwoo leaned slightly closer and whispered that she did not give him even a single chance to hold her hand. Siwa lowered her voice and replied that they were at work, and besides, they had only been together for a week. Ji-hyun-moo questioned whether that really mattered. He mentioned Romeo and Juliet, saying they were in love for only 5 days, yet they went through so much together. Siwa responded that their story was different because they fell for each other at first sight. Ji-hyun-moo immediately replied that it was the same case with him, which caught her off guard. Seeing her reaction, he added that if she did not believe him, she could ask Director Kim. He explained that his behavior changed noticeably after she joined the company. Siwa looked at him with doubt and pointed out that he treated her harshly at first, even calling her ugly. Jongwoo admitted that he acted immaturely back then. He explained that it was not easy for him to hide his feelings and assured her that he was serious about her now. He asked her to be a little patient with him as he tried to reflect on his actions and become a better person for her. He then asked if she did not feel at least a little sympathy for him, considering how long he kept his feelings hidden. As he spoke, he gently reached for her hand and held it. He asked her to promise that she would not leave him later, assuring her that he would try to control himself while they were at work. Siwa looked at him and replied softly that she would not let him go, and she asked him not to think about leaving her either. Jongwoo smiled faintly and remarked that she sounded like she might actually hit him if he ever tried. Siwa affirmed confidently that she would. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Siwa had then mentioned that the meeting scheduled for the next day would take place in Incheon. However, as she glanced ahead, she noticed Jongwoo suddenly pause. Following his gaze, she saw a woman standing in front of them. Jongwoo looked visibly irritated and asked what she was doing there, addressing the woman as his mother. Inside the cabin, Mrs. Cha appeared cheerful as she gently lifted the cup and commented on how fragrant the tea was. She remarked that it was a fine choice, and praised Siwa's taste. Jongwoo looked at her with a restrained expression and asked what she was doing there. Mrs. Cha responded lightly, asking if he could not simply smile, considering it had been 3 years. Jongwoo corrected her calmly, stating that it had been exactly 2 years. She explained that although she moved to the United States 3 years ago, Jongwoo let out a quiet sigh as he corrected her again that his friend's wedding was 2 years ago. Mrs. Cha paused, then admitted that he was right, and said she could not believe she forgot about it. Jongwoo replied that it was probably because the moment was not important to her. Mrs. Cha groaned softly and asked him not to speak like that. She explained that she was simply getting older and sometimes forgot things. Ji-hyun-moo shifted the topic and asked if the chairman was doing well. Mrs. Cha answered that he was fine, though she recalled how he used to catch a bad cold every winter. Ji-hyun-moo assured her that it was still the same, so she did not need to worry. He then asked why she suddenly came to Korea. Mrs. Cha replied that it should be obvious, as the date was approaching soon. Jung-moo's expression grew heavy as he understood her meaning. His gaze lowered slightly, and silence filled the room. Mrs. Cha's eyes grew moist as she told him he already knew the reason. Jung-moo responded in a restrained tone, saying she never cared about it before, so he did not understand why it mattered. Now, Mrs. Cha clenched her hands and explained that she recently saw her in a dream. She described how she appeared to be crying painfully, as if there were words left unsaid. After a brief pause, Mrs. Cha asked him if he still resented her. She admitted that she knew how close the two of them were, but she was also hurting in her own way. The scene shifted outside to Sola, who continued typing at her desk. Her thoughts wandered briefly as she reflected that she had never seen Jung-moo behave like that before. When she was asked earlier for a tea recommendation, she chose camellia flower tea. Mrs. Chow later complimented it, and Sola politely expressed her gratitude. However, Jung-moo maintained a stern expression and instructed her to return to work, which she accepted without question. Still, she felt that something about his interaction with his mother seemed distant and unusual. The phone suddenly rang, and Siwa answered it quickly. She listened carefully and felt concerned, thinking that Jung-moo might be experiencing another migraine, even though he recently took medicine. Afterward, she prepared a cup of vervain tea and brought it to him, explaining that she kept it stocked because she heard it was helpful. Jung-moo accepted it and thanked her. He then asked about the medicine. Siwa explained that she purchased it earlier and apologized for interrupting their conversation. Mrs. Cha gently dismissed the concern and told her not to worry. Siwa handed over the medicine but advised him to wait before taking it, as it had not been long since his last dose. Siwa then bowed politely to Mrs. Cha and said she would excuse herself before leaving the room. Once outside, Siwa let out a quiet sigh of relief. She thought she would feel more comfortable this time, yet the nervousness remained. She reflected on how awkward it felt to meet Jung-moo's mother, especially since he rarely spoke about her. The atmosphere inside still felt heavy, and it left her slightly uneasy. She also worried that he relied too much on migraine medicine. Back inside, Jung-moo stared at the medicine in silence. Mrs. Cha observed him and commented that it sounded like he experienced migraines often. Jung-moo replied that his workload kept him constantly occupied. Mrs. Cha mentioned that he seemed more relaxed when Siwa entered the room. She added that she did not expect anyone to soften his guarded nature. She admitted that she liked Siwa and believed she was a good person. Jung-moo responded quietly, saying Siwa was indeed a good person, perhaps even too good for him. His tone carried a hint of conflict as he looked away. Later that night, Siwa sat in her apartment, holding a pillow close. She thought about Jung-moo and wondered if he was feeling better. She believed he rarely expressed his emotions, even when something troubled him. As she remained lost in thought, Yoon-shim suddenly spoke, asking who she was thinking about while spending time together. She jokingly told her not to make a single person feel jealous. Seo-hye smiled slightly and asked if Yoon-shim no longer had someone who made her heart race. Yoon-shim replied that she forgot such feelings a long time ago. She then hugged Seo-hye warmly and said she was happy that Seo-hye finally worked things out with someone she liked. At that moment, an emergency broadcast appeared on the television, warning that the roads had become slippery due to a snowstorm, and advising everyone to be careful while returning home. Ji-hyun-sib stood up and switched the channel, complaining about having to wear too many layers during winter. Seo-hye agreed, quietly noting that it was that time of the year again. Meanwhile, Jung-moo sat alone in his room, holding his head as a migraine slowly built. His thoughts returned to his mother's words about going together this year. He remembered how she spoke about the dream, where she seemed to cry as if something was left unsaid. His mind drifted further back to a snowy day 10 years ago. There had been a hit-and-run accident involving a drunk driver. The case ended with a penalty, though the driver ignored the victim despite knowing they were still alive. The memory stayed with him, which was why he always chose to drive himself, no matter how busy he became. He then looked at a photograph of his sister Hee-young. His expression softened as he quietly wondered why she seemed to be crying in the dream. He questioned whether she felt lonely because he was the only one who visited her every year, or if there was something else troubling her. With growing concern, he reached for his phone and made a call. On the other end, someone answered. Jung-moo spoke in a serious tone and asked if they could talk. Jung-moo asked if they could talk for a moment. On the other side, the person questioned the reason for the sudden call. Jung-moo then asked if he was busy that weekend. His father replied that he had a golf meeting scheduled with Taekang's chairman. He mentioned that although it was called golf, it was mostly business in disguise. He then suggested that Jung-moo should join him and help him out. Jung-moo responded calmly, saying it seemed he was managing well on his own. His father insisted that it would not hurt to build connections and asked him to attend, but Jung-moo denied that he already had plans for the weekend. His father asked him to change them, saying the matter was important. Jung-moo repeated that his own plans were also important. After a brief pause, his father sighed and said it could not be helped. He then asked why Jung-moo called in the first place. Jung-moo answered that he simply thought he should start reaching out more often. His father dismissed it, telling him not to bother and to use the time to review another document instead. Jong-woo ended the call with a quiet sigh, thinking that his father seemed to have completely forgotten about her. The next day at the office, the employees talked excitedly about the company anniversary. Some expressed happiness about getting a day off, as they turned to Suwa and asked what she planned to do. Suwa replied that she intended to rest and sleep in. Her tired expression made her colleagues concerned, and they encouraged her to take proper rest. One of them handed her an energy drink, which she accepted while shivering slightly from exhaustion. Inside the cabin, Jong-woo focused on his documents while Siwa appeared slightly more energetic after the drink. As she observed him, she noticed a faint sadness in his expression. She considered asking him what was wrong, but before she could speak, Jong-woo called out to her. He mentioned that she looked tired and asked if she was all right. Siwa assured him that she was fine. Jong-woo then suggested that she should leave early, since he still had work to complete, to which she agreed and quietly stepped out. Leaving outside, Yuan Shim expressed her excitement about the upcoming day off, saying it was one of the best things about working there. Xiao nodded, though her thoughts remained elsewhere. She felt uneasy, realizing she did not get the chance to ask Jong-woo anything, and was now even more worried. After a moment, she turned to Yunshim and apologized, saying she needed to go back to see Jong-woo. Yunshim smiled and said she already suspected something like that, adding that there was no need to apologize. She encouraged Siwa to go, and Siwa quickly left. Back inside the cabin, Jong-woo sat alone, his expression tense as memories surfaced. He recalled his sister's voice asking if he bought the item she wanted. She sounded cheerful as she mentioned finally getting Rudolph, something she wished for the previous year. Jong-woo remembered apologizing, explaining that he could not accompany her due to a last-minute meeting. Yuan responded gently, saying it was all right. Suddenly, a loud screeching sound echoed, and a huge accident occurred. He remembered calling out to her, asking if she was okay, but no response came. He continued shouting her name, hoping she could hear him. Jong-woo suddenly returned to the present, his body tense and covered in sweat. Before he could gather himself, Siwa's voice came from behind, asking if he was all right. Without thinking, he pulled her into a tight embrace. He called her name softly, and then asked what she was doing there. Siwa replied that she came back to wait for him. Jong-woo noticed a coat placed over him, and questioned it. Siwa explained that she did not want him to feel cold. She also added that he could talk to her if something was troubling him, even if she might not be able to help much. Jong-woo assumed she was still thinking about his mother's visit. Jong-woo admitted she might be a little sensitive, but he tried to reassure her, saying he was simply tired and did not intend to worry her. He apologized, but Siwa shook her head, saying it was fine. Jong-woo then held her hand gently and said that something felt different. Siwa looked at him, confused. He brought her hand closer and rested it against his face, saying he did not think he could ever let it go. His words made her blush as she questioned what he was saying. He then asked if she had any plans for the night. Siwa replied that she came back only to wait for him. Jong-moo nodded and said they should leave. Siwa asked where they were going, but Jong-moo simply placed the coat around her shoulders and said there was something more important than work. Later, at his apartment, Jong-moo prepared a meal while Seosha changed into more comfortable clothes. When she returned, he asked if the clothes fit her. He mentioned they were the smallest he had. Seosha replied that they were slightly loose but manageable. Seeing her in his own clothes, Jong-moo immediately averted his gaze in a blush. Seola looked around and noticed how clean and organized his home was compared to hers. Ji-hyun-moo then served her a beautifully prepared dish. She felt slightly nervous as she sat down. Ji-hyun-moo asked why she seemed uneasy and encouraged her to eat. Seola tasted the food, and Ji-hyun-moo watched her reaction closely, asking if it was good. She nodded, appreciating the effort. Afterward, they sat together watching television. A horror movie played, and Siwa seemed quite engaged, enjoying the scenes. Jong-moo, however, appeared more scared, as he covered his eyes. At one point, Siwa pointed at the screen excitedly, and without realizing it, her hand brushed against his thigh. She quickly pulled away and apologized, feeling embarrassed, but Jong-moo looked at her and remarked that if she wanted to touch him, she could simply say so. Siwa tried to deny it, insisting it was accidental, but Jong-moo gently held her hand. He asked if she truly intended to keep her distance, then pulled her slightly closer. Siwa remained caught in her thoughts, as one side of her mind questioned whether she truly intended to touch him at all, while the other affirmed that she needed to touch him. Before she could settle her confusion, Jong-moo gently pulled her closer, though his tone softened as he remarked that he would not force her if she did not wish to continue. His words took her by surprise, and she quickly responded that she never said she did not want to. Jong-moo then asked whether it would be alright if they did not finish the movie. Siwa quietly nodded in agreement. A moment later, she leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. In response, Jong-moo lifted her chin with a gentle touch and moved closer, closing the distance between them as he kissed her. He drew her onto him, and the quiet tension between them slowly melted into warmth. The night passed in a blur of shared closeness, leaving both of them wrapped in a sense of comfort and unspoken understanding. The following morning felt calm in contrast. Siwa stood near the kitchen, drinking water slowly when Jong-moo approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her. She questioned how long he intended to remain like that. Jong-moo responded lightly, explaining that he had strained himself the previous night, so he was merely offering his support. He added that she should not forget it was her decision to take the lead. Siwa immediately tried to cover his mouth, denying his claim and insisting it did not happen in the way he described. Her cheeks turned red as Jangmu continued teasing, asking whether she enjoyed touching him so freely. She lowered her gaze, unable to hide her embarrassment, and remarked that he was teasing her again. After a brief pause, Jungmu asked whether she wanted to take a bath. Siwa hesitated and asked if she was expected to go alone. He replied with a faint smile, saying he would gladly join her, though he admitted he was not confident he would behave himself if they shared the bath. His words made her hesitate further, and she quickly responded that she could not manage anything more. Jungmu reassured her in a calm tone, stating he would simply hold her and do nothing else. When she questioned whether he could promise that, he gave his word without hesitation. He then stepped back, mentioning that he would prepare the bathtub himself. Siwa seemed surprised and asked whether he truly intended to do it alone. He nodded, telling her not to lift a finger, as she already took care of enough at work. His gesture left her smiling softly. Soon they found themselves sitting together in the warm water. Siwa felt the heat ease her tension, and the quiet atmosphere brought a sense of peace. Jungmu leaned closer and spoke in a low voice, thanking her sincerely. He admitted that he had been trapped in a cycle of struggles and burdens for a long time, and her presence felt like an unexpected gift in his life. Siwa listened carefully before responding in a gentle tone. She expressed her gratitude as well, saying she felt the same way. Jungmu looked at her with quiet relief and drew her closer, stating he was glad to hear it. After a brief silence, he brushed his hand over her face and leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against her. Just as the moment deepened, Sirlo suddenly flinched as her stomach made a faint sound. Both of them paused, and Jungmu could not help but let out a small laugh. Embarrassed, Sirlo lowered her head and warned him not to laugh, saying she felt extremely awkward. She blamed him, mentioning that he had completely drained her energy. Jungmu smiled at her reaction and told her not to look at him with such an expression, as it only made him want to kiss her again. Siwa responded with mild frustration, asking whether he always needed to joke in such moments. He replied honestly, saying he meant every word, which only made her splash water toward him in playful protest. After finishing their bath, Siwa stepped out and began to dry herself. When her phone suddenly rang, it made her check the screen as she noticed it was Director Park calling. She answered promptly, maintaining a composed tone as she spoke. While moving around, she accidentally tumbled across her box placed nearby. As Ji-Hyun-moo opened it slightly, a figurine slipped into view. While Seo-ha informed Director Park that she would recheck the matter and provide an update the next day before ending the call. Meanwhile, Ji-Hyun-moo paused as his gaze fell upon the Rudolph figurine inside. His expression changed subtly as he continued to stare at it. Seo-ha noticed his silence and called out to him, asking whether he was all right. Jung-moo rose slowly, trying to steady his thoughts as he mentioned that he was unsure whether she liked the figurines from that particular company. Seo-ha looked slightly surprised and asked if he actually knew about them, adding that they were not especially popular. Jung-moo replied in a calm tone that he had seen them around from time to time and then asked whether she collected them every season. Seo-ha shook her head and clarified that she did not collect every season, only the winter editions. Jungmu then asked if there was any specific figurine she wanted. Siwa nodded without hesitation and said it was Rudolph. Her answer seemed to catch him off guard for a moment. She added softly that she found it the cutest among all the designs. Sensing the shift in mood, Jungmu tried to ease the moment and asked whether she felt hungry, telling her to inform him if she wanted anything. Siwa quickly denied it and suggested that she could make something for him instead. However, Jungmu refused politely, saying it was not necessary, though she still insisted lightly before letting the matter drop. The next day, Jungmu sat at his desk, tapping his fingers against the chair in a restless rhythm. His thoughts lingered on the figurine he had seen earlier, and he could not help but feel unsettled. He never expected her to own such a piece, and the realization stayed with him longer than he intended. He let out a quiet sigh, trying to focus back on his work. At that moment, Mrs. Cha called out to him. She mentioned that she had been thinking about preparing something for him, questioning what he wanted to eat. Jungmu declined calmly, stating that he was fine and could manage his meals on his own. He added casually that she still went grocery shopping whenever there were sales, even though he had given her his credit card. Mrs. Cha responded with a small smile, saying it felt wasteful to spend too much on food, as she could not easily give up her old habits. She continued, mentioning that she planned to stay at her hotel over the weekend. Mrs. Chair then added cheerfully that she would prepare stir-fried anchovies for him when he visited, as she knew it was his favorite. Hearing this, Jungmu raised a hand to his eyes, his expression briefly shifting. He murmured quietly that it used to be Hyun-young's favorite. Then he quickly brushed it off, telling Mrs. Chair not to trouble herself with cooking for him and to simply enjoy her stay in Korea. Later, Taegun went shopping as he entered confidently. His presence immediately drew attention, and several employees glanced at him in admiration as he walked toward the Kelbemis section. His gaze briefly fell upon Sialha, who remained focused on choosing some gift. She was lost in her own thoughts as she imagined how each outfit might look on Jungmu, which caused her to shake her head in mild embarrassment. She reminded herself to stop thinking that way, though the thoughts continued to return. She wondered which item would make a suitable gift for him. At the same time, she recalled how last year he had instructed her to return all the birthday gifts he received that year. He had explained that once he started accepting gifts, it would never end, and he had asked her to issue a notice about it. She had followed his instructions back then, even though she had also bought something for him. Now she reflected on how she had been unable to give him anything because of that policy. Yet things were different now. She was no longer just his employee. She was his girlfriend, and the thought made her feel both nervous and quietly happy. Her thoughts were interrupted when Taegun let out a small laugh upon noticing her expression. He approached her and asked casually who she was choosing the clothes for, wondering if it was for her boyfriend. But the words didn't even land on her ears as her phone rang. She excused herself quickly, saying she would return shortly, leaving Taegun slightly surprised as he watched her leave after completely ignoring him. Siwa met Yoonshim outside. Yoonshim stretched slightly and remarked how refreshing it felt to get some fresh air, to which Siwa asked if she had dealt with many customers that day. Yoonshim immediately expressed her frustration, mentioning a customer who kept insisting a product was new even though it had clearly been used. She added that the customer even claimed there was a fault, which only made the situation more exhausting. Jiwon-shim then mentioned that the customer happened to be none other than Taegun, the eldest son of Taekong Group. Hearing this, Siwa recalled the rumors connected to Jongmu's engagement. The thought made her sob for a brief moment. Jiwon-shim quickly added that it was not the main issue and moved on, mentioning that a new limited edition watch had arrived and he had come to purchase it. Siwa asked whether it suited his style, and Yoonshim nodded, saying it matched him quite well. She even joked that he carried himself like he was a prince and was just as attractive as Jongmu. Siwa immediately disagreed, stating firmly that no one could compare, as she believed Jongmu was the most attractive man in the world. At that moment, a voice from behind asked if she truly believed that. Without thinking, Siwa affirmed it again. She then opened her eyes, only to find Jongmu standing there. Her eyes widened in surprise. Yoonshim teased lightly, asking if he had come to pick Siwa up, to which he affirmed, mentioning that it was impossible to reach her whenever she was with her. Siwa apologized, explaining that she had not noticed her phone ringing. When she looked around again, she realized Yuan-shim had already left quietly, which confused her. Jongmu remarked that he should thank Yuan-shim for giving them time to walk together. Siwa hesitated, expressing concern about possible rumors if they were seen together. Jongmu responded calmly, saying it would not be a bad thing, as it meant they would no longer need to hide their relationship. As they walked, Ji-hyun-moo asked if he could hold her hand. Seo-lee refused firmly. He then suggested a kiss, which she rejected even more strongly. Ji-hyun-moo let out a soft laugh, and then mentioned that he would not be able to meet her over the weekend, as he had a personal matter to attend to. Siwa asked about it, and he explained that he planned to meet his mother. He admitted that they had not seen each other in a long time, making the situation feel somewhat awkward. Siwa understood then why he had appeared uneasy earlier. Jongmu added quietly that he was already looking forward to finishing work for the day, to which Siwa affirmed in response. Not far away, someone secretly captured a picture of them together. The employee who took it giggled softly, commenting on how interesting their relationship seemed. The photo was quickly sent to Taegun. Taehyun looked at the image on his phone and paused. As he studied it more closely, recognition slowly appeared on her face. He realized that he had seen the girl before. A faint smile formed as he understood the situation, that she was Jongmu's girlfriend. In the office, as Ji-hyun was signing his documents, he was seen thinking quietly. He took a moment to lean back and relax, glancing at the calendar as the weekend seemed close. Meanwhile, Seolha was typing at her desk when she suddenly received a call from Ji-hyun regarding the pen. He mentioned that he liked the one he was currently using and asked her to let him know where it was, adding that he would find it himself. Seolha refused, stating that she would come immediately. She soon entered the cabin and opened the drawer, explaining that she had bought several refills after noticing that he always used that particular fountain pen. Ji-hyun looked at her and asked her to hand it to him, saying he would take care of it himself. He thanked her for coming even though she must have been busy, and remarked that it was nice to see her. Seolha became embarrassed and avoided his gaze, reminding him that she had told him not to look at her like that during work hours. Jingmo leaned forward and held her lightly, teasing, as he asked if she did not want to leave work early. He mentioned that he would prefer to leave at that very moment. Seolha refused, saying she had something urgent to handle and would be leaving now. She hurried out of the cabin, clearly flustered, while Jingmu watched her with a faint grin. Outside, Solya felt that she needed to be more careful at work. Suddenly, she overheard employees talking nearby. They mentioned that Jongmu and his fiancée were going to meet each other's parents for dinner that week. Another person added that it would probably take place at an expensive restaurant and expressed jealousy. The other commented that they would make a beautiful couple and mentioned how attractive the Taekong siblings were. Solya listened as they discussed Jongmu's dinner plans with his fiancée, though she recalled that he had previously dismissed it as a ridiculous rumor. She clenched her hands, thinking that she should have asked him directly for a clear answer. She remembered that he had mentioned having personal plans for the weekend. Then again, she also had plans during the same time, so she tried to convince herself that it might simply be something similar. The next morning, Suwa was at Yoonshim's apartment, looking exhausted. Yoonshim complained that she always ended up going alone, and mentioned that she had even woken up early to go with her without informing her beforehand. However, she noticed that Suwa had already made the trip herself and jokingly called her Miss Quickfeet. Suwa explained that she did not want to trouble her, and thanked her for always caring about her, As she sat there, her expression frowned, and her thoughts drifted to a memory from the past. She recalled the moment when the prosecutor had questioned Mr. Min, her father, about whether he still could not remember anything after seeing the evidence. The prosecutor had stated that the victim had been returning home with a figurine she had always wanted, though it was now completely shattered. Mr. Min had remained silent for a while before apologizing, saying that he did not remember. Solzia had flinched at his words. Since that day, she had developed a habit of bringing a figurine to the cemetery. She always visited a day before the death anniversary to avoid encountering her family. She understood that this did not change anything, yet the image of the broken figurine stayed in her mind, making it difficult for her to move on. Back in the present, Yoon-seom asked what had happened with the dinner plan involving Jong-moo. Hee-hwa replied that she had not asked him about it yet. Yoon-seom stated that from the way he looked at her, she doubted that he would ever be interested in another woman. She added that Siwa had already met his parents, though Siwa laughed lightly and said it did not count. Yoon-seom responded firmly, saying that regardless of the situation, he should not hurt her. She added that she did not care if he was their CEO and that she would be ready to quit her job if necessary. Yuan-shim then mentioned that the Amor Hotel was hosting a year-end event the following day and suggested they should go there. Siwa asked whether they would need an invitation since it was a luxury hotel. Yuan-shim explained that it was open to the public for free because it was their 50th anniversary and suggested they should watch the fireworks. She then added that they should rest for the day. Later, at the Amor Hotel, the place was filled with people and lively activity. Jung-woo felt pleased that he had arrived early, as it gave him time to look around. He even considered the idea of starting a hotel business himself. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind, addressing him as Oppa, which made him stop. A young woman approached, recognizing him immediately. Jung-woo greeted her and mentioned that it had been a while. She responded that this was likely their first meeting since she graduated from college. She said she had missed him and asked how he had been. She moved closer and held on to him, becoming affectionate. From a distance, Siwa witnessed the interaction. Yoon-shim suggested that they should go closer to look at the fountain, mentioning how beautiful it was. Siwa, however, remarked that the woman looked exactly like the person she had seen in an article. Cho Kang-hee, the youngest daughter of the Taekang group, she remembered that Jong-woo had said he had plans with his mother and thought that he might not have been ready to introduce her to his fiancée. Siwa then called out to Yoon-shim, saying that she needed to use the restroom quickly before they continued. Yoon-shim noticed her pale expression and pointed it out, but Siwa noted that she had come to enjoy the day with her and suggested they discuss everything another time. She added that she would ask about it the next day. As she moved toward the restroom, Taegun stepped out towards the restroom. He appeared frustrated, wondering where Kang-hee was, as she had been the one who insisted he attend the event. At that moment, a lipstick rolled near his foot, which irritated him. He stepped on it and moved forward. Ji-hyun-shim immediately shouted at him, questioning why he would kick someone else's belongings and stopping him in his tracks. She stated that the least he could do was pick it up. Taegun scoffed and replied that it should not have been dropped in the first place, which surprised Yoon-shim. But noticing her beautiful face, he smirked as he added that if she was truly upset, he would apologize. He handed her his visiting card and told her to call him if she wanted compensation. Yuan-shim, confused by his words, questioned what he meant. Taegun responded with a faint smirk, giving off an unsettling impression. Yuan-shim dismissed the matter, stating that she did not need any compensation. However, Taegun slipped his card into her hand and told her to call him whenever she needed it, before walking away. Yuan-shim stood there, wondering why he had forced his business card on her. As she looked at it, she realized he was Taegun. It then occurred to her why he had seemed so familiar. She recalled hearing rumors about him. Although he was known as a young businessman and the prospective successor of the Taekang group, he was also described as someone difficult to manage, often causing trouble for the company. She scoffed quietly, thinking that even if he was capable at work, his unpleasant personality could not be hidden. At that moment, Siwa approached from behind and called out to Yoon-shim, asking where she had been going. Yoon-seo replied that she had been trying to avoid someone she described as a piece of trash, which left Siwa confused. Yoon-shim then cleared her throat and suggested they should go and look around the venue. Siwa agreed, though she felt a quiet heaviness inside. She decided not to let her feelings ruin the mood of their outing. She thought it would be better to set aside what she had seen earlier and bring it up at another time. The scene shifted to Jong-moo, where Kang-hee was lightly brushing his coat, saying that something seemed to be on it and asking if it was lint. Jong-moo asked her to leave it, mentioning that people might misunderstand the situation. He noted that others were already talking about the daughter of the Taekang group and the CEO of Venus, suggesting that the rumors about their engagement might be true. Kang-hee commented that he appeared to be as popular as ever. She added that a small misunderstanding did not bother her. Jong-moo cleared his throat and avoided her gaze, stating that it bothered him. Kang-hee then asked if he had a girlfriend, mentioning that he had never dated anyone during their school days, making a sad face. The expression struck Jong-moo as his sister's face flashed before him as to make him sigh. He remarked that he was expected to meet someone soon, adding that he needed to leave. Kang-hee suggested that they should have dinner together sometime, to which Jong-moo replied that he was currently seeing someone and suggested they could catch up if they met again at a future event. He then excused himself and walked away, leaving Kang-hee heartbroken. She reflected on his words, noting that he was seeing someone, Meanwhile, Jungwoo found himself wondering if Hyun-young would have grown into someone like that after 10 years, and he let out a quiet sigh. The scene then shifted, where Mrs. Cha mentioned that nuts were said to help with migraines and handed him some supplements as well. She also gave him a coat to wear at work during colder days, and mentioned that another item was for Soshela. Jungwoo appeared slightly taken aback by this. Noting his reaction, Mrs. Cha asked whether the two of them were dating, mentioning that she had enjoyed the tea served at the office, and that she would visit again when she had the chance. Jungwoo replied that they would visit her as well when they could next time. Mrs. Cha felt touched upon hearing this and expressed her happiness. Jungwoo cleared his throat and suggested that they should get going. At the cemetery, Mrs. Cha sat toward the tombstone, saying that it was her first time visiting and that she had brought several things along. Her eyes filled with tears as she mentioned that the items had not even been expensive and that she should have bought such things earlier. Jungwoo looked away, unable to manage his emotions. Mrs. Cha then called out to him and apologized, saying that she had left him to carry everything on his own. She admitted that she should not have left him like that but explained that she had been unable to accept Hyun-young's death. She continued to apologize, her voice breaking. Jungwoo responded that he regretted it every day, saying that he should not have allowed her to go alone and that things might have been different if he had gone with her. Mrs. Cha shook her head and told him that it was not his fault, asking him not to blame himself. Later, the scene shifted to Jungwoo's apartment. Seeing the bag, he recalled Mrs. Cha asking whether he had placed a certain item inside, mentioning that Hyun-young had loved that particular figurine. She had suggested that perhaps one of Hyun-young's friends had left it. Jungwoo reflected on how, every year on Hyun-young's death anniversary, someone left a figurine at his grave, and he had always assumed it was from a friend or acquaintance. He noted that this year it was a snowman figurine. He remembered that Suwa had a similar one, and thought about how coincidental it seemed. Suddenly, he received a message from his mother, thanking him for driving her and expressing her appreciation. Jungwoo responded by suggesting that they should meet a little earlier next time and perhaps have tea together. Mrs. Cha smiled upon reading the message, thinking that even if he appeared awkward, he remained the same at heart. The following day at the office, Jungwoo was accompanied by Solha during a field inspection. Jungwoo asked about how the employees were being treated, noting that there had been issues that required attention. He gave instructions regarding the frequency of hygiene inspections as well. After reviewing several reports, he mentioned that he had likely covered all the necessary locations and that the reports would be sufficient. Suwa appeared exhausted, having been unable to sleep due to thoughts about the rumored fiancé. She felt that she could not continue like this and decided that she needed to speak with him that day. Just then, Jungwoo called her name and asked if she had time later. Suwa paused and a sudden thought crossed her mind. She wondered if he intended to have a serious conversation, possibly even to dump her or inform her about his wedding with Kang Hee. Observing his serious expression, she felt uneasy. At that moment, an employee approached and asked if the CEO had a moment. Ji-hyun turned to him and inquired about the matter. The employee reported that Taegun from the Taekang group had arrived, which surprised Ji-hyun. As Solha served tea in front of them, she politely stated that they could call her if they needed anything before stepping out of the office. Watching her leave, Jungwoo remarked that he did not remember arranging any meeting with Taegun. Taegun casually replied that he merely missed his old friend and wished to see him again. He further added that they might even become brothers-in-law someday, causing Jungwoo to pause briefly. Noticing the reaction, Taegun questioned what was wrong and remarked that although Kang Hee could sometimes be excessive, she was still a good person. Jungwoo quietly stated that he had not realized the two of them were that close. Taegun remarked that Kang Hee had been disappointed that their meeting at the hotel had ended so quickly, and questioned why Jungwoo never seriously considered dating her. Jungwoo remained silent at the remark. Taegun then mentioned that he wished to work together as partners, though Jungwoo inwardly concluded that Taegun simply wanted to establish connections with Venus rather than compete against them. Taegun urged him to think about it carefully, remarking that even the chairman would likely approve since it would benefit both sides unless there was some reason he could not accept. He then questioned whether the reason involved the secretary from earlier. Later, after leaving the office, Taegun's secretary questioned whether he wished to look around before departing, but Taegun declined, stating that there was no need. While smoking outside, he reflected that everything had unfolded exactly as he had predicted. He recalled Jungwoo's expression when he had brought up the subject earlier and wondered how frustrated he might eventually become. He also remembered how Jungwoo had remarked that Taegun seemed interested in Miss Solha, though unfortunately she already had a boyfriend. Taegun had questioned whether that was truly the case, inwardly noting how calm Jungwoo had appeared throughout the conversation. Even now, he thought that Jungwoo had never once allowed him to stand above him during their school years, and today was no different. In the present, Taegun notes the Taekang department store would soon open, and if he could not establish ties by becoming family, then another method would be necessary. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone informing him that the overseas shipment had been secured. Taegun calmly instructed them to leave it in the trunk for now. Kim Sung-chan informed him that the Venus chairman still appeared unaware of the matter, causing Taegon to smirk as he remarked how fitting the headline would sound if news spread that Venus CEO Jungmoo had cheated on his fiancée with his secretary. At that moment, Solha called out to Eunshim nearby, drawing Taegon's attention toward them. Eunshim brightly questioned how Solha had known she had been craving strawberries, remarking that she truly resembled an angel. Solha softly replied that she had only noticed it earlier and mentioned that she would be leaving work with Jungmoo that evening because they planned to have dinner together. Though she smiled outwardly, Solha inwardly worried about Director Tae's unexpected visit earlier that day. Eunshim, however, held her hand and comforted her by stating that she needed to honestly express everything on her mind that night. She further remarked that honesty had always been Solha's best quality and that she should not forget it now. Solha thanked her sincerely and promised that she would settle everything that very day. Later that evening during dinner, Solha found herself unable to bring up the subject, despite repeatedly preparing herself to do so. Feeling nervous, she suddenly coughed, causing Jungmoo to question whether she was alright. Embarrassed, Solha replied that she had merely swallowed incorrectly. Afterwards, as they walked outside together, Solha quietly clung to his arm while they moved down the street. Jungmoo suddenly apologized, causing her to freeze in confusion. He explained that he had been worried the rumors regarding his engagement had affected her. He admitted that he had not considered the matter serious at first, though many people appeared to have misunderstood his weekend plans. He revealed that he had actually gone to visit his sister's grave alongside his mother. Surprised, Solha quietly questioned him about it, prompting Jungmoo to explain that his sister had passed away 10 years earlier due to an accident, and that he usually visited her alone every year. However, his mother had chosen to accompany him this time. Hearing this, Solha's eyes filled with tears as she embraced him tightly, apologizing for misunderstanding him and admitting that she had no idea about his past. Jungmoo gently reassured her that it was understandable for such thoughts to trouble her. Solha tearfully admitted that she should have asked him sooner but had been afraid that the rumors might truly be real. She apologized again for making him revisit such painful memories. However, Jungmoo calmly remarked that he would be more careful in the future so misunderstandings like this would not spread again, gently asking her not to cry anymore. That night, the two of them spent a long time talking together. Jungmoo spoke about his childhood, his life with his mother, and the experiences that had shaped him while growing up. Through the conversation, Solha gradually felt that she had come to understand him far better than before. The following morning at Venus, several colleagues cheerfully remarked that the weekend was finally approaching, while another jokingly stated that she intended to spend the entire time sleeping. However, their attention quickly shifted towards Solha as they approached her desk and questioned what she wanted for breakfast. Solha apologized softly while attempting to stand, though the coworkers immediately stopped speaking after noticing how exhausted she looked. They quietly whispered among themselves, wondering whether she was sick or perhaps suffering from a difficult breakup. Shortly afterwards, Solha entered Jungwoo's office and handed him the organized reports for next week's meeting, explaining that she had printed and arranged all the necessary materials beforehand. Jungwoo thanked her before carefully observing her face. Gently touching beneath her eyes, he remarked that they looked badly swollen. Solha awkwardly replied that she had applied ice before sleeping the previous night, prompting Jungwoo to lightly scold her by remarking that he had specifically told her not to continue crying. Embarrassed, Solha quietly replied that once she started, it had become difficult to stop. Attempting to change the subject, she asked him to review the reports and inform her if anything else was required. After briefly glancing through them, Jungwoo stated that the reports were already more than sufficient. He then pulled her slightly closer and remarked that what he truly needed now was Min Solha. Confused by the sudden statement, Solha questioned what he meant, only for Jungwoo to casually remark that lunchtime was approaching soon and that they could always lock the office door. Solha immediately became flushed, her thoughts turning chaotic as she quietly remarked that it was true. Jungwoo pulled her slightly closer and teasingly stated that she truly was a mischievous person, remarking that she seemed to entertain increasingly improper thoughts whenever he looked at her. Embarrassed, Solha whispered that she had only been trying to explain herself. However, before the conversation could continue further, a sudden knock sounded at the office door. An assistant's voice came in, stating that the department head was currently away, and questioning whether Jungwoo had received the report yet, asking if he could quickly confirm it. Jungwoo calmly replied that he would check it shortly since he was slightly occupied at the moment, additionally thanking him for bringing it over. The moment the knock had sounded, Solha had hurried behind Jungwoo and concealed herself behind his shoulder just in time. Letting out a relieved breath afterward, she quietly remarked that she had barely managed to hide in time, and that it had been far too close. Jungwoo, however, looked slightly disappointed as he remarked that the situation was unfortunate. He admitted that he disliked the fact that they constantly had to conceal everything from others. Solha softly pleaded with him to endure it for a little longer, reminding him that things would become troublesome if anyone discovered them now. After the assistant's footsteps faded away, Jungwoo questioned what plans Solha had for the upcoming weekend. Solha replied that she did not really have anything planned. Hearing this, Jungwoo smiled faintly and remarked that he had already finished his work in advance, specifically so he could spend more time with her. He added that there were still many things the two of them had yet to do together, causing Solha to quietly look away in embarrassment. Solha became slightly embarrassed as she realized that Jungwoo truly took advantage of every opportunity he could find. Tugging lightly on his tie, she called out to him and warned that if he continued seducing her like that, she would refuse to kiss him anymore. However, before Jungwoo could properly respond, Solha leaned closer and placed a quick kiss upon his forehead instead, immediately leaving him flustered. Jungwoo awkwardly remarked that they should not behave like that inside the office, but by the time he finished speaking, Solha had already hurried away toward the hallway. She waved goodbye while running off, leaving Jungwoo staring after her with a helpless sigh as he remarked that she always managed to leave him completely worked up before disappearing. As Solha stepped outside, she overheard several colleagues thanking the security team nearby. Her attention shifted toward one particular guard, who strangely seemed familiar to her. The man suddenly glanced back in her direction, causing Solha to quietly decide that it would be better for her to leave quickly instead of lingering there any longer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Taegun impatiently tapped against the table while waiting. Kang-hee questioned who exactly the woman was that had caught his interest so much. Taegun casually replied that she was far better than her, instantly irritating her. Kang-hee sharply remarked that he practically said the same thing about every woman he encountered. However, Taegun remarked that if she remained that curious about Solha, then she should accompany him to the next meeting with Jungwoo. Kang-hee immediately refused, stating that she would figure things out on her own. Before leaving, she coldly warned him that things would not end well if he continued provoking Venus and reminded him that his own record was far from clean. She additionally remarked that he should abandon his drug habits while he still could. Taegun merely smirked after she left, quietly stating that even if things ended badly, it was still preferable to doing nothing at all. Later that night, Solha lay awake upon her bed while staring toward the ceiling, her heartbeat refusing to calm down. The thought of traveling together with Jungwoo filled her with so much excitement that sleep no longer seemed possible. She had already mentally planned nearly everything they could do together during the trip. While she remained lost in those thoughts, her phone suddenly rang beside her. Surprised, she quickly picked it up and realized that Jungwoo was calling. Jungwoo immediately questioned whether he had accidentally woken her up, but Solha softly denied it, admitting that she had not fallen asleep yet. Hearing that, Jungwoo remarked that it was fortunate. Curious, Solha questioned why he had suddenly called her so late at night, only for Jungwoo to casually confess that he simply missed her. The unexpected answer caused Solha to smile unconsciously. Jungwoo then remarked that he wished tomorrow would arrive faster and jokingly added that perhaps he should have simply stayed the night at her place instead. Embarrassed, Solha questioned whether she should come over immediately. Her response briefly caught Jungwoo off guard before he remarked that there would not even be anywhere to park at this hour and that she was likely already tired. However, he quickly added that she should simply remain where she was because he would rather come to her himself since he missed her too. Still teasing her, he questioned what would happen if she became too sleepy by tomorrow to spend time with him properly. Solha immediately denied that possibility, insisting that she would absolutely not be sleepy at all. The following day, during their trip together, Solha excitedly pointed toward the distant sea and remarked that the water looked beautiful even from afar. However, Jungwoo suddenly questioned whether she was feeling unwell. Solha denied it, though Jungwoo immediately followed up by questioning whether she was hungry instead, so as to make Solha admit that she was. Despite her words, the two of them spent the day enjoying themselves together. They shared lunch and snacks, walked peacefully alongside the beach, and spent hours simply talking with each other. As evening approached, Solha softly remarked that she had truly enjoyed the day, and that it had been a very long time since she had last visited the beach like this. While they stood together near the shore, Jungwoo quietly called out to Solha before honestly confessing that he truly liked her. The sudden sincerity in his voice caused Solha to fall silent. Jungwoo continued by admitting that his feelings for her were far stronger than she probably realized. Hearing those words, Solha gently tightened her grip around his hand and confessed that she truly liked him as well. Jungwoo quietly remarked that he wished they could remain there for several more days instead of returning so soon. Solha smiled softly and replied that there would always be another opportunity in the future. Later that night, the two of them stopped by a grilled and steamed food shop before heading back. After finishing the meal, Solha remarked that she was already completely full, prompting Jungwoo to state that they would probably need to skip dessert afterward. However, Solha quickly denied that suggestion, insisting that there was always room for dessert and mentioning that she thought she had noticed a cake shop nearby earlier. Just as she prepared to leave, Solha suddenly realized that she had accidentally left her phone back at the table. Embarrassed by her carelessness, she hurried back inside while quietly scolding herself for forgetting something so important simply because she had been having too much fun. However, upon returning, she noticed Jungwoo speaking with another woman nearby. Immediately, Solha called out toward him and jokingly questioned whether he had started flirting with another woman the moment she stepped away. Jungwoo smiled at the accusation and questioned whether she had become jealous. Solha instantly denied it, though Jungwoo explained that the woman had merely asked him for directions and that he had informed her he was unfamiliar with the area himself. Solha crossed her arms and remarked that she already knew because she had overheard everything. Jungwoo then teased her by remarking that she had still looked prettier. Solha let out an embarrassed groan, only for Jungwoo to chuckle and clarify that he had been referring to his girlfriend, who had approached him earlier with a jealous expression on her face. Afterwards, fireworks illuminated the night sky nearby. The two of them spent the rest of the evening in the car enjoying themselves privately. As they were about to proceed, Jungwoo questioned whether things felt too cramped around them, saying that it would not take too much time to reach the hotel. But Solha simply wrapped her arms around him and replied that it was too far. Jungwoo gently kissed her forehead before quietly admitting that, truthfully, he completely agreed with her. As fireworks illuminated the night sky, Solha and Jungwoo continued enjoying themselves. Jungwoo quietly remarked that things were becoming dangerous because she truly needed to learn a little more patience. Embarrassed by his teasing tone, Solha asked him to stop tempting her like that. However, Jungwoo simply smiled and admitted that he honestly wanted to continue tempting her, though for now they should simply enjoy the evening together since he had already left certain things back at the hotel. Later that night, after returning to the hotel, the two of them spent peaceful and private time together, enjoying each other's company without interruption. Meanwhile, Taegun sat alone at a hotel bar while drinking. His expression gradually darkened as memories resurfaced in his mind. He recalled being slapped by his father, who had angrily questioned how much longer he intended to continue wasting investments. His father had demanded to know what was supposedly so special about Venus and had sharply remarked that the chairman had suddenly begun favoring Jungwoo simply because the two of them had attended the same university. Taegun still remembered being questioned about why he could not become just as successful as Jungwoo and whether he would ever manage to reach the same level. Even now, the memory irritated him deeply. Thinking back on the way Jungwoo had looked at Solha earlier, Taegun quietly concluded that Jungwoo was genuinely serious about her. At that moment, a knock sounded at the hotel room door before a man entered carrying a briefcase. The man nervously explained that he had brought everything Taegun had requested. Taegun coldly questioned why it had taken so long just to deliver a few drugs, causing the man to quickly apologize and explain that avoiding the authorities had recently become increasingly difficult. He additionally informed Taegun that the rumors involving Jungwoo and Solha had already begun spreading throughout Venus and that Chairman Chow would likely hear about them soon. However, before he could continue, Taegun suddenly struck him with an ashtray so as to make him groan. Taegun angrily remarked that he had ordered the task to be completed much earlier and questioned whether the man even understood how much money he was being paid. He further stated that he would personally tell Chairman Chow himself since they were already scheduled to play golf together later that week. After calming down slightly, Taegun mockingly remarked that perhaps falling for secretaries simply ran within the family. Though his tone sounded casual, he inwardly wondered just how badly he should destroy the relationship between Jungwoo and Solha. The following day, Solha sat together with Jungwoo while opening a can of beer. Cheerfully, she admitted that she had always wanted to casually sit and drink beer together with him someday. She questioned whether he was actually a good drinker since she had never once properly seen him drink alcohol before. As Jungwoo sat beside her, Solha pointed out that even during formal dinners he would usually order alcohol but barely touch the glass at all. In response, Jungwoo calmly explained that he disliked losing control of himself and did not wish to end up doing something he might regret afterward. He additionally admitted that he simply did not enjoy becoming drunk. However, barely 10 minutes later, Jungwoo completely passed out after drinking only a single can of beer. Startled, Solha called out to him before realizing in disbelief that one can truly seem to be his limit. Sitting down beside him, she smiled helplessly while thinking that he could have simply admitted it honestly from the start. Moments later, Jungwoo softly mumbled in his sleep while calling out for Solha. In a dazed voice, he asked her to say his name the same way she had earlier. Hearing that, Solha immediately became flustered as she recalled herself calling him by his actual name earlier that evening after teasing him about speaking to another woman. She quietly thought that eventually she would not be able to keep calling him Mr. Cha or Sir forever. Hesitating briefly, she softly whispered his name, Jungwoo, causing a faint smile to appear across his sleeping face. Elsewhere, moving out of the bar, Kim Songchan questioned how much longer he would continue handling such dirty work for others. Thinking carefully, he realized that he still possessed several other options available to him as well, while scrolling through Jungwoo's contact information on his phone. As he walked out, he accidentally stumbled into another man nearby. Irritated, Kim Songchan warned him to watch where he was going, prompting him to quickly apologize before moving aside. Watching the man leave, Kim Songchan quietly noted that the stranger appeared to be the owner of the establishment. He then inwardly guessed that Taegun had likely become tangled in his own conflict involving Jungwoo too. The next morning, right at the usual time of 7, the alarm rang loudly beside Solha's bed. She slowly reached out and turned it off before sitting upright with a quiet sigh. Her thoughts drifted toward the schedule for the day as she recalled that it was Director Choi's wedding. After brushing her teeth and getting ready, she hurried out while thinking that Jungwoo had most likely already arrived. She remarked to herself that she should not be late. While walking down the narrow street, a racing van suddenly sped around the corner far too quickly. Before she could properly react, someone quickly pulled her backward by the arm. The man remarked that drivers really should not speed through streets like those, since someone could easily get hurt. He then questioned if she was all right, to which Solha quietly affirmed. The man stared at her for a brief moment before apologizing, stating that she resembled someone he once knew. Solha lightly affirmed that such things happened sometimes, and politely excused herself, thinking once more that Jungwoo must already be waiting for her. As she walked away, the man continued staring silently in her direction. The scene shifted toward the wedding venue, where Jungwoo arrived alongside Solha. The elegant atmosphere around them immediately made Solha feel somewhat awkward and nervous. She questioned internally whether weddings naturally made people feel uneasy. Just then, a woman approached them and warmly called out to both of them. Solha greeted her politely, and questioned how she had been doing lately, while Jungwoo quietly glanced toward his phone after it suddenly vibrated. Seeing that it was a call from his mother, he stepped outside to answer it. His mother questioned whether he was busy, though Jungwoo denied it. She then reminded him that tomorrow was his birthday, and stated that she wished to prepare miyeokguk for him. Jungwoo calmly affirmed that he would visit together with Solha, which immediately delighted his mother. She remarked that she would prepare everything extra deliciously for them. Jungwoo then questioned whether she needed anything from him, though she denied it and simply told him not to bring anything for her. Meanwhile, back inside the hall, Solha quietly stood near the guests while thinking that Jungwoo had been gone for quite some time. She wondered if the call had been urgent when President Kim suddenly approached her. Solha politely greeted him, though President Kim immediately questioned where Jungwoo had gone and sarcastically remarked that he could not believe a man would leave his girlfriend behind alone at an event. President Kim continued speaking in an unpleasant tone, remarking that Jungwoo acted as though he were some impressive young CEO when, in reality, he had merely been lucky enough to enter the company due to family circumstances. He further stated that Jungwoo was nothing more than the chairman's illegitimate child, and questioned what other reason he could possibly have had for joining Venus besides money. Hearing those remarks caused Solha's grip around her purse to tighten slightly. However, instead of reacting emotionally, she calmly interrupted him and remarked that President Kim truly had never changed. She even thanked him for continuing to show so much interest in their CEO. Solha then stated that she had heard about Jungwoo's difficult childhood, including how he had been unable to live with the chairman because of backlash from the family. Even so, she continued, he still managed to enter one of Korea's top university law departments and graduate with honors without receiving proper support from anyone. She further remarked that every business venture he had handled afterward had become successful, questioning whether such accomplishments were not truly remarkable. President Kim took a small step back before awkwardly remarking that anyone could achieve such things if they were desperate enough. Solha calmly affirmed that he himself had likely never experienced desperation before, and gently remarked that enduring such hardships also required talent and skill. Standing a short distance away, Jungwoo overheard the entire exchange and quietly grinned at her response. Later that evening, the scene shifted toward the car ride home. Solha leaned back against the seat and quietly remarked that the entire day had passed by unbelievably fast. Jungwoo observed her tired expression and remarked that she must be exhausted, suggesting that she return home and rest properly. Solha hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. Jungwoo then questioned whether something was bothering her, though Solha quickly denied it and explained that she had simply wanted to give him something. After nervously searching through her purse, she carefully pulled out a small gift and wished him a happy birthday. Jungwoo stared at the gift with visible surprise, while Solha explained that she had always wanted to give him a birthday present before, though she never had the chance since he never accepted personal gifts from employees. Jungwoo quietly questioned whether that had been the reason she had continued fiddling with her purse throughout the evening. As he prepared to open the present immediately, Solha quickly stopped him and shyly requested that he wait until he returned home, because opening it there would embarrass her. Jungwoo teasingly replied that her reaction only made him want to open it even more. However, Solha insisted that it was truly nothing special, and reminded him that he already possessed everything he could possibly need. Hearing her words caused Jungwoo to smile warmly as he thanked her, remarking that anything she gave him would already be perfect to him. Solha immediately felt her face grow warm at his response, and internally remarked that such words were genuinely unhealthy for her heart. She quickly told him once more to wait until she had completely left before opening the gift. After stepping out of the car, she reminded him that he still had a long day ahead, and gently told him to rest well before stating that she would see him tomorrow. As Sayla began walking toward her apartment building, Jungwoo questioned whether she was truly certain that she did not want him to walk her the rest of the way. Sayla simply replied that her place was already nearby and continued walking. Just before she disappeared from view, Jungwoo called out to her and remarked that he would contact her later, Sayla turned back with a small smile and affirmed, reminding him to return home safely as well. Once she was finally gone, Jungwoo slowly opened the gift inside the quiet car. Inside rested a carefully knitted muffler, with the initials JM stitched neatly onto it. A faint smile appeared on his face, though the peaceful moment lasted only briefly before his phone suddenly buzzed again. As he looked down at the screen, a news article immediately appeared before his eyes with the headline that Venus CEO cheats on fiancé with secretary. Jungwoo let out a tired groan upon reading it. Elsewhere, inside his home, Taegun calmly stared at the same article displayed across his phone screen. A faint smirk slowly crossed his face as he quietly wondered what Chairman Cha's reaction to such news would be. Inside the colossal office building, Jungwoo stood silently before Chairman Cha, while the old man stared at the news article, reporting that Venus had officially denied the affair rumors. After letting out a low cough, the chairman questioned whether Jungwoo understood how difficult it had been to quiet the press. He then directly asked whether it was true that Jungwoo had been fooling around with his secretary. Jungwoo calmly replied that he had never fooled around with Solha. Instead, he stated that he was involved in a wholehearted and serious relationship with her. Hearing those words caused the chairman to scoff coldly as he remarked that such feelings never lasted. Jungwoo quietly replied that not everyone was like him. The chairman's expression darkened before he instructed Jungwoo to think back to the day he officially became part of the Cha family. He reminded him how desperately he had begged back then, and promised to do whatever was asked of him. The chairman repeated how Jungwoo had agreed to learn the business, become his successor, and marry whoever was chosen for him, without complaint, because it was supposedly his duty as a member of the family. Jungwoo clenched his fist tightly before affirming that he had indeed promised all those things because he had been willing to do absolutely anything to save Hae-yeon. The chairman coldly remarked that it sounded as though Jungwoo was trying to blame him now, even though Hae-yeon's death had not been his fault. He stated that the accident had happened before her treatment could properly continue. However, Jungwoo immediately replied that he knew exactly why the accident had happened and remarked that it could have been avoided if Hyun-young had been sent to the American hospital immediately. Jungwoo's thoughts drifted back toward the painful memories of that winter, when the first snowfall had arrived unusually early. That had been the same season when Hyun-young was diagnosed with leukemia. At the time, Jungwoo had stared blankly in disbelief while questioning how such news could possibly make sense. His mother had quietly explained that Hyun-young had suddenly collapsed one day, which led them to take her for a medical examination, and the test results had only recently returned. Even then, Jungwoo had desperately tried convincing himself that leukemia was treatable and that she could still recover. However, he later realized that the only thing he could do was approach Venus and beg his father for help. As humiliating as it had felt, he still knelt before Chairman Cha and pleaded for Hyun-young to be saved. The chairman had merely stared down at him before questioning what Jungwoo planned to offer in return. Even then, Jungwoo understood that accepting such a deal would eventually return to haunt him, yet he still accepted the opportunity without hesitation. He clenched his fist and affirmed that he would do anything demanded of him if Hyun-young could be saved. Internally, he suppressed the disgust he felt while watching his father tower over him as though he were some untouchable god, deciding another person's fate. The chairman remarked that since Jungwoo had attended law university, he should already be intelligent enough not to disappoint him. Jungwoo quietly affirmed, convincing himself that his father could continue playing God for as long as he wanted if it meant Hyun-young could survive. At the time, that belief alone had kept him moving forward. Yet afterward, even Hyun-young disappeared from his life. On the day of her funeral, Chairman Cha had refused to appear because he did not want the public learning about his illegitimate children. Remembering that moment caused bitterness to rise within Jungwoo once again as he questioned whether his father understood how abandoned he had felt back then. He coldly stated that the only reason he even possessed the Cha surname was because of his father's blood, so the chairman should stop using their relationship as an excuse to interfere with his life. Jungwoo then firmly declared that he no longer held any obligation to keep his promises, because Hyun-young was already dead. Later, while driving alone through the city, Jiunwoo's emotions caused him to lose control of the steering wheel for a brief moment before he quickly steadied the car again. He let out a strained breath while trying to calm himself when his phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing his mother's name appear on the screen caused him to close his eyes briefly before answering. He quietly apologized and stated that he did not think he would be able to visit her that day. He explained that he would come together with Seolha another time instead. The following morning at Venus, Seolha immediately called Jiunwoo after hearing he was unwell. She gently questioned whether his condition was truly serious. Jiunwoo replied that he would likely recover after some rest. Seolha quickly questioned whether he had visited a doctor and asked whether she should bring him medicine. However, Jiunwoo interrupted her and softly apologized, stating that she must have been shocked after seeing the news article. Seolha immediately denied it and remarked that the article had not even been true anyway since the situation had died down rather quickly. Jiunwoo quietly replied that the rumors were technically true because they actually were dating in secret. He then admitted that simply hearing her voice already made him feel slightly better. Solha softly told him that he needed to recover quickly for her sake. Jiunwoo responded that he would try coming into the office later that afternoon once he felt a little better, and remarked that he would see her soon. However, Solha denied it and insisted that he should properly rest for the day instead. She jokingly remarked that the employees were probably thrilled to have a day without their strict CEO around. Jiunwoo faintly affirmed that he would think about it. Solha once again instructed him to rest before ending the call. Even afterward, she could not stop worrying because Jiunwoo had never taken a day off before, making her wonder whether he might actually be seriously ill. Meanwhile, Jungmoo sat alone while coughing repeatedly, internally thinking that he still needed to see Solha later despite his worsening condition. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Irritated, Jungmoo questioned what kind of nonsense it was this time before opening it. The message cruelly stated that his dead twin sister must surely be crying in the afterlife while watching every decision he made now. Elsewhere inside the office, Solha focused carefully on her work until she sensed someone approaching from behind. For a brief moment, she thought the figure resembled Jungmoo. However, the man suddenly cleared his throat and remarked that she must be Solha Min. Solha immediately stood and politely greeted Chairman Cha. Inside the cabin, the chairman calmly questioned how long she had worked beside Jungmoo. Solha replied that it had been slightly over 3 years. The chairman coldly remarked that such a period was already far too long, and stated that it was no wonder Jungmoo had ended up involved in such a mess. Confused, Solha quietly apologized, though the chairman continued speaking without concern. He remarked that since she was around Jungwoo's age and spent nearly every hour with him, feelings naturally would begin developing between them. He then informed her that Jungmoo would soon become engaged to the youngest daughter of Taekong Group because the families were already arranging a date. He instructed Solha to ensure that no ridiculous rumors like the previous days spread again, and coldly remarked that she should already know her place after enjoying herself long enough. The scene shifted toward Kim Sung-chan, who was responsible for spreading the rumors online. Kim Sung-chan casually remarked that he had not expected Jungmoo to arrive so quickly, to which Jungmoo merely glared coldly at him, before questioning exactly what kind of game he believed he was playing. At the Venus, Solha departed from the office. She glanced at her phone and noticed a message from Jungmoo. He stated that something urgent had come up, so he would not be able to see her today. He also apologized for informing her at the last minute. Solha quietly noted that something like this had been bound to happen sooner or later. She paused for a moment, thinking about how their relationship had begun out of her own selfish desires in the first place. Deep down, she had always known it would never last forever. Even so, after recalling all the memories they had shared together, she realized she had only partially prepared herself for this moment. Still, the pain felt far heavier than she had expected, and tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. The scene then shifted toward Jungmoo. Kim Sung-chan introduced himself first before handing over a card. He stated that he was Kim Sung-chan from the Venus department store security team. He remarked that they were essentially on the same side, causing Jungmoo's expression to stiffen in irritation. Jungmoo coldly replied that he did not care who he was, and asked him to get straight to the point. He questioned why he had contacted him in the first place. Kim Sung-chan casually responded that Jungmoo seemed quite impatient. He then questioned how much Jungmoo truly knew about Selah. Jungmoo frowned and questioned what he was trying to imply. Kim Sung-chan explained that he had once stayed at the same orphanage as Selah, though only for around a year. Hearing this made Jungmoo tense immediately. It was the first time he had ever heard something like this. Selah had never spoken about her family before. Jungmoo questioned what exactly his point was. He remarked that he was done entertaining the conversation and warned him never to contact him again. However, Kim Sung-chan calmly remarked that Jungmoo should also be careful with his words. He stated that unlike privileged people like him, Selah did not have a past she could speak about freely. As Jungmoo prepared to leave, Kim Sung-chan suddenly brought up a man named Min Dong-woo, instantly freezing him in place. Kim Sung-chan stated that Min Dong-woo was currently serving a life sentence for a drunk driving hit-and-run case. He remarked that it had been snowing heavily that night as well, if Jungmoo remembered correctly. Then, without hesitation, he revealed that he was referring to the night Seolha's father had killed his sister. The scene shifted back towards Seolha, who was sitting alone on her bed. Seolha quietly thought about how Jungmoo still had not contacted her since then. She wanted to send him a message first, yet she could not figure out what she was supposed to say. Her eyes slowly drifted toward a button lying on the floor nearby. She gently picked it up, recalling how Jungmoo had accidentally dropped it the night before their trip when he visited her apartment. The memory resurfaced clearly in her mind. Back then, Jungmoo had entered her apartment and remarked that it was his first time seeing her room. Seolha had awkwardly replied that she would have cleaned more thoroughly if she had known he would be coming over. Jungmoo casually stated that the room already looked quite clean. Seolha responded that it was usually even cleaner than this. Shortly afterward, Jungmoo had wrapped his arms around her from behind and remarked that if she lived with him, she would never need to clean again. Seolha had immediately tried to deny it, stating that she could at least handle dinner. However, Jungwoo simply responded that he would gladly take care of that as well. Afterward, they spent time talking together while looking through old photo albums. The atmosphere had been warm and comfortable, and they had laughed together quite a lot. At one point, Jungwoo teasingly remarked that looking through albums was not the real reason he had come over. Solha had softly questioned if that was truly the case before hugging him and admitting that inviting him over had actually been her intention from the beginning. The two of them had continued teasing each other afterward while spending time together happily. Back in the present, Solha quietly reflected on how she had always lived alone in this apartment without issue. Yet today, the entire place strangely felt emptier than usual. The following day at Venus department store, Jeongwoo sat with a troubled expression while recalling the conversation from yesterday. Back then, after Jeongwoo had questioned Kim Song-chan about why he was telling him all of this, Kim Song-chan had calmly explained that he understood better than anyone what people needed in order to live comfortably. Jeongwoo had immediately questioned whether he wanted money. Kim Song-chan straightforwardly affirmed it. He demanded 100 million won as a starting amount and instructed Jeongwoo to deliver it within 3 weeks. He further warned that if he failed to hear from him by then, he would go directly to Selha instead. Recalling those words caused Jeongwoo to let out a frustrated groan. He bitterly noted how well Kim Song-chan understood negotiation tactics. He targeted a person's weakest point and continued digging into it relentlessly until there was no escape left. Jungwoo thought that if money truly was Kim Song-chan's only objective, then fine, he would simply pay whatever amount he demanded. However, another part of the conversation continued weighing heavily on his mind. He recalled Kim Song-chan warning him not to assume it was the only card he had hidden up his sleeve. That remark continued troubling him deeply. Jungwoo quietly wondered what else Kim Song-chan could possibly be hiding. More importantly, the mention of Min Dong-woo would not leave his thoughts alone. The person he hated more than anyone else in the world was Solha's father. Although he understood he should not blindly believe every word Kim Song-chan said, the matter continued lingering heavily in his mind. Finally, Jungwoo called for one of his employees and instructed him to run a complete background check on Min Dong-woo. He ordered him to find out exactly who he was and whether he had truly been responsible for the incident. At the Venus department store, Yoonshim politely attended to a customer before thanking them for their purchase. After the customer left, she stretched lightly and quietly thought that she desperately needed a break. Just then, someone approached from behind and casually remarked that she had never called him. Yoonshim turned around with a welcoming face, prepared to ask what the person wanted, only to freeze in surprise after recognizing Taegun. After purchasing an order, she immediately explained that refunds and exchanges could be processed within 1 week of purchase. Taegun calmly questioned whether she truly did not need any sort of compensation, remarking that he could give her as much as she wanted. However, Yoonshim politely declined and thanked him before bidding him farewell. Taegun simply affirmed it and remarked that he would see her again before finally leaving the store. Shortly afterward, Yoonshim noticed a small gift resting on the counter. Curious, she picked it up and was immediately shocked after recognizing the brand of the lip balm inside. It was extremely expensive, leaving her in pure chaos about why Taegun would give something like this to her. Meanwhile, outside the building, Taegun shoved the remaining gift package to his guard while casually smoking. He quietly remarked that Yoonshim was tougher than he had expected. Even so, he appeared amused rather than frustrated. As smoke drifted through the air, he thought that if he waited patiently long enough, he would probably encounter Solha as well. The scene then shifted toward the office, where Solha informed Jongwoo that Taeyeon Corporation still had not sent a response regarding the matter they had discussed earlier. Jongwoo remarked that the company was taking longer than expected before instructing her to contact President Kim's secretary and ask when they planned to return the proposal. Solha quietly affirmed and prepared to leave. However, as she spoke further, a light cough escaped from her lips. Jongwoo immediately remarked that she must have caught his cold. Solha quickly denied it and insisted that it was only because of the weather. She then stated that she would return to her afternoon tasks and politely asked him to let her know if he needed anything else before stepping out of the office. After she left, Jongwoo sighed quietly before calling her back again. As he stepped closer, he gently held her hand and remarked that he was at least relieved she did not have a fever. Looking at her carefully, he softly instructed her to go home without him tonight. Solha hesitated before questioning whether he had plans for the evening, to which Jongwoo simply affirmed it. Although disappointment briefly crossed her face, she quietly accepted it before leaving. Once outside the office, another cough escaped her lips as she slowly walked down the hallway. She could not ignore how differently Jongwoo had been behaving lately. He appeared anxious for some reason, causing her thoughts to wander toward the possibility of him having a serious conversation with the chairman. Gradually, darker thoughts began filling her mind. She imagined Jongwoo apologizing to her before suggesting they end their relationship. Even while imagining it, she quietly thought that if he truly said those words, she would simply walk away without regrets. Perhaps he would offer her money, or perhaps she would return to focusing entirely on paying off the bank debt. Even so, Solha firmly decided that she needed to speak with him later that night, even if it ended up being over the phone. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts from behind, questioning whether she was referring to her boyfriend. Solha turned in surprise, only to realize it was Mrs. Cha standing there. Mrs. Cha warmly remarked that Solha did not need to feel awkward around her before casually asking whether she had eaten dinner yet, because she herself had not. The scene shifted toward Jungmu, who sat alone in his office while staring at his phone. He quietly wondered whether any pharmacies were still open at such a late hour. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room, and he instructed the person outside to come in. Soon, Mu-young entered the office. Jungmu remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, to which Mu-young casually responded that meeting him after high school had become nearly impossible. Once seated, Mu-young questioned whether Jungmu was truly certain about investigating this matter again. He then revealed several documents and photographs connected to the accident scene. One set contained information about the man involved, while another detailed the injuries suffered during the accident. As Jungmu looked through the papers, his grip slowly tightened. Realizing there had been a possibility she could have survived, caused a painful expression to appear on his face. Bitterly, he thought that if she had died instantly, she would not have suffered so terribly. Mu-young then carefully explained that based solely on the autopsy report and medical opinions, nobody truly knew what happened immediately after the accident occurred. Furthermore, because there had been no visible security cameras in the area at the time, the investigation itself had been extremely difficult. However, while reviewing the case again recently, they discovered there had actually been a rooftop camera attached to a nearby building. Even so, by the time it was discovered, the case had already been settled through other evidence. Mu-young explained that a video analysis expert had reviewed the footage and concluded that the man in the recording matched Min Dongwoo's physical description. Although there remained a small margin of error due to the vehicle not officially being registered under Dongwoo's name, the evidence still strongly suggested he had caused the accident. Silence gradually filled the room as the ticking clock echoed in the background. Even after hearing all of this information, Jungmu quietly realized one painful truth remained unchanged. He still had lost someone precious because of Solha's father. Yet the emotions inside him no longer felt as simple as hatred alone. What had once been a single feeling had now divided into countless complicated emotions he could barely understand. He recalled his mother's words from earlier, when she confessed that she had recently seen his sister in a dream. She had been crying miserably while quietly repeating that she hated winter more than anything else. Soon afterward, another memory surfaced within his mind, the judge's cold statement during the trial, declaring that because the defendant had ignored the victim despite confirming she was still alive, he deserved the sentence handed to him. Those memories twisted painfully together inside Jungmu's heart. One moment he felt overwhelming rage. Next, sorrow and grief consumed him, followed by traces of pity he desperately wished to reject. Yet above all else, the strongest feeling lingering inside him was the unbearable unfairness of everything. His sister had deserved nothing but love and happiness. At the same time, despite knowing all of this, his feelings for Solha continued growing stronger with every passing day. That realization frightened him more than anything else. Tears slowly slipped down his face as he quietly questioned why something so painful had to happen between them. Loving her now felt like an unforgivable sin, and the unfairness of it all became almost impossible for him to endure. Later that night, Solha sat quietly at the bar while absent-mindedly staring into space after Mrs. Cha excused herself to go to the restroom. While waiting alone, Solha recalled how enthusiastically Mrs. Cha had suggested they visit a bar together instead, proudly mentioning that she knew a really good place nearby. In the end, Solha had unexpectedly agreed, though she still found it slightly awkward being alone with her like this. Meanwhile, inside the bar, several women quietly whispered among themselves after noticing a man entering the bar. They remarked that he was the owner of the place. The man calmly informed one of the employees that the whiskey shipment would arrive the following day. The manager respectfully affirmed it and explained that the delivery had been delayed until evening because of the heavy snowfall outside. As the owner casually glanced around the room, his attention unexpectedly landed on Solha, who was quietly smiling while talking with Mrs. Cha. Shortly afterward, the manager questioned whether he planned to head home soon, but the man denied it and remarked that he intended to check the storage room before leaving. Back at the table, Mrs. Cha warmly remarked that the place was lovely, to which Solha agreed while adding that the cocktails were surprisingly good as well. She admitted that she never realized a bar like this existed so close to her home. Mrs. Cha explained that the place had recently been renovated, though it had actually been around for many years. She fondly recalled how she used to visit the bar frequently with Jungmu's father in the past. Then, with a soft smile, she admitted that it was one of the reasons she sincerely supported Solha and Jungmu's relationship. She further revealed that Jungmu even appeared to be seriously thinking about marriage before asking Solha how she personally felt about it. Hearing those words left Solha completely stunned. Sensing her reaction, Mrs. Cha softly remarked that although Jungmu rarely spoke much after the accident, he truly was a warm and kind person. Curious, Solha quietly questioned what accident she was referring to. Mrs. Cha then explained that Jungmu once had a twin sister who had been born only 2 minutes after him. Unfortunately, a hit-and-run accident had taken her life far too early. The moment Solha heard this, she immediately realized the accident Jungmu had mentioned before was actually a hit-and-run case involving his sister. The scene then shifted toward Taegun, who was casually spending time with another woman while having fun. However, despite the cheerful atmosphere, his thoughts unexpectedly drifted back toward Eunshim. He quietly scoffed to himself, thinking that she truly acted difficult to approach. Meanwhile, the woman beside him playfully questioned when they should meet again. Taegun coldly responded that there would not be another meeting, remarking that he never slept with the same woman twice. Offended, the woman questioned whether he was openly calling himself a jerk, before angrily leaving. Left alone once again, Taegun leaned back while irritation slowly crossed his face. He quietly wondered why Kim Sung-chan still had not contacted him yet. Frustrated, he thought that if this was all the information Kim Sung-chan planned to provide, then the entire situation would become useless. He bitterly remarked that Kim Sung-chan only had one simple task to complete. Meanwhile, after leaving the bar, Mrs. Che warmly reminded Soha to return home safely and message her once she had arrived. Soha politely bid her farewell before stepping outside into the snowy streets. The snowfall had grown heavier than she expected, causing her to quietly wonder whether Jungmu was still busy with his meeting. Taking out her phone, she sent him a message asking him to contact her once his meeting was over, because there was something she truly wanted to discuss with him. Since he still had not replied to her messages, Soha quietly decided that she wanted to settle the uneasy matter between them tonight no matter what happened. Suddenly, a voice from behind casually questioned whether her boyfriend was giving her a hard time. Startled, Soha turned around to see the person from that day. He lightly remarked that he could practically hear her sighing from across the street. Feeling slightly awkward, Soha questioned whether he had come outside for a drink or something similar. The man casually responded that it was something along those lines before admitting that, now that he thought about it, they did not even know each other's names. He introduced himself as Kim Wo-wee, and Soha politely introduced herself in return. Noticing the heavy snow continuing to fall, Wo-wee questioned whether she was heading home alone and offered to drive her there instead, explaining that the roads nearby were dangerous because of frequent sliding accidents during winter. However, Soha politely declined and explained that she still had somewhere else she needed to stop by first. Even so, Wo-wee stopped her and insisted on at least giving her an umbrella, remarking that he would feel more comfortable sending her off safely since she might become a regular customer in the future. Soha accepted the umbrella with gratitude before realizing he actually worked at the bar. She admitted that she initially assumed he had simply been another customer. Thanking him once again, she questioned what his bank account number was, because she intended to repay him for the umbrella later. However, Wo-wee casually chuckled that she could simply keep it. After thanking him sincerely, Soha opened the umbrella and slowly walked away into the snowy night. As Wo-wee quietly watched her disappear into the distance, he let out a heavy sigh while recalling the image of another woman from his memories. Deep inside, he quietly wished that person could somehow return to the world as well. Elsewhere, Jungmu remained alone while silently staring at a small figurine resting nearby. As countless thoughts overwhelmed him again, he quietly reflected on the accident involving his sister. He painfully realized that if Hyunyoung had been taken to the hospital immediately, there still would have been a chance she could have survived. Merely thinking about it filled him with unbearable anger. Until now, he had never once stopped to consider what the driver's family might have gone through afterward. Yet fate had cruelly revealed that Solha belonged to that very family. Because of this, Jungmu honestly no longer knew what he was supposed to say to her. Just then, his attention shifted toward his phone. After noticing several missed calls from Solha, he quietly realized that if he continued avoiding her, she would probably remain awake all night waiting for him. Finally making up his mind, Jungmu immediately called her back. On the other side, an unfamiliar voice suddenly answered the call and questioned how he knew Solha. Instantly alarmed, Jungmu questioned who the person was. The stranger quickly introduced himself as a paramedic and explained that they were currently transporting Solha to the hospital. Hearing those words caused Jungmu's breathing to falter completely, as despair immediately consumed him. Without wasting another second, he rushed out immediately. While running through the snowy streets, Jungmu quietly realized something he had probably known from the very beginning. No matter what kind of past Solha carried, and regardless of who her family was, she remained the only person capable of completely filling his world, while also shaking it apart at the same time. Those thoughts consumed him entirely, as he finally arrived at the hospital and saw Solha there. Jungmu once recalled hearing somewhere that it supposedly took only 3 seconds for someone to fall in love at first sight. Back then, during the intern interviews 3 years ago, countless applicants sat before him while repeating nearly identical answers. Most of them proudly stated that Venus was known as one of the finest companies in the industry and claimed they had always dreamed of working there. Listening to them, Jungmoo quietly thought it was painfully obvious they had either memorized prepared scripts or were trying far too hard to leave a favorable impression. At the time, he even questioned whether he would truly be able to find the right person among them at all. However, after personally experiencing it himself, he eventually realized something different. A person did not even need 3 full seconds. The moment Sulha calmly spoke during her interview, something about her naturally caught his attention. She confidently explained that she believed the company's greatest strength was its deep understanding of what consumers truly wanted. Jungmoo still remembered the confidence in her voice and the sincerity visible in her eyes. Those qualities alone had quietly drawn him toward her without him even realizing it. Then, as time passed, her actions slowly began settling deeper and deeper into his thoughts until she eventually became someone permanently engraved within his heart. Before he noticed it himself, she had already become a person he could no longer imagine living without. Yet now, in the present, all those memories only made the situation feel even crueler. Earlier, he had suddenly been informed that a major traffic accident had occurred because of the dangerously slippery roads. During the chaos, Solha had also been caught up in the accident while attempting to cross the street, and she was currently unconscious. Hearing those words caused Jungmoo to rush toward the hospital without a second thought. While driving through the snowy streets, countless thoughts overwhelmed his mind. He bitterly questioned how he could have allowed something like this to happen again. The accident had happened near his house, making him feel as though everything was somehow his fault once more. The moment he arrived at the hospital, he hurried toward the reception desk and anxiously questioned where the patient named Min Solha had been taken after the accident. The receptionist briefly thought before asking whether the woman had long hair. After Jungmoo quickly affirmed it, she directed him toward one of the beds nearby. As Jungmoo approached, he immediately saw Solha lying unconscious with an oxygen mask covering part of her face. Slowly reaching forward, he carefully held her hand before pressing it against his face. The warmth of her skin instantly overwhelmed him. Her hand still felt warm, unlike Hyun-young's hand all those years ago. The memory alone caused tears to slowly gather in his eyes. At that moment, all he could do was feel grateful that he could still feel her warmth beside him. The following morning, the doctor informed Jungmoo that she was relieved he had stayed nearby because Solha apparently had nobody else who could come for her. Immediately, Jungmoo questioned her condition. The doctor calmly explained that Solha had only suffered a light concussion. Fortunately, the car had not directly hit her. Instead, she had fallen backward while trying to avoid the collision. Since she received treatment quickly enough, there was no serious danger to her condition. Even so, Jungmoo quietly questioned why she still had not awakened yet. The doctor explained that Solha was simply sleeping and added that she had likely been under severe stress lately or had accumulated too much fatigue over time. Combined with the physical shock from the accident, her body had simply shut itself down temporarily because it desperately needed proper rest. After hearing those words, Jungmoo silently sat while recalling the doctor's explanation. It almost sounded as though her body itself had finally reached its limit and was pleading for a break. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway before Eunsim suddenly rushed in, calling out for Jungmoo. Clearly worried, she immediately questioned how Solha was doing and whether she was all right. After Jungmoo explained the doctor's words to her, Eunsim sighed in relief after learning Solha had not actually been hit by the car. She remarked that it was unbelievable something like this had happened while Solha was simply walking outside. She also thanked Jungmoo for immediately coming to the hospital for her. However, Jungmoo quietly blamed himself and remarked that Solha should have answered his calls earlier. His voice trembled slightly as he questioned what he would have done if she never woke up again. Hearing him speak like that caused Eunseok to quickly reassure him. She firmly stated that Solha was the strongest person she knew. Back in high school, Solha had once carried her all the way to the hospital herself, while Eunseok had been seriously sick. Because of that, Eunseok confidently believed Solha would recover and return to normal very soon. Suddenly, a nurse came in and questioned whether Solha's guardian was present because the patient had finally regained consciousness. The moment Jungmoo heard those words, he immediately hurried toward her room. As he approached her bedside, he anxiously questioned how she was feeling before finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after seeing the exhausted expression on his face, Solha quietly realized she had never seen him look so tired and worried before. She even wondered whether he had stayed awake beside her the entire night. Despite everything, Solha softly reassured him that she only needed a little rest and asked him not to worry too much. However, Jungmoo tightly held her hand before quietly thanking God that she had awakened. He gently instructed her to lie down again because she still needed rest. Seeing the atmosphere between them, Eunseok quietly stepped out, deciding that she needed to give them some privacy for now. She thought she could always leave Solha a message and return later because the two of them clearly needed time alone together. Later, while Solha slowly ate some soup inside the hospital room, Jungmoo softly questioned whether she wanted him to feed her instead. Embarrassed, Solha quickly denied it and insisted she could manage on her own. Even so, Jongmu teasingly remarked that he genuinely wanted to feed her himself. Solha lightly laughed before changing the topic and remarking that the hospital room looked far too luxurious. Jongmu explained that the doctor strongly emphasized how important proper rest was for her recovery. Looking around the spacious room again, Solha quietly admitted it truly was surprisingly large and comfortable. A moment later, Jongmu gently clasped her hand before apologizing for everything. However, Solha immediately denied that he had done anything wrong. Instead, she softly admitted she felt genuinely happy seeing him as the first person beside her when she opened her eyes. Then, with a faint smile, she remarked that she had never seen him cry before, instantly leaving Jongmu embarrassed and speechless. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the bar, Yoonshim quietly entered while recalling Solha mentioning this place before. Looking around, she immediately thought the interior looked far fancier than she expected. She quietly decided she would only stay long enough for 2 cocktails before leaving again. However, while walking, she accidentally bumped into someone and immediately apologized. The moment she lifted her head, she froze after realizing it was Taegun standing in front of her. Startled, Yoonshim questioned what exactly he was doing there before awkwardly apologizing once again. Yet instead of answering normally, Taegun suddenly grabbed her wrist and sharply pulled her closer. The sudden movement startled Yoonshim completely, causing her to internally curse him while thinking she already knew the man was crazy. However, she never expected him to be reckless enough to behave like this publicly. Before she could even properly react, Taegun tightly pulled her forward and suddenly kissed her, leaving Yoonshim completely stunned. As Yoonshim found herself trapped in Taegun's embrace, she questioned what in the world he was doing and why he was so unexpectedly strong. Irritated, she bit his lips as to push him out. She cursed at him and remarked that being drunk was no excuse to harass someone. Taegun merely stared at her in silence while Yoonshim stated that he should stay where he was because she was about to call the cops. Before she could move any further, an assistant quickly rushed over and pleaded for her to wait. Bowing repeatedly, he apologized on behalf of his boss and explained that Taegun had consumed far too much alcohol. Yoonshim groaned and questioned whether she was simply expected to forgive everything because he happened to be drunk. The assistant continued apologizing without raising his head. Watching the exhausted man bow over and over again reminded Yoonshim of herself whenever she had been forced to deal with difficult customers. She realized the poor man had done nothing wrong and probably could not even go home because of this situation. Letting out a tired sigh, Yoonshim told him to forget the apology and simply keep a close eye on Taegun next time, since there was no telling what he might do in such a state. Afterwards, she quietly stepped outside. The following day, Solha walked onto the terrace to get some fresh air. Suddenly, a warm coffee lightly touched her cheek. Jongmu questioned whether she was feeling cold, though Solha denied it before taking a small sip of coffee. After a brief silence, Jongmu mentioned hearing about her meeting with the chairman the previous week, causing Solha to grow slightly anxious. Noticing her reaction, Jongmu calmly stated that he already understood what she was worried about, but he would never allow such things to happen. He advised her not to let other people's words affect her and instead focus only on him. Hearing those words caused Solha's eyes to turn teary as she suddenly began crying, drawing the attention of nearby patients and onlookers who whispered among themselves about how terrible her husband must have been for making his wife cry. Jongmu immediately embraced her and apologized, remarking that she could blame him for everything instead. However, Solha shook her head and admitted she simply felt grateful, though once she had started crying, she could no longer stop herself. Jongmu gently wiped her tears and remarked that her eyes would become swollen again. He added that even if she tried pushing him away, he still would not let her go, asking her to promise she would never leave him. Solha softly asked to promise her, and Jongmu quietly affirmed that he needed to keep such a promise. As he lifted her chin slightly, the surrounding people remarked that the couple must have made up after their argument. Meanwhile, Solha could only think about how many people were surrounding them at the moment. Just then, Jongmu's phone suddenly buzzed. Glancing at the screen caused his expression to darken slightly. He told Solha to head back inside first because he needed to answer the call, and Solha obediently agreed before walking away. Although she attempted to ignore it, she still wondered whether the call was something urgent. Not long after Jongmu stepped away, several elderly women gathered around Solha and complimented her for having such a dependable husband. They remarked that the two of them looked exactly like newlyweds. One of them recalled how Jongmu had previously introduced himself as her fiancé, though now he was openly referring to himself as her husband. Hearing their words left Solha completely embarrassed as she wondered what in the world they were talking about. Meanwhile, Jongmu answered a call from Kim Sung-chan, who casually greeted him and remarked that it had been a while. Kim Sung-chan joked that he was thankful it was not snowing before questioning how Jongmu had been feeling lately. Jongmu coldly responded that he doubted Kim Sung-chan had called merely to ask about his condition, and told him to get to the point immediately. Kim Sung-chan then questioned whether Jongmu had thought about his earlier offer since the promised deadline was quickly approaching. Jungwoo questioned what promise Kim Sung-chan was referring to because he did not remember making any promises at all. In response, Kim Sung-chan mockingly asked whether he should instead refer to it as a violent threat. He reminded Jungwoo once again that if he refused to comply, he would go directly to Solha. Jungwoo remarked that Kim Sung-chan seemed convinced he held the upper hand, though he was gravely mistaken because he did not believe a single word coming from him. However, Kim Sung-chan merely laughed and advised him to sit back and watch everything unfold. He admitted he could hardly wait to see what would happen next. Immediately afterward, Jungwoo ended the call. Back inside the room, Sola recalled the elderly women mentioning how Jungwoo had previously claimed they were engaged. Lying on the bed, she found herself unconsciously imagining what it would truly feel like to become engaged to him. Yet, along with those thoughts came worries about whether his family would ever accept her. She even began wondering where a proposal would happen and who might eventually give speeches at their wedding. Her thoughts continued wandering until Jungwoo suddenly waved a hand in front of her face and questioned what she was thinking about so deeply. Caught off guard, Seolha immediately blushed and almost admitted she had been thinking about their wedding before quickly correcting herself and awkwardly claiming she had merely been thinking about their Wednesday plans instead. Jungwoo questioned her suspiciously while Seolha nervously remarked there was simply too much to prepare. Jungwoo gently called out for her and asked her to stop thinking about unnecessary things and focus only on him. Hearing those words caused Seolha's heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. Slowly, she reached out and placed a hand against his face before suddenly leaning forward and kissing him, completely catching Jungwoo by surprise. The moment their lips separated, Seolha immediately pushed him away and nervously admitted she did not know what had suddenly come over her. Jungwoo let out a quiet sigh and questioned whether she truly intended to push him aside immediately after kissing him first. Seolha hurriedly attempted to deny it, though Jungwoo simply grasped her face gently before kissing her once again. Seolha let out a soft breath while Jungwoo admitted he had been trying his best not to touch her too much because she was still recovering. However, Seolha lightly tapped against him and shyly remarked that he could touch her whenever he wanted. Hearing those words deeply moved Jungwoo. As he looked down at her small face, he found himself completely captivated by her presence and unable to look away from her any longer. As the two of them continued spending time together, the atmosphere between them became increasingly playful. However, the moment was suddenly interrupted when several nurses rushed into the room after hearing the emergency alarm. One of them quickly called out for Miss Sayla and explained that they had arrived because the emergency button had been pressed. Sayla immediately apologized and awkwardly explained that it had only been a mistake. Meanwhile, Jungwoo sat beside the bed, completely out of breath and silently cursing under his breath because he could barely even speak properly at the moment. The nurses exchanged relieved looks before one of them remarked that she was glad it had not been an actual emergency. After bidding them farewell, the nurses finally left the room. Sola immediately let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling as though she had barely escaped a dangerous situation. Later, after finally being discharged, Sola returned home with Jungwoo accompanying her. Standing outside the house, Sola thanked him sincerely for dropping her off and remarked that she would call him once she got inside safely. Just as Jungwoo was about to leave, he suddenly pulled out a bouquet of flowers and handed them to her, congratulating her on being discharged from the hospital. Solha looked genuinely surprised and questioned when he had even prepared something like this. Smiling brightly, she thanked him and remarked that the flowers were beautiful and smelled wonderful. Seeing her reaction delighted Jungwoo because she clearly liked them far more than he had expected. While holding the bouquet carefully, Sayla hesitated for a moment before awkwardly mentioning that a few of his clothes were still at her house. Jungwoo questioned her curiously, causing Sayla to explain that he could simply take them back while he was already there. She also shyly offered him a cup of tea if he was feeling all right. However, Jungwoo calmly declined and remarked that she could return the vases another time since both of them still had work the next day. After saying so, he quietly stepped inside the car. Watching him leave, Sayla thought he must have been extremely tired after everything that had happened recently. Meanwhile, inside the car, Jungwoo let out a frustrated sigh and admitted to himself that he would not be able to control himself if he entered her house right now. Deep down, he knew he was not confident enough to simply retrieve his clothes and leave peacefully. For the moment, he felt it was better to hold himself back. After some days at the office, Sayla finally returned to work after her leave. Sitting at her desk, she thought about how much unfinished work had piled up during her absence. Before long, several employees approached her one after another with questions regarding different reports and documents. One employee called out to Sayla and questioned whether she still had the report template from the previous year. Sayla immediately affirmed and politely stated that she would send it shortly. Not far away, Jungwoo quietly observed her from a distance. Seeing her calmly return to her normal routine caused a faint smile to appear on his face as he entered his office. As Sayla continued organizing her work, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Yoonshim had texted her, suggesting they should celebrate her recovery and offering to buy her dinner later. Shoa smiled softly while typing a response. However, before she could finish, someone knocked lightly against her desk. Another employee called out for her attention. Sola quickly yunshim from her seat and questioned how she could help. The employee then reminded her about the report she had requested earlier. Meanwhile, inside his office, Jingmu found himself thinking that since both of them would likely leave work early today, perhaps he should invite Sela out for dinner. The thought alone improved his mood slightly, but as he glanced outside through the glass walls, his expression slowly changed. He noticed Sola smiling brightly while speaking with someone unfamiliar. Jungmu narrowed his eyes slightly and questioned who the man was because he had never seen him before. Watching the stranger stand so comfortably near her immediately irritated him. The look on the man's face especially caused Jungmu to groan quietly in displeasure. As Jungmu found himself in quite a difficult situation, he questioned what he should tell the man. Part of him wanted to step forward and admit that he was Solha's boyfriend, while also making it clear that there was no reason for anyone to do anything reckless. However, he did not wish to place Solha in an uncomfortable position, even though the sight before him irritated him greatly. As Solha called out to Jungmu to wake him up, he just noticed the employee had already left. He questioned if she was done for the day, to which Solha affirmed that she had finished her work. Jungmu smiled softly and praised her for doing a great job before suggesting that they should head out together. As they left the office, the scene shifted toward Taegun, who touched his lips while recalling the kiss he had shared with Unshim. He awkwardly questioned Kang-hee about whether she had ever bitten someone's lip before. Kang-hee immediately questioned why he kept saying strange things and asked if he had gotten dumped. Taegun remarked that he was not someone like her, which only annoyed Kang-hee further. He then revealed that the chairman had called and wanted to meet him for dinner later that evening. The following day at Venus, Solha picked up a heavy package and remarked that it weighed far more than she had expected. She could not believe the wrong package had been delivered, and quietly thanked God she did not have to carry it on an empty stomach. Suddenly, a hand reached over and lifted the box for her. Solha turned around and saw Jungmu standing beside her. He reminded her that her wrist had not fully healed yet, causing Solha to thank him warmly as they walked inside together. At the same moment, someone secretly took a photo of them. Nearby, Kim Song-chan smirked to himself before another person suddenly appeared behind him, questioning whether he was enjoying himself. Startled, Kim Song-chan demanded to know who he was. Moo-young calmly told him to relax and remarked that traitors like him deserve to rot in prison. He questioned Kim Song-chan about how much Taegun had paid him. Kim Song-chan attempted to deny everything and claimed he did not know what Moo-young was talking about, but he grabbed him firmly and remarked that perhaps they should have a proper conversation instead. As Moo-young glanced to the side, he noticed Jungmu smiling beside Solha. He quietly admitted that he had never seen Jungmu smile like that before, and finally understood why Jungmu had looked so anxious that day. Later in the evening, Sola stretched her arm and thought that it was finally time to head home. Just then, the employee from earlier approached her and questioned whether she had finished work for the day. He admitted that he had been wondering if she had any dinner plans because he wanted to thank her for helping him earlier that morning. Before Sola could properly respond, another voice suddenly called out to her. Jungmu approached and remarked that he thought she already had plans tonight. The employee immediately stated that he had not realized Mr. Cha was still around, while Jungmu calmly explained that he and Sola already had dinner plans together. Sola chuckled softly at the situation. The employee quickly affirmed that he understood and stated that he would ask another time instead. He politely told them to enjoy their evening before running off. Sola waved farewell and remarked that she would see him again next week. However, once the employee disappeared, Jungmu turned towards Sola and questioned what they had been discussing. Sola explained that they had only talked about the reports needed for tomorrow's meeting, and insisted that their conversation had been entirely work-related. Jungmu acknowledged her explanation, but Sola still questioned why he seemed bothered. Jungmu admitted that even though he knew the two of them had not spoken about anything important, it still irritated him. He confessed that he became jealous and constantly wanted to interfere whenever another man approached her. Half seriously, he even remarked that he wished he could order everyone to contact her only through the company messenger. He further stated that he no longer wished to hide the fact that he was her boyfriend. Hearing those words, Solha quickly placed her hand over his mouth and questioned what he was saying. However, after glancing around the empty office, she let out a relieved sigh and remarked that thankfully everyone had already left for the day. The moment her guard lowered, Jungmu gently grabbed her hand and pulled her closer before kissing her lips. He quietly questioned what she had been so worried about since nobody else was there. Solha shyly questioned what he meant, but Jungmu simply smirked and remarked that they should head home soon. He added that he only needed to grab his car keys first before leaving together. As Sola waited, she found herself recalling how long it had been since they had properly kissed. The last time had been during her stay at the hospital, and even then Jungmu had refused to come too close to her. All they had done was hold hands. While thinking about it, Sola suddenly noticed the key, noting that Jungmu must have forgotten his keycard outside. She stepped into the cabin after spotting it on the desk. Just then, he slowly stepped closer and remarked that he had been wondering where it had gone. Before Sola could properly react, Jungwoo gently pulled her into his embrace. As he wrapped an arm around her waist, he leaned down to kiss her once more, while quietly locking the office door behind them. As Jungwoo and Seolha moved toward the sofa together, Seolha quietly mumbled whether the reason he had left his car key outside earlier was because he had already planned all of this. Jungwoo admitted that he had simply reached his limit. Hearing his response, Seolha noted that he seemed surprisingly prepared. However, she then recalled their previous beach trip and remembered how she herself had secretly carried protection just in case something happened between them. The thought embarrassed her slightly. Soon Jungwoo gently called out to her as the two of them continued spending time together in each other's embrace. The following morning, Seolha stepped out from the bath, only to freeze in surprise. The entire room sparkled with cleanliness, and everything looked perfectly organized. Meanwhile, Jungwoo calmly sat nearby while reading a book, as though nothing unusual had happened. Seolha stared at him in disbelief and remarked that he really did not need to clean the entire place himself. However, Jungwoo casually replied that he had barely done anything at all. His relaxed response only made Seolha feel slightly guilty for leaving the mess behind. A moment later, Jungwoo looked toward her and questioned whether she wanted him to dry her hair, to which Seolha quietly agreed. As Jungwoo carefully dried her hair for her, he softly remarked that her hair felt incredibly soft. Seolha affirmed his words, but as his fingers gently brushed through her hair, she could suddenly feel her heartbeat quickening. She questioned why something so simple was making her heart race so much. Before she could dwell on the feeling any longer, the doorbell suddenly rang. Seolha assumed the food had arrived, and Jungwoo agreed before heading toward the door to receive it. Soon, various dishes began arriving one after another. Jungwoo placed fried chicken and several other foods onto the table, but before they could even start eating properly, the doorbell rang again. Delivery workers continued appearing repeatedly with even more food. Watching the growing pile on the table, Seolha could not help but question how they were supposed to finish all of it. Around 30 minutes later, Seolha leaned back with a deep sigh and remarked that her stomach was about to explode because she could not eat another bite. However, Jungwoo teasingly stated that there was still dessert left before leaning closer and kissing her cheek. Seolha immediately looked shocked and questioned whether they had not already done enough the previous night. Jungwoo replied that it still had not been enough for him. He complained that he had endured the entire night by himself and therefore deserved some sort of reward for being patient. He even admitted that he had struggled not to handle things on his own. Hearing such shameless remarks, Seolha burst into laughter and questioned whether he really did things like that while alone. Jungwoo casually affirmed and questioned why he would not. Seolha admitted that she simply could not imagine him acting that way. In response, Jungwoo gently made her lie down and remarked that she did not need to imagine anything because they could simply continue spending time together instead. Seolha immediately protested and warned him to stop teasing her, threatening to scream if he continued. Jungwoo only smirked and pointed out how she had been staring earlier before questioning whether she truly did not want him near her. Embarrassed by his teasing, Seolha quickly told him to behave himself properly instead. The scene shifted towards Taegun, who greeted Kim Hwa-wi after unexpectedly running into him. Taegun remarked that it had been a long time and admitted that he had not expected Kim Hwa-wi to come there personally. Kim Hwa-wi calmly explained that he had a few things to check himself. Taegun then casually questioned how Wo-hyun had been doing lately and curiously asked whether her younger sister had been well too. His words immediately earned him a cold glare from Kim Hwa-wi. Sensing the hostility, Taegun remarked that there was no need to look at him so frighteningly. Kim Hwa-wi coldly replied that he did not see how any of it was Taegun's business. Taegun eventually shrugged and remarked that Kim Hwa-wi could simply pass along his greetings instead. He added that he wondered what Wo-hyun had been doing recently, and hoped she had been doing all right after shutting herself away for so long. He even suggested that Kim Hwa-wi should bring her outside sometime. However, those remarks only made Kim Hwa-wi more irritated, causing him to crumple the paper in his hand out of frustration. Meanwhile, back with Seolha and Jungwoo, the two stopped by a small shop after work. Seolha looked genuinely delighted, and remarked that she could not believe the shop was still open because she had been wanting to try their food for quite some time. Jungwoo smiled and admitted that he was glad she looked so happy. However, after a brief pause, he suddenly questioned her about the man who kept approaching her at work lately. Seolha quickly realized he was referring to Minhyo and calmly explained his name. The moment she addressed him by his first name, Jungwoo immediately looked annoyed. Seolha noticed his reaction and explained that she had met Minhyo through a study group some time ago, and that he had only recently joined Venus. Jungwoo let out a quiet sigh before questioning why she cannot call him by his name as well. Seolha questioned whether he truly wanted her to call him by his first name. She remarked that it was not exactly difficult, but the thought still felt embarrassing to her. After hesitating for a moment, she softly called him Chungmoo, only to stiffen up immediately afterward. Seeing her reaction, Chungmoo could not help chuckling. Seolha quickly grew embarrassed and complained that he was the one who had asked for it in the first place, though suddenly calling him that felt strange. Chungmu gently took her drink from her hands and calmly remarked that she could call him whatever she felt comfortable with. He explained that he was not trying to pressure her, and admitted that he had only gotten a little jealous earlier. Hearing such an honest confession caused Selha's heart to race again. She quietly affirmed his words, but her voice came out so softly that Chungmu questioned whether she had said something. Flustered, Selha suddenly raised her voice and remarked that she understood already and that they should just leave. Even so, she still shyly called him Chungmu once more. Chungmu noticed how red her face had become and teasingly asked her to repeat it again. However, Selha immediately refused and turned away in embarrassment. The next day at Venus, Selha prepared herself a cup of coffee, while thinking about how sore her entire body felt after sitting and working all day. However, she quietly admitted to herself that work was probably not the only reason behind her exhaustion. As she glanced around the office, the other employees also looked completely drained from the busy schedule. One of the female employees suddenly approached Soha and mentioned that the CEO had apparently been looking for her earlier. Before Soha could respond properly, the employee hesitantly questioned whether she and the CEO were dating by any chance. Startled by the sudden question, Soha immediately denied it and questioned where such a rumor had come from. The employee explained that there had already been articles online mentioning the two of them together, although the reports claimed it was probably a misunderstanding. Soha quickly insisted that it truly was a misunderstanding. However, the employee only laughed and remarked that misunderstanding or not, the two of them would honestly make a very cute couple. The other employee agreed and openly stated that they fully supported the idea. Hearing everyone react so naturally left Soha unsure whether anyone actually believed her denial anymore. Before Soha could dwell on it further, Ms. Han suddenly revealed that she had exciting news to share. She happily announced that her boyfriend had proposed to her and that they were planning to get married early next year. Soha's expression immediately brightened as she warmly congratulated her. Ms. Han then mentioned how terrifying last Friday had been for her. Hearing those words instantly made Soha panic internally. Han had somehow overheard her private moments with Jungmu. However, Ms. Han quickly explained that she had lost her engagement ring that day, and that Ms. Yoon had thankfully helped her find it. Relieved, Soha smiled and remarked that she was glad everything had worked out. The employee admitted that losing something so precious would have devastated her completely. As Soha looked at Ms. Han's bright expression, she quietly thought about how happy she seemed. Watching her speak so lovingly about marriage made her wonder if this was what it truly felt like to prepare for a future with someone one loved. To her, it looked genuinely beautiful. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Taegun, who carefully examined several photos presented before him. He questioned Kim Song-chan about why he was only receiving this information now. Kim Song-chan explained that he had only recently managed to uncover everything. Taegun then questioned whether Jungmu had failed to take the bait after all, though he admitted that it made sense because Jungmu was never the type to be easily manipulated. Nearby, Kim Song-chan silently clenched his fist while thinking bitterly that he would never have ended up in such a miserable position if it had not been for Muyong. He angrily questioned when Jungmu had even managed to investigate his background in the first place. He noted that the drug addiction of this person has got him into this mess. Meanwhile, Taegun casually tossed the photos aside and thanked Kim Song-chan for bringing him something entertaining at last. He admitted that he had been getting bored lately and wondered what kind of reaction Solha would have once she eventually discovered the truth hidden inside those files. Back at Venus, Sola entered Jungwoo's office and calmly reported that she had already emailed all the necessary files to him. She also informed him that tomorrow's afternoon meeting had been scheduled for 5 o'clock exactly. Jungwoo thanked her for handling everything so carefully before suddenly questioning how she was feeling today. Sola immediately affirmed that she was completely fine. However, Jungwoo still apologized for keeping her awake late the previous night even though she had work the next morning. Embarrassed by his concern, Sola quickly denied that he needed to apologize for anything. Still, she quietly thought about how much pent-up frustration he seemed to have been holding in and wondered just how many times she had ended up paying the price for it. Despite feeling shy, Sola admitted that she had genuinely enjoyed spending time with him. As she awkwardly prepared to leave the office, her eyes suddenly landed on a hairpin resting on the sofa nearby. Embarrassed, she immediately rushed over and snatched it away before anyone else could notice it. While leaving the office, she quietly thanked God for finally finding it because she had been searching for it everywhere earlier. After Sola stepped out, Jungwoo glanced toward the sofa and found himself recalling the intimate moments they had shared there together. The memories alone were enough to embarrass him slightly. He quietly admitted to himself that Sola somehow managed to stir him up more and more every single day. Feeling the need to clear his thoughts, he eventually stepped outside for some fresh air. Later that night, Sola lay comfortably on her bed after finishing her shower. Exhausted from another busy day, she reflected on how peaceful everything currently felt. She wondered what Jungwoo might be doing at that very moment. As she looked at her phone, she recalled the employee's earlier words about how the two of them would make a cute couple together. Sola quietly realized that they probably would not be able to hide their relationship forever. Just then, her phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call from Jungmoo, causing her to quickly sit up and answer immediately. Jungmoo questioned whether she was free to talk and admitted that he had been wondering what she was doing. Sola replied that she had simply been lying in bed after her shower. She shyly admitted that she had actually been about to call him herself because she wanted to hear his voice. Her honest confession immediately made Jungmoo blush. Trying to hide it, he jokingly remarked that perhaps he should have waited a little longer then. A moment later, he questioned whether she had decided where she wanted to go during the weekend. Sola replied that she was still thinking about it, though she admitted she had already planned out the entire day in her head. Curious, Jungmoo questioned where she wanted to go, and Sola mentioned a small place near her house. Hearing that, Jungmoo sounded surprised and questioned whether she truly meant there. Deep down, he even found himself wondering whether he should simply skip work altogether for her. As Sola mentioned wanting to visit a nice and steamy place together, Jungmoo found those words lingering in his mind for days. By the time their outing finally arrived, he had already filled his head with countless assumptions without even properly asking where they were actually going. However, the moment he arrived, all of his expectations disappeared at once. Standing inside the sauna, Jungmoo silently admitted to himself that the place was indeed warm and steamy, though certainly not in the way he had imagined. Meanwhile, Sola looked completely relaxed as she remarked that the atmosphere felt surprisingly nice. Jungmoo questioned how she was able to remain inside the sauna for such a long time without struggling. Sola calmly affirmed that enduring the heat longer somehow made her feel more refreshed afterward. Jungmoo then remarked that she had looked so focused earlier that he had not even been able to speak to her properly. He added that the hot and steamy atmosphere had unexpectedly put him in a certain mood while leaning slightly closer toward her. Hearing his teasing tone, Sola immediately groaned and asked him not to phrase things like that. Pretending innocence, Jungmoo questioned what she meant and clarified that he had only been talking about challenging her to see who could stay inside the sauna longer. Meanwhile, Sola quietly fanned herself, feeling her face grow warmer as she thought that he had truly become far more mischievous these days. At that moment, a small ball suddenly rolled across the floor nearby. A little boy hurried over and remarked that he was certain it had rolled in their direction. Sola quickly picked up the ball and handed it back to him, making the children beam with happiness as they thanked her politely. Watching the children happy, Sola softly remarked that they were adorable. Jungmoo quietly observed her expression while she watched the children with obvious affection. A little later, Sola returned to sit beside him and revealed that the children had even given her a small gift in return for helping them. Seeing how genuinely happy she looked, Jungmoo questioned whether she liked children very much. Sola immediately affirmed that she loved children and admitted that becoming a teacher had always been her dream. Hearing that answer made Jungmoo question how many children she wanted if she ever got married someday. However, the moment the word married left his mouth, Sola suddenly processed the direction of their conversation. Her cheeks immediately turned red, and she awkwardly admitted that she was not sure before quickly suggesting that they should move to another room instead. Jungmoo teasingly questioned whether the next room was another hot and steamy one too. Sola groaned once again and explained that it was simply the ice-cold sauna room there, and that they could continue their challenge inside. Later that night, the two quietly walked down the road together while holding hands. As the city lights glowed around them, Sola softly remarked that Christmas was already approaching soon. Curious, she questioned what Jungmoo had done during Christmas the previous year. Jungmoo explained that he had originally wanted to have dinner with her back then, but Eunshim had ended up taking her away first instead. Hearing that, Sola chuckled softly before admitting that she had already made plans with Eunshim ahead of time this year. That way, she explained, she would be able to spend Christmas together with her boyfriend instead. Her honest words immediately caused Jungmoo to smile without realizing it. Sola then questioned whether he already had something special planned for the two of them, to which Jungmoo admitted that he was still thinking about it because there were simply too many things he wanted to do together with her. However, before the conversation could continue further, Jungmoo's phone suddenly buzzed. The moment he checked the screen, he saw a message from the chairman informing him about a meeting with Taken Group scheduled for later that night and ordering him to attend without fail. Seeing his expression change slightly, Sola questioned whether something important had happened. Jungmoo quickly denied it and casually claimed that it was nothing more than spam. Although he hid his true thoughts well, the message clearly lingered in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, Sola suggested that they head inside somewhere warm and watch a movie together, to which Jungmoo immediately agreed. Once inside the theater, the atmosphere around them became quiet and comfortable. However, while the movie continued playing on the large screen, Jungmoo found himself paying far more attention to Sola than to the film itself. Watching her smile so naturally beside him made him quietly wish he could protect moments like these forever. As the movie continued, Jungmoo found himself staring at her more and more. Deep down, he wished that Sola could remain the very first person he saw every morning and the last person beside him every night. He wanted to spend ordinary days together with her without constantly worrying about everything surrounding them. Suddenly noticing his gaze, Seolha glanced toward him and softly whispered whether the film was good. In response, Jungwoo simply smiled faintly. Although he knew there was no exact way to measure love, he quietly believed that his feelings for her had already grown far deeper and stronger than he could properly express. Resting his head gently against her shoulder, he silently admitted to himself that Seolha was far too good for someone like him. Even so, despite all his fears and insecurities, one thought remained absolutely certain in his heart. No matter what happened in the future, he did not want to lose her, and he had no intention of ever letting her go. Elsewhere, the chairman Cha sat at the dining table together with Taegun and Kanghee while quietly checking his phone. The screen showed that Jungwoo had already read the message he had sent earlier. Kanghee casually remarked that his son must be very busy tonight. In response, the chairman Cha calmly explained that Jungwoo had mentioned something urgent coming up unexpectedly. He suggested that they simply enjoy a light dinner for the evening and arrange a proper meeting with all the parents another time instead. Hearing those words, Taegun silently found the situation amusing. He thought about how the chairman could not even control his own son properly and internally remarked how pathetic it seemed. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Jungwoo, who was instead spending time with Seolha and completely ignoring everything else around him. That night, Seolha groaned softly while hugging a pillow tightly in bed. Nearby, Jungwoo quietly placed a cup of coffee beside her before sitting down. The moment Seolha looked at him, her face immediately turned red again. Jungwoo noticed her expression and questioned why she kept glaring at him like that. Seolha immediately replied that he already knew the reason and told him to look at the current situation properly. Jungwoo casually remarked that it was only 11, but Seolha quickly argued that they had arrived home around 7 earlier and complained that she was definitely going to do whatever she wanted next time instead. She even warned him that she would make things difficult for him on purpose. Hearing her complaints only made Jungwoo smile as he calmly remarked that he was already looking forward to it. His response caused Seolha to groan once again in embarrassment. Eventually, Jungwoo gently told her to rest properly because he still had some work left to finish. Seolha questioned whether he needed any help, but Jungwoo denied it and assured her that everything was fine. He explained that he would return soon before quietly leaving the room. Left alone, Seolha lay there for a moment while thinking about how familiar this situation had become. However, she quickly realized there was absolutely nothing for her to do because Jungwoo's house was unbelievably clean and organized. Feeling slightly bored, she eventually decided to take a look around the place instead. As she quietly wandered through the house, she eventually peeked into another room and froze at the sight before her. Jungwoo sat there calmly while working, with a pair of glasses resting on his face. The sight immediately caught Seolha off guard. A faint blush crossed her cheeks as she stared at him in silence while thinking about how good he looked wearing glasses. Noticing her presence, Jungwoo glanced toward her and apologized, remarking that his work was taking longer than he had expected. However, instead of replying normally, Seolha immediately told him not to remove the glasses. Deep down, she could not stop thinking about how attractive he looked like this. To her, it genuinely felt unfair how he somehow managed to look good in absolutely everything he wore. On top of that, he had a perfect body and excelled at his work too. The more she stared at him, the more unreal he seemed in her eyes. Suddenly, Jungwoo reached out and gently pulled Seolha onto his lap while questioning whether she planned to keep staring at him forever. Embarrassed, Seolha quickly denied it and explained that it was simply not every day she got to see him looking like this. In response, Jungwoo leaned closer and placed a brief kiss against her lips before quietly asking her to stop affecting him like this all the time. Seolha immediately denied doing anything at all, but Jungwoo only wrapped his arms around her more tightly. Resting his chin against her shoulder, he admitted that he genuinely did not want her to leave or go back home anymore. Hearing his honest words made Seolha smile softly. She calmly reminded him that she could always come over whenever possible. However, Jungwoo seemed unwilling to settle for something so simple. After thinking for a moment, he casually suggested that perhaps he should move into the house next to hers instead, or that maybe the two of them should simply live together. Seolha became slightly surprised by Jungwoo's sudden remark about living together. The thought immediately began forming in her mind before she could stop it. She imagined the two of them waking up in the same house every morning, going to work together, spending the entire day side by side, and returning home together afterward. Just imagining him being the first person she saw every morning caused her heart to race uncontrollably. The thought alone made her chest flutter with warmth. However, as those feelings grew stronger, the chairman's harsh words from before suddenly resurfaced in her mind. She recalled him coldly remarking that she must have enjoyed herself enough already, and that it was time for her to know her place. The memory caused Seolha's expression to dim slightly. Jungwoo immediately noticed the change on her face and quietly assured her that he would make sure his father would never interfere with them. Seolha quickly denied that it was not because of that. Hearing her hesitation, Jungwoo questioned what was truly bothering her and asked her to tell him honestly if there was anything he could do better, because he was willing to work on it. Seolha immediately denied that there was anything wrong with him at all. She softly admitted that the idea of their future together simply made her overwhelmingly happy. Hearing those honest words caused Jungwoo to lean closer against her while quietly admitting that he felt exactly the same way. As his gaze drifted toward the ring box nearby, he silently thought that he had once again failed to hold himself back. Deep down, he knew he was becoming impatient because he constantly wanted to confirm their love over and over again. The following day, the scene shifted toward the cafeteria, where Eunsim happily remarked that nothing felt better than drinking a cup of coffee during lunch. Sola questioned whether the shop had been busy earlier, and Eunsim immediately affirmed that customers had been coming in non-stop all day. While chatting casually, Eunsim suddenly mentioned that their father's birthday was approaching soon. She suggested letting her prepare something special this year, and proudly stated that she planned to cook using only the highest quality beef. However, Solha immediately denied the idea and insisted that Eunsim should simply rest during the weekend instead of overworking herself. Eunsim tried protesting again, but Solha firmly refused once more. While listening to Eunsim speak about family preparations, Solha quietly realized that she would eventually need to tell Jungwoo about her father properly someday. Suddenly, Eunsim noticed something else and teasingly questioned why Solha's man was actually spending time with a friend for once. Solha replied that Jungwoo had mentioned meeting an old high school friend. Eunsim immediately questioned whether the friend was a man or a woman. To Eunsim's shock, Solha admitted that she had not even asked. Eunsim stared at her in disbelief and remarked that although she was happy they could spend time together today, she could not understand why Solha had ignored the most important question entirely. Solha eventually replied that she would ask him after work later. In response, Eunsim warned her that she absolutely better ask him properly. Later that evening around 6 o'clock, Jungwoo quietly prepared to leave, while Solha stood nearby feeling strangely uneasy. Noticing her expression, Jungwoo questioned what she had been thinking about so seriously. Solha hesitated for a moment before admitting that she had been wondering whether his friend was a man. She quickly added that she did not particularly care even if it turned out to be a woman, though her nervousness clearly betrayed her words. Hearing this, Jungwoo let out a faint hum and teasingly questioned why she suddenly seemed so concerned about it. Solha awkwardly tightened her grip on her laptop and quietly remarked that as long as the person was truly just a friend, everything was fine. In response, Jungwoo gently lifted her chin and assured her that he would introduce the two of them next time. However, he also reminded her not to run off somewhere while he was gone, because she was the one constantly making him anxious lately. Hearing those words immediately caused Solha to blush. At that moment, she quietly concluded that the mysterious friend was probably a man after all. Meanwhile, Jungwoo eventually arrived at a restaurant where Mu-young was already waiting for him. Mu-young waved casually the moment he saw him. Jungwoo remarked that Mu-young must have arrived early and questioned whether he had been waiting long. Mu-young admitted that he had been there for a little while already and had even finished his first drink. While looking at him carefully, Mu-young suddenly questioned what was with the scarf because Jungwoo had always complained about scarves being uncomfortable before. Jungwoo casually replied that it had been a gift. Soon afterward, the conversation shifted toward Kim Song-chan. Jungwoo questioned whether Mu-young had not previously claimed he would completely handle Kim Song-chan himself. Mu-young calmly explained that dealing with Kim Song-chan had not been too difficult because there was already plenty of dirt connected to him. However, he warned that Kim Song-chan might eventually side with Taegun again, and perhaps already had. Mu-young then added that he had also investigated Taegun further and had brought the files with him so they could discuss everything later. Elsewhere, Solha eventually returned to her apartment feeling completely full after overeating once again. As she stood near the entrance, her phone suddenly rang. At first, she assumed it was probably Eunsim calling her. However, the moment she checked the screen, she realized it was Jungwoo instead. She quickly stepped outside after hearing him mention that he was nearby and missed her. Wondering what was happening, Solha hurried out while recalling the sound of his voice from the call. Soon she spotted Jungwoo standing nearby waiting for her. Solha immediately called out to him and questioned what he was doing there so suddenly. At that moment, Jungwoo quietly recalled his earlier meeting with Mu-young. He remembered Mu-young mentioning the files and suggesting they discuss everything further later on. However, Jungwoo had stopped him and requested that he forget everything he was about to say along with everything he had already mentioned before. Mu-young had replied that he had not truly uncovered anything new, though he questioned whether Jungwoo was genuinely okay with burying it all. Back in the present, Jungwoo approached Solha while silently thinking that, of course, he was not truly okay. However, one thing remained certain in his mind. The accident involving Hyunyoung would never have happened if he had been there beside her that day. Since he believed himself to be the cause of everything, he decided that he alone should continue carrying the guilt. As he wrapped his arms tightly around Solha, he firmly recalled his final decision from earlier. He had already instructed Moonseung to bury the matter completely, destroy every file and pretend none of it had ever happened. Jungmu believed this was the decision despite the risks involved. As Jungmu recalled his earlier conversation with Muyong, he remembered Muyong questioning whether he was truly certain about his decision since nothing completely new had been discovered yet. After remaining silent for a moment, Jungmu quietly questioned whether Muyong had ever wanted something so desperately in his life before. He admitted that it had already been 10 years since he had begged and prayed for Hyunyoung to survive. For 10 whole years he had lived without wanting anything for himself again until Solha entered his life. Jungmu confessed that he did not think he would be able to continue living with himself if he lost this as well. Because of that, he firmly decided that everything should be buried completely. He instructed Muyong to get rid of all the files and pretend none of it had ever happened. No matter the consequences, this was the decision he had chosen for himself. Back in the present, Solha carefully looked at Jungmu's face while hugging him and questioned whether everything was truly alright because he hardly ever drank alcohol. Jungmu smiled faintly and replied that he had simply missed her. Solha immediately mumbled that he was clearly lying. However, Jungmu calmly affirmed that he truly meant it and admitted that he had missed her so much that he could not stop himself from coming to see her. Solha softly remarked that he smelled strongly of alcohol. Hearing that, Jungmu questioned whether he should leave then. Instead of answering properly, Solha immediately hugged him tighter and denied wanting him to go anywhere. She quietly admitted that she had missed him a lot as well and felt happy that he had come to see her. Jungmu remarked that the weather was cold outside and suggested that they should hurry inside together. Once inside the apartment, Solha mentioned that it was fortunate they still had some office clothes there because he could simply wear them the next morning. As she carefully looked through his shirt, Jungmu suddenly approached from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. She quietly questioned how long he intended to keep hugging her so closely instead. In response, Jungmu gently kissed her cheek and calmly replied that he intended to hold her forever. Hearing that caused Solha to chuckle softly before telling him to at least wash up first. However, Jungmu lowered his head slightly and questioned whether she could not simply help wash him instead. The moment he looked at her with those eyes, Solha felt herself becoming flustered again. Deep down, she admitted to herself that it became difficult refusing him whenever he looked at her like that. Even so, she quickly pushed him toward the bathroom and firmly remarked that he was sober enough to wash his face by himself. After he disappeared inside, Solha quietly let out a relieved sigh. She thought it was strange how he had gone out to meet a friend for once, only to come back drunk afterward, especially when he normally never drank at all. Although she felt relieved nothing bad seemed to have happened, she still found herself slightly worried about him. Later that night, Sela eventually fell asleep beside him while Jungmu quietly stroked her hair and held her close. The following morning at the office, Jungmu helped Sela organize several documents and took care of some work alongside her. Sela remarked that she could finish the remaining tasks alone, but Jungmu denied it and explained that things would be completed faster if they worked together. While watching him organize the files, Sela suddenly questioned whether he remembered anything from the previous night. Hearing her question caused Jungmu to pause briefly before questioning why she was asking that all of a sudden. He cautiously asked whether he had done something wrong while drunk. Sela quickly denied it and replied that she had only been curious about whether he remembered anything at all. Her words caused Jungmu to recall fragments of his drunken behavior from earlier, immediately making him blush slightly in embarrassment. Trying to escape the topic, he awkwardly remarked that she had said she needed to finish something urgent and could leave first if she wanted. However, Sela immediately smiled and pointed out that he clearly did remember after all. She teasingly reminded him how stubborn he had been while repeatedly asking her to hug him. Flustered, Jungmu quickly denied her words and insisted that all they had done was fall asleep while holding hands together. Sela merely continued teasing him and remarked that her memory of the night sounded quite different from his version. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Yoonshim, who was organizing some documents at the store. As her eyes landed on the gift Taegun had previously given her, she quietly recalled their earlier conversation together. She had originally planned on returning the gift to him, though now she felt like simply throwing it away instead. Before she could think further, a customer suddenly approached the counter and demanded a refund. Yoonshim immediately noticed that the neckline of the clothing item appeared stretched and stained. She politely apologized and explained that they could not provide refunds for damaged products. However, the customer angrily argued that the stain had already been there when he purchased it the previous day. Yoonshim immediately grew irritated because she clearly remembered the item being completely new at the time of purchase. Just as the argument escalated further, footsteps approached nearby. Taegun appeared and questioned what all the noise was about, remarking that the man was not the only customer inside the store. The customer angrily questioned who Taegun thought he was and threatened to file a complaint because he was furious. Taegun simply sighed and pointed out that not only was the shirt stained, but even the neckline had clearly been stretched afterward as well. Hearing that caused the customer to hesitate slightly. The man then attempted to argue that the fabric quality itself must have been poor. In response, Taegun calmly questioned that if the man felt so confident about his claim, then why not settle the matter in court instead? Nearby, Unsiu silently cursed inwardly and wished the troublesome customers would simply leave already. Around 15 minutes later, Unshim politely bowed and told the customer to have a good day despite his continued complaints. The man stormed out furiously while shouting that he would never return to the store again. Once he finally left, Taegun immediately questioned whether Unshim had lost her mind because there had been no reason to offer the man a refund in the first place. However, Unshim calmly explained that she simply did not want to turn the issue into something unnecessarily large. Afterwards, she firmly asked Taegun to leave as well, and warned him that if he continued standing around there, she would call security herself. Just as she turned to leave, Taegun quickly stopped her and admitted that he had actually come there to apologize. Unshim questioned what exactly he meant by that. Taegun quietly explained that he felt sorry for the way he had treated her that night, because he had been drunk at the time. He then carefully added that if she was willing to give him another chance, he would like to take her out to dinner sometime. Afterwards, late at night at a hotel, where Unshim lay down onto the bed while she remained half undressed, while a smug smile appeared across Taegun's face as he looked at her. After spending the night with a girl, Taegun sat quietly while smoking a cigarette. As the smoke Unshim into the air, he recalled their earlier conversation together. He remembered apologizing for the way he had treated her before, and questioning whether she would allow him to take her out for dinner sometime. However, Unshim had calmly accepted his apology while firmly refusing the invitation. She explained that she had no intention of becoming just another one of his toys. The memory lingered in Taegun's mind in silence. At that moment, the same woman from before suddenly approached him from behind and wrapped her arms around him. She questioned whether he had sobered up yet, and complained that he would not even give her a kiss. Although she admitted that she already understood their relationship was only meant to last one night, she still remarked that he was being unusually cold toward her. Taegun merely took another drag from his cigarette and coldly told her to be quiet. The next day, the scene shifted toward the correctional facility. Solha nervously checked her phone while messaging Unshim, who asked whether she had arrived safely. Shortly afterward, Unshim added that she had prayed all night for Solha to receive good news today. As Solha waited quietly outside, she found herself wondering whether her father would truly agree to meet her this time either. However, before she could continue thinking about it, the door suddenly opened. The sight before her immediately shocked her into silence. Solha trembled in disbelief before softly calling out to her father. The emotions she had suppressed for years instantly overwhelmed her, causing her voice to shake as she admitted how much she had missed him all this time. Seeing her cry, her father gently told her not to cry like that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jungmu quietly recalled what Muyoung had told him earlier about Solha not seeing her father for the past 10 years. He wondered whether she had successfully met him today. Deep down, he quietly assumed she had probably cried the moment she saw him. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. Without hesitation, he immediately checked the message and saw Solha informing him that she was currently waiting for the bus home. A moment later, Jungmu called her directly. As Solha answered the phone, Jungmu immediately remarked that the weather was cold outside and offered to pick her up personally instead. However, Solha denied needing help and explained that the bus would arrive soon anyway. Jungmu calmly replied that if traffic became too heavy, he would still come to get her. Solha softly affirmed his words before telling him that she would see him later that night. After ending the call, Solha quietly reflected on how relieved she felt after finally seeing her father again. However, another thought continued lingering in her mind. She could not stop wondering about the mysterious letter her father had mentioned earlier. She recalled asking him whether there was anything he needed or wanted. In response, her father had warmly replied that he already had everything he needed as long as his beautiful daughter was there with him. However, he also admitted that some people were not as fortunate as he was. He then confessed that no matter how hard he tried, he still could not remember anything about the day of the incident itself. He questioned how someone could fail to remember his crime. Because of that guilt, he admitted that he could never bring himself to face her all these years. Recently, however, he had received a strange letter asking him to regain his memories of the incident and reunite with his family again. Remembering those words caused Solha to quietly question who could possibly have sent such a letter. As snow slowly began falling around her, Solha looked upward and softly remarked that it was snowing already. She quietly regretted not bringing an umbrella with her earlier. The falling snow suddenly reminded her of the man who had lent her an umbrella before, though it had eventually been crushed during the accident near the restaurant. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward the restaurant itself, where Kim Wo-wee questioned his assistant about Director Cho because he had not heard anything from him recently. The assistant explained that Director Cho had not visited even once since the previous week, and the same situation applied to Kim Song-chan as well. Hearing that caused Kim Wo-wee to wonder whether the two had suddenly found some new hobby instead. Just then, his attention shifted toward the entrance as he noticed Soha standing nearby. Soha awkwardly greeted him while quietly admitting that she could not properly remember his name. She apologized and explained that she had come to thank him for lending her the umbrella before, even though she could not return the same one because it had been damaged. Kim Wo-wee calmly replied that he had already prepared an even better umbrella for her instead. Soha smiled politely and remarked that she was glad to hear that before preparing to leave. However, before she could walk away, Kim Woo questioned whether she was feeling all right now. He explained that he had heard about the major accident that had happened nearby earlier and wondered whether she had gotten caught up in it somehow. He further admitted that since she never returned to give back the umbrella, he had remained curious about her situation. Kim Woo also pointed out that the woman Soha had come with previously did not seem to know much about it either. He teasingly questioned whether it was supposed to be a secret. In response, Soha chuckled softly and admitted that she simply had not wanted her to worry unnecessarily. Kim Woo then remarked that if Soha and her friend ever returned together again, he would gladly prepare drinks for them free of charge. Suddenly, another voice interrupted the conversation and casually remarked that he would like to join them as well. At that moment, Jungwoo stepped forward and gently pulled Soha closer beside him. Earlier, only 5 minutes before arriving, Jungwoo had been quietly worrying while wondering whether Soha had reached home safely. She had mentioned making a quick stop to return an umbrella first. However, irritation immediately surfaced inside Jungwoo the moment he saw Soha standing beside another handsome man while handing over the umbrella. For a brief second, he had even considered turning the car around entirely. Back in the present, Kim Woo simply grinned as he looked between the two of them before casually remarking that he must be Soha's boyfriend. As Sola affirmed that he was, she called out to Jungwoo and explained that he worked at the bar his mother liked visiting. Kim Woo then reached out his hand and introduced himself with a polite smile, remarking that it was a pleasure meeting him. However, before the conversation could continue, someone suddenly called out for the boss, making Sola realize that Kim Woo was actually the owner of the bar. His assistant quickly approached and began reporting something regarding one of the guests staying in the rooms upstairs. Hearing this, Kim Woo apologized and stated that he had to leave for now. Before walking away, he smiled warmly at Sola and remarked that he hoped to see her again soon. As he headed inside, Jungwoo glanced towards Sola and quietly suggested that they should leave as well, to which she agreed. After arriving at her place, Soha thanked him for dropping her off. However, she quickly noticed the faint frown resting on his face, since earlier he had remained unusually quiet, making her wonder what had been bothering him. After a brief silence, Jungwoo questioned how her visit with her father had gone. Soha responded that it had gone really well, and admitted that she had been extremely happy seeing him again after such a long time. Jungwoo then remarked that he had heard she had not seen her father in nearly 10 years, so he was glad they had finally reunited. Soha smiled softly and stated that she would introduce the two of them properly next time. Jungwoo calmly replied that he would come whenever she wanted. A quiet warmth settled between them before Jungwoo suddenly leaned slightly closer and remarked that he had noticed something earlier. He pointed out that she had stopped calling him Jungwoo. With a teasing smile, he asked her to say it again. Sola immediately felt embarrassed after hearing his request. Being put on the spot made it awkward for her, yet she also knew she could not keep calling him Mr. Cha, or simply refer to him as her boyfriend forever. After hesitating for a moment, she softly murmured his name. Jungwoo then remarked that he could not hear her properly. Blushing even more, Sola finally admitted that she had missed him a lot today while calling him Jungwoo once again. Hearing this made Jungwoo grin warmly as he confessed that he had missed her as well. As the two quietly gazed at each other, Jungwoo suddenly questioned when she had borrowed an umbrella from Kim Woo. She casually remarked that next time she would rather run in the rain. Jungwoo quickly denied it and insisted it was completely fine. However, from the way he spoke, she could tell he clearly cared far more than he pretended to. The following day, the two spent time together at a barbecue gathering. Jungwoo questioned whether she was truly sure about grilling the meat alone this time, but Soha confidently affirmed that she wanted to try doing it herself. Unfortunately, only moments later, a huge blaze erupted from the grill, causing her to groan in frustration while Jungwoo stared at the scene in disbelief. Later, while spending time near the swimming pool, Jungwoo called out and questioned whether she was still changing. Moments afterward, Soha finally stepped outside, instantly making his heartbeat race. Soha quietly remarked that the weather still felt a little chilly, while Jungwoo internally cursed himself for completely forgetting she would appear in a bikini. Having eaten too much earlier, he suddenly felt awkward and embarrassed himself. Suddenly, Soha lost her footing on the slippery floor and nearly fell, causing Jungwoo to shout her name in alarm. She ended up falling straight into the pool, forcing Jungwoo to jump in after her. As water splashed around them, Jungwoo immediately questioned whether she was all right, and apologized for falling in with her so suddenly. While helping her steady herself, his gaze unintentionally drifted toward her bikini, causing Soha to quickly hide herself while covering her stomach with embarrassment. Jungwoo gently touched her face and softly remarked that she did not need to hide anything from him because he had already seen every side of her before. The atmosphere between them gradually turned warmer as he leaned closer and kissed her. As Jungwoo moved closer, he continued enjoying his private time with Soha by the pool. After the two had finally calmed down, Jungwoo smiled at her warmly. However, Soha immediately flinched and questioned whether he was being serious, remarking that he was starting again already. In response, Jungmoo teasingly stated that she was the one who had made him like this in the first place. He then questioned whether she truly planned on leaving him hanging like this. Solha tried explaining that it was not exactly what she meant, but before she could finish properly, Jungmoo gently lifted her into his arms and remarked that they should continue this on the bed instead. Solha groaned and questioned whether they could at least take a quick break first. Despite her complaints, the atmosphere between them remained warm and playful as Jungmoo carried her inside. Meanwhile, the scene later shifted toward Eunshim during the night. As she hurried through the quiet streets, she recalled how unusually empty the area seemed today. While continuing forward, she suddenly heard footsteps and a voice coming from behind her. Startled, she glanced back for a brief moment and noticed someone following nearby. However, she quickly averted her gaze and wondered whether the person perhaps lived around the area as well. Unfortunately for her, the person turned out to be Taegun. As Eunshim immediately picked up her pace, Taegun continued following after her while questioning why she kept ignoring him. Eunshim coldly replied that he already knew the reason. However, Taegun denied knowing anything about it at all. Hearing his response only made Eunshim sigh in frustration. She then convinced herself that the best option would be pretending he was not even there. Without saying another word, she continued walking ahead, while trying her best to ignore him completely. At the same time, the scene shifted back towards Solha, who continued spending peaceful moments with Jungmoo. After spending intimate time together, the following morning arrived quietly as Solha slowly woke up beside Jungmoo. The moment she regained her senses, a deep blush spread across her face as she realized they had fallen asleep like that the previous night. Memories from their time together immediately resurfaced in her mind, leaving her feeling warm and embarrassed all over again. Still, despite her embarrassment, she could not deny how cozy and comfortable she felt resting there beside him. As she remained lying down, she suddenly noticed a pleasant scent surrounding the room. The fragrance felt soft and calming, making her wonder where it was coming from. Looking around, she soon noticed a large lavender plant nearby, and quietly realized why the aroma had been so strong. She thought the diffuser in the room was huge, yet waking up to such a pleasant fragrance actually felt comforting. In that moment, she found herself loving everything about the place, from the scent filling the air to the wallpaper and the peaceful atmosphere surrounding her. A short while later, Jungmoo noticed she was awake and gently questioned whether she had finally gotten up. Solha greeted him softly while still feeling slightly shy from earlier. Jungmoo then asked whether there was anything she wanted to eat since she had to be hungry by now. Solha began thinking seriously about it, trying to decide what sounded good. However, before she could answer properly, Jungmoo suddenly leaned closer and kissed her briefly, telling her to simply name whatever she wanted, because he would make it for her himself. Hearing this made Solha question whether he could even prepare burgers and black bean noodles. Jungmoo calmly affirmed that he could, if they had the ingredients available. Growing more curious, Solha then questioned whether he could also make braised pork, making the atmosphere between them feel even lighter and more playful. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Taegun, who stared down at his phone while recalling the conversation he had with Eunshim earlier. Thinking back to her words, he realized she lived somewhere nearby, causing him to wonder whether he should head out again and see if he might run into her another time. However, before he could continue thinking about it, a new message suddenly appeared on his screen. Kim Sung-chan informed him that Venus had successfully signed exclusive rights to carry the apparel brand W. Reading the message immediately caused Taegun to smirk bitterly as he recalled how the company had refused their own partnership offer earlier. Frustrated, he slammed his phone down and thought about how furious his father would become after hearing this news. Soon afterward, his thoughts shifted towards Solha. He wondered whether he should finally tell her the truth about Chae Hin-young. Since Solha remained Jungmoo's greatest weakness, Taegun believed the information would undoubtedly strike him hard. Later that night, the scene shifted back towards Solha, who quietly sat outside while drinking coffee and admiring the night sky. The peaceful atmosphere around her made the moment feel incredibly calming as countless stars stretched across the darkness above. While she remained focused on the sky, Jungmoo approached from behind and gently placed a blanket around her shoulders, remarking that there were far more stars visible there than usual. Solha smiled softly and explained that she had been trying to recognize a few constellations. Hearing this made Jungmoo remark that this exact view was the reason he had chosen the place in the first place. He explained that the stars could be seen clearly there, the surroundings were quiet, and the yard added to the peaceful atmosphere. He then questioned whether she liked the place at all, before casually revealing that he had personally designed the interiors according to her tastes. His words immediately shocked Solha, leaving her speechless for a moment. As silence settled between them beneath the stars, Jungmoo slowly reached into his pocket and opened a small ring box in front of her. The sight instantly stunned Solha as she stared at him in disbelief. Looking directly into her eyes, Jungmoo proposed to her sincerely and promised that he would always treat her well for the rest of their lives. Jungmoo reminded Solha that she had once said she would not mind living together someday, which was why he had decided to propose to her properly. Hearing those words caused Soha's heartbeat to quicken as she slowly extended her hand toward him. Jungwoo gently held her fingers and carefully slid the ring onto them while sincerely promising that he would always treat her well. Overwhelmed with emotion, Soha immediately hugged him tightly and affirmed that she would marry him. Jungwoo softly patted her head while she thanked him repeatedly, admitting that he was far too good for her and wondering whether she even deserved such happiness. However, Jungwoo calmly replied that he should be the one thanking her for accepting his proposal. Soon afterward, he leaned closer and kissed her deeply while the two quietly embraced each other beneath the night sky. The following day at Venus, Jungwoo questioned whether the board meeting was scheduled for 5 o'clock, to which Soha confirmed that it would take place in the central meeting room. Jungwoo remarked that he would head there directly after finishing another meeting. However, while speaking, his gaze suddenly drifted towards Soha's hand, only to notice the engagement ring was missing. This immediately reminded him of the previous night when Soha had questioned how he had managed to prepare everything for her, including the diffuser, the interior designs, and even the ring itself. Back then, Jungwoo had casually explained that he had worked on everything little by little whenever he found free time before nervously questioning whether she disliked any of it. Selha had quickly reassured him that she loved everything and promised she would never lose the ring. Thinking she had probably removed it for work purposes, Jungwoo quietly considered whether they should soon begin searching for a wedding venue. However, Seiso suddenly noticed his expression and questioned whether something was wrong. Jungwoo awkwardly admitted that he had simply noticed she was not wearing the ring. In response, Seiso gently unbuttoned part of her shirt and revealed a necklace hidden underneath, showing the engagement ring hanging safely from it. She shyly explained that the ring looked slightly too flashy for work, so she had decided to wear it as a necklace instead. Seeing this instantly relieved Jungwoo, causing a warm smile to spread across his face. He then stepped closer and confessed that he had barely gotten any sleep the previous night because he had been too happy. He even admitted he had worried the entire proposal might disappear like a dream once morning came. Soon afterward, he teasingly questioned what she planned on calling him after they got married. Leaning closer, he remarked that although he liked hearing her call him by his name, perhaps something like babe would sound nice as well. Solha immediately questioned where such a sudden thought had come from, making Jungwoo laugh softly as he explained that knowing in advance would probably help him sleep better. He continued teasing her after noticing she refused to answer properly. Wrapping his arms around her, he warned that if she kept behaving this adorably during work hours, he might end up canceling their date at his place later that evening. Solha then remarked that she had actually planned on cooking pasta for him for dinner. However, Jungwoo playfully responded that he would think about it and give her an answer next week instead, causing Solha to stare at him in disbelief. Later on, the scene shifted towards Solha's apartment, where she happily placed a star on top of the Christmas tree while remarking that she had always wanted to decorate one together with him. She excitedly commented that the entire place looked incredibly festive now. Jungwoo smiled softly and replied that the decorations suited her apartment perfectly and looked beautiful. Soon afterward, Jungwoo questioned whether she had decided what she wanted to do for Christmas, suggesting they could either travel overseas or perhaps go camping together instead. Solha immediately responded that camping sounded fun and excitedly added that they should also light a campfire and set off fireworks. Jungwoo calmly assured her that he was willing to do whatever she wanted. While admiring the completed Christmas tree, the doorbell rang. Solha mentioned that the Christmas present Unseom had sent must have finally arrived. Believing it truly was the package, Solha hurried toward the door while Jungwoo curiously questioned what Unseom might have sent him. Solha casually replied that she would open it first and find out. Yet the moment she opened the package, her expression immediately froze before she burst out in shock and angrily questioned just who the gift had actually been meant for. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Eunshim, who once again found herself jogging near Taegun. As she walked ahead, she convinced herself to completely ignore him and simply continue on her own path. Unfortunately, while doing so, she suddenly twisted her ankle and collapsed onto the ground while groaning in pain. Taegun immediately rushed toward her and questioned whether she was all right. Eunshim glared at him and stubbornly insisted she could stand on her own. However, the moment she attempted to rise, she nearly collapsed again, realizing she had injured her ankle far more seriously than expected. Taegun calmly remarked that she clearly needed help before carefully tending to her injury. Later, after receiving treatment, Eunshim found herself being carried on Taegun's back. During their conversation, she questioned whether he lived nearby, to which Taegun explained that he had moved there recently in order to distance himself from his father. Eunshim quietly replied that she understood since their relationship clearly was not very good. Taegun simply remarked that one could put it that way. As Eunshim rested quietly on his back, she found herself questioning whether seeing Taegun behave so gently today was unusual, or whether this was actually how he normally acted around others. Eventually, Taegun broke the silence by questioning what she planned on doing for Christmas. He then remarked that perhaps she could repay him for helping her today by agreeing to go on a date with him. After hesitating briefly, he directly questioned whether she would actually consider it. The scene shifted towards Solha as she received the delivery package. The moment she opened it, her face instantly turned red as she burst out in embarrassment, questioning just who the gift was even meant for. Inside, she discovered a revealing piece of clothing Unseom had sent her. Standing nearby, Jungmoo casually remarked that Unseom actually had surprisingly good taste and called it a thoughtful present. However, Solha immediately shut the box and declared that she was returning everything since none of it matched her style anyway. Jungmoo quickly grabbed the package before she could put it away and questioned what was wrong with it, admitting that he personally liked it. His reaction only made Solha feel even more embarrassed. Trying to change the topic, she teased him by remarking that perhaps he should wear the outfit instead because it would probably look good on him. In response, Jungmoo amusingly questioned whether she truly wanted him to wear it, while also pointing out that the clothes would obviously be too small for him. The following day, Solha confronted Unseom about the gift while Unseom simply chuckled in amusement. Unseom remarked that she had specifically made sure the package arrived in time for Christmas. Solha warned that she would definitely get revenge once Unseom eventually started dating someone herself. However, Unseom casually replied that she was already barely surviving because of work alone. Solha immediately became suspicious and questioned whether Unseom had secretly started seeing someone already, especially after previously mentioning a man who had asked her out. Hearing this caused Unseom to avert her gaze slightly as memories of Taegun inviting her to dinner resurfaced in her mind. She recalled him calmly asking how dinner sounded and promising that he would call her later. Returning to the present, Unseom quickly denied there being anything serious and insisted they had only agreed to eat together once. Solha, however, remarked that it definitely sounded like something more was going on between them. At that moment, Solha's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Unseom immediately teased her by pointing out that receiving texts around this hour almost certainly meant Jingmu was missing her again. Solha questioned how Unseom always seemed to know, making Unseom laugh as she explained that Jingmu usually started missing her around this exact time. Unseom then remarked that they should head back inside since she still had work left to finish. Before leaving, Solha playfully questioned whether Unseom was actually planning on going on the date with that person or not. Unseom simply replied that she still did not know and would think about it carefully first. Soon afterward, the scene shifted as Solha entered the office and asked Jungmoo to wait for a moment. Jungmoo responded that he had only arrived recently as well before handing her several cups of coffee and asking her to share them with the rest of her team later. Solha immediately tried saying that he should have called her to help because carrying all of it alone must have been difficult. However, Jungmoo calmly denied it and explained that she already looked exhausted from work, so handling something small like this himself was completely fine. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Solha softly thanked him for buying coffee for the entire team. While looking at her smiling face, Jungmoo suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with the chairman. Chairman Cha had remarked that Solha was Min Dongwoo's daughter, and pointed out that she still did not seem aware of the truth regarding the person her father had killed. Jungmoo had coldly questioned what exactly the chairman was implying before firmly stating that Solha had done nothing wrong and warning him to stay out of her life completely. However, Chairman Cha had continued by questioning whether Jungmoo truly intended to keep dating her despite knowing her father's past. He then informed Jungmoo about a meeting scheduled for 6 o'clock on the 25th at the hotel regarding a marriage discussion with the Chos. Chairman Cha had also warned him to keep his schedule open and avoid creating unnecessary gossip involving either himself or his secretary. Back in the present, Solha smiled warmly while thanking Jungmoo once again for the coffee. As Jungmoo quietly stared at her face, Solha questioned whether something was wrong. In response, Jungmoo simply smiled before leaning closer and giving her a soft kiss. He quietly remarked that since there was still some time left and nobody else was around, perhaps they should stay together a little longer. While holding the coffee in one hand, he leaned toward her again, and Solha responded by kissing him deeply. Meanwhile, the scene later shifted toward a restaurant, where Taegun thanked Unseom for taking time out of her busy schedule to have dinner with him. He also questioned whether her ankle had fully recovered. Unseom replied that it was much better now because she had made sure to rest properly. Hearing this, Taegun admitted that he was relieved since he had genuinely been worried about her. Unseom inwardly questioned why he would worry about her in the first place, and also wondered why he had chosen today for dinner when Christmas had not even arrived yet. Taegun calmly explained that waiting until Christmas simply felt too far away. His unexpected honesty caught Unseom completely off guard, making her wonder whether he somehow knew exactly what she had been thinking earlier. She then replied that there was no reason to delay paying him back until Christmas anyway. Smiling slightly, Taegun gently clinked his glass against hers before asking whether she would also like meeting him again on Christmas itself. After a short pause, he clarified with a grin that he meant meeting as an actual couple. Later that night, the scene shifted towards Solha, who remained on a phone call with Jungmoo while walking home. Excitedly, she remarked that one of the dishes she had eaten earlier was incredibly delicious and suggested they try it together the next time he visited her place. However, Jungmoo immediately replied that he did not want to wait that long and questioned whether he should simply come over right now instead. Soha reminded him that he had an important meeting the following morning and pointed out how late it already was. Jungmoo reluctantly admitted that he missed her like crazy, but promised he would wait until tomorrow. He then questioned whether she was almost home because he disliked the thought of her walking alone in the dark at night. Soha reassured him that she was already close to her apartment. However, while continuing down the street, she suddenly sensed someone behind her. She immediately turned around but found nobody there. Concerned, Jungmoo questioned whether everything was all right. Soha hesitated before admitting that she could have sworn someone had been following her moments earlier. Unbeknownst to her, a suspicious figure quietly hid behind a nearby wall. Soha recalled at the apartment how she had turned around after feeling as though someone was behind her, only to find nothing there. A faint sound soon reached her ears, and a cat casually stepped into view. Feeling relieved, she realized it had only been a cat. She concluded she must have been mistaken about someone following her. Shortly afterward, Jungmoo handed her a cup. Soha thanked him and apologized for making him come over so late. Jungmoo brushed it off, explaining that he had been genuinely worried on his way there. He then remarked that they should book their wedding venue as soon as possible. They also needed to choose their furniture, and he even suggested staying with her for the time being and bringing his belongings the next day, to which Soha could only think that he had started again. Soha attempted to tease him by saying he really knew how to charm a woman. Jungmoo leaned closer and remarked that she was the only woman he had ever tried to charm. The response made her chuckle, and she questioned how he had treated other women in the past. Jungmoo explained that he had never really tried with anyone else. As he had said before, she had always been his first love. Soha felt her cheeks warm at the confession. Holding her hand gently, Jungmoo admitted he had spent the last 3 years lovesick because of her, and asked her to be kind to him. He added that whenever she suddenly said things like that, his heart raced so fast it almost hurt. Unbeknownst to them, the person who had been secretly following Sola was none other than Kim Song-chan. The following day, Taegun found himself reflecting on his recent conversation with Eunshim. He had invited her to dinner as a couple, but she had politely declined. When he had questioned whether he simply was not her type, Eunshim replied that the issue was not his at all. In her opinion, they were simply too different from one another. Taegun had insisted he was willing to change because he genuinely liked her. Curious, Eunshim had asked about the reason. Taegun had responded by questioning whether a reason was necessary to like someone. In return, Eunshim had listed several conditions. She stated that if he truly wanted a chance, he should quit drinking, treat his employees with more respect, stop swearing constantly, and become a kinder person. Remembering the conversation, Taegun could not help smirking. Instead of discouraging him, her response had only made her more intriguing in his eyes. Not long afterward, Kim Song-chan entered Taegun's office and provided an update, noting that the relationship between Soha and Jungmoo appeared to be progressing smoothly. Taegun listened before casually admitting he had recently become interested in Eunshim. Kim Song-chan found the sudden interest suspicious, though he believed it had nothing to do with Jungmoo. Taegun acknowledged that Eunshim was Soha's friend but questioned whether true friendships really existed. Tossing several photographs onto the desk, he remarked that he was curious to discover just how strong their friendship actually was. Meanwhile, Eunshim struggled to keep up with the unusually large number of customers at work. As she glanced outside, she noticed Taegun nearby and wondered if his presence was somehow responsible for the crowd. She quickly turned away and concentrated on her work when Taegun glanced in her direction out of the blue. Later that night, Taegun escorted Eunseom after work. During their walk, he revealed that he had finally figured out why he liked her so much. When Eunseom asked what he meant, Taegun explained that she was considerate, passionate about her work, and always sincere. He admitted that he loved her smile and believed he could accomplish all the changes she had requested because of her. Smiling, he remarked that she still refused to give him a chance. Eunseom found herself recalling everything that had happened since their first meeting at the bar. His attitude had undeniably changed, and for the first time she began wondering if the negative rumors surrounding him were truly nothing more than rumors. Feeling her heart flutter slightly, she realized she was becoming increasingly convinced. Gathering her courage, she asked if he genuinely intended to keep those promises. Taegun appeared surprised by her reaction, as he had not expected such an expression from her. Leaning forward slightly, he promised he would keep his word, especially if it meant she might finally give him a chance. Elsewhere, Sola sneezed and wondered if she had caught a cold. She had been feeling chilly throughout the entire day. Thinking about how Jungmoo had been dropping her off every day recently, she decided she should call him once she got home. However, as she continued walking, an uneasy feeling settled over her once again. For some reason, she could not shake the impression that someone was following her. Suddenly, a hand reached toward her. Startled, Sola immediately gripped her purse and swung it defensively while warning she would call the police if the person came any closer. To her shock, the person turned out to be Kim Wo-wee. Laughing awkwardly, Kim Woo-wee apologized for frightening her and explained that he had been worried she might walk straight into a lamppost. He pointed behind her, and only then did Sola realize she had completely failed to notice it because her attention had been focused elsewhere. Embarrassed, she apologized and admitted she had thought someone was following her. Kim Woo-wee assured her he understood completely and remarked that he would have been frightened as well in the same situation. As Sela lowered her purse, she noticed she had accidentally scratched Kim Woo-wee's face. Concerned, she apologized once again, but Kim Woo-wee casually assured her it was fine. He then asked whether she was heading home, and Sela confirmed she was. Suggesting they stop by a pharmacy on the way, Kim Woo-wee mentioned he had actually been hoping to speak with her about something. Sela looked at him curiously while Kim Woo-wee simply smiled. While walking down the alley with a box of tteokbokki in hand, Kim Woo-wee explained that a friend of his had recently opened the shop and asked him to help promote it. However, he admitted he did not really know many people in the neighborhood. Sola thanked him for the treat and remarked that she should have been the one treating him instead. She also mentioned how fortunate it was that the nearby pharmacy had still been open. As they continued walking, Sola noted that she needed to head in another direction. Looking around at the dark street, Kim Woo-wee suggested accompanying her home, but Sola politely declined with a smile, explaining that her apartment was only a short distance away. Kim Woo-wee accepted her answer and told her he would see her around. After exchanging a brief wave, Solha hurried away, thinking she should get home quickly since Jungwoo was probably worried about her. Just as she was leaving, Kim Woo-wee called out to her once more. When Solha turned around, he unexpectedly apologized. Confused, she asked what he was apologizing for. Kim Woo-wee explained that he felt he had taken up too much of her time, especially considering she had work the following morning. Solha immediately dismissed the concern and assured him everything was fine. In fact, she remarked that she had enjoyed a pleasant late-night snack thanks to him. Seeing her genuine response, Kim Woo-wee smiled and watched her leave. Later that night, after returning home, Kim Woo-wee carefully set down the spicy rice cakes and entered another room. Softly, he announced that he had brought her favorite snack. Inside, a young woman remained wrapped tightly beneath a blanket. Her body trembled as she repeatedly apologized through hiccups. Kim Woo-wee looked at her silently for a moment, before letting out a weary sigh. The following day, the atmosphere was much brighter at the cafeteria. Sola nearly slammed her cup onto the table after hearing Eunshim's news. To her surprise, Eunshim had finally started dating someone. Excited, Sola immediately questioned when everything had happened and whether the man was the customer Eunshim had mentioned before. Eunshim shyly confirmed that things had somehow developed naturally between them. Her blushing expression only made Sola tease her further. Finding her friend's reaction adorable, Sola congratulated her on no longer being single and admitted she could not wait to meet the man who had captured Eunshim's heart. Eunshim promised she would introduce him properly someday. The conversation left Sola genuinely happy. For a moment, all her recent worries seemed distant as she enjoyed seeing her friend smiling so brightly. After arriving at the office, Solha continued thinking about Eunshim's relationship. She found it difficult to believe how quickly things had progressed. Smiling to herself, she decided they needed to catch up properly over drinks soon. However, the pleasant mood disappeared the moment she reached her desk. Sitting there was an unfamiliar envelope. Curious, she picked it up and wondered who had left it. The moment she opened it, her expression froze. Inside were several photographs connected to the accident she had desperately tried to leave behind. Her hands stiffened as she stared at them. The unexpected images immediately brought back memories she would rather forget. She questioned who might have sent them and what was the purpose behind reminding her of something so painful. Before she could process everything, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Jungmu approached and called her name, pulling her back to reality. Noticing her pale complexion, he asked whether everything was alright. Startled, Solha quickly hid the photographs and forced a calm expression. She explained that she had simply been distracted by how busy the day had been. Though Jungmu appeared unconvinced, he did not press further. Instead, he mentioned that he had been trying to reach her and needed several files for an upcoming meeting. Realizing she had missed his calls, Solha immediately apologized and promised to bring the documents right away. As she hurried off, Jungmu quietly observed her. Later, while walking toward the parking area, Solha recalled what an employee had told her earlier. One of the employees had mentioned seeing a man asking questions about her desk and claimed he appeared to be an employee himself. The information only deepened her confusion. She could not understand who would leave such an envelope or why they would send copies of those photographs. Her thoughts continued to spiral until Jungmu gently grabbed her hand. Looking concerned, he told her that if something was troubling her, she could always talk to him. He assured her he did not mind listening, even if she simply wanted to complain. Solha attempted a small smile and replied that she was probably just tired. In response, Jungmu jokingly cursed her boss for assigning her too much work and asked whether he should punish him somehow. Playing along, Solha suggested that perhaps he should not be allowed to hold her hand. Jeongmu immediately groaned and remarked that such a punishment was far too harsh, while Solha knew she could not keep the truth hidden forever and that eventually she would have to tell him. Meanwhile, Taegun and Yoonshim spent time together after exercising. Once they finished jogging, Taegun handed her a bottle of water and admitted he had never gone jogging on a date before. Yoonshim thanked him and drank eagerly. Watching her, Taegun asked whether he was the first person she had ever gone on a date like this with. Yoonshim reflected on the question and realized she had never really dated anyone. She had always been too busy focusing on work and responsibilities. Even now, she constantly worked harder than everyone around her. Taegun observed that she was one of the most hardworking people he had ever met. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, Yoonshim found herself growing flustered. When she glanced up, she realized he had moved much closer than before. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her gaze. Taegun noticed immediately and questioned why she kept avoiding him. Yoonshim denied doing any such thing, but Taegun was unconvinced. With a playful smile, he remarked that if she continued running away from him like that, he might just have to kiss her as he slowly leaned closer toward her face. Yoonshim lightly tapped his mouth and told him to stop saying such things in public. Amused by her reaction, Taegun asked whether she would like to visit his apartment, mentioning it was only a few minutes away. Yoonshim found herself blushing once again. When they arrived, she looked around in surprise. Knowing he was a painter had already impressed her, but seeing his place only made him seem more interesting. Taegun explained that he would have majored in art if his family had not strongly opposed the idea. After giving her time to look around, he asked whether she had finished exploring. Yoonshim agreed and remarked that he had been right about there being plenty to see. As she glanced at him, she noticed him staring and questioned why he was looking at her that way. Teasingly, she asked whether he was thinking about kissing her again. Taegun denied it and explained that he had simply been curious about her hobbies and interests. Yoonshim felt her face warm and replied that they could learn more about each other little by little. Taegun smiled and remarked that if she was done looking around, he should take her home since it was getting late. He started heading toward the door and mentioned that he only needed to grab his car keys. Before he could leave, Yoonshim called out to him. When he turned around, she stepped closer and gave him a brief kiss. Smiling shyly, she admitted she had enjoyed spending time with him and hoped they could meet again as to make Taegun pull her into his embrace as he kissed her. The two continued enjoying each other's company for the remainder of the evening. Later, as the night came to an end, Taegun looked over at Yoonshim, who had fallen asleep. Normally, he preferred ending it on the same day, but he found himself thinking differently this time. For the first time in a long while, he did not mind the idea of seeing someone again the next day. The next day, Solha sipped her coffee and wondered how Yoonshim's date had gone. She made a mental note to ask her about it at work. However, her thoughts were interrupted when she unexpectedly ran into Kim Songchan. Greeting her with a grin, Kim Songchan remarked that it had been a long time. He reminded her that they had both spent time at Sunrise Foster Home and asked whether she remembered it. Meanwhile, at the office, Jeongmu glanced towards Solha's desk and immediately noticed her absence. Curious, he approached Miss Yoon and mentioned that he had not seen Solha anywhere. Miss Yoon explained that Solha had left work early because something urgent had come up. Surprised, Jeongmu questioned what had happened, to which Miss Yoon admitted she did not know the details but noted that it must have been important if Solha had not even found time to inform him personally. Looking at the calendar and then toward the empty desk, Jeongmu could not help wondering whether something serious had occurred. At the same time, Solha was huffing in one of the rooms, struggling to hold back her tears. Her mind repeatedly returned to the conversation she had just had with Kim Songchan. During their discussion, she had questioned what he meant, prompting Kim Songchan to elaborate. He explained that Mr. Cha's younger sister had been Cha Hyunyoung, and that he had recently learned she was working there. Since they had all grown up in the same foster home, he believed she deserved to know. Solha recalled that the young woman who died in the accident had been the daughter of a wealthy family and had an older brother. The information struck Solha like a bolt of lightning. Almost immediately, she remembered something Jungwoo's mother had once told her, that Jungwoo had a twin sister who had been born only 2 minutes after him and had later lost her life. The realization left Seolha devastated. Standing alone, she could not stop crying. More than anything, she did not want Jungwoo to see her in such a state. Fear and guilt overwhelmed her, forcing her to distance herself from him. She felt unable to remain in the same place as him after learning the truth. While Seolha remained hidden away, Jungwoo continued trying to reach her. He repeatedly called her phone, only to be met with silence. As he walked through the hallway, concern continued growing with each unanswered call. Meanwhile, Seolha stood alone beside one of the rooms, clutching her phone but unable to answer. She believed that if the truth hurt her this much, it would surely devastate Jungwoo even more. Consumed by guilt, Seolha blamed herself for everything. She convinced herself that all the pain and sorrow stemmed from her existence. As tears continued falling, she bitterly wondered whether things would have been better if they had never met at all. In her mind, perhaps neither of them would have suffered so much if fate had never brought them together. The next day at the office, Jungwoo recalled the message Solha had sent him the previous evening. In it, she had apologized for leaving work so suddenly without informing him and assured him she would see him the next day. Now standing before his desk, Solha handed over the report and explained that these were the files he had requested. Jungwoo thanked her for organizing everything and asked whether she had managed to take care of the urgent matter, to which Solha confirmed that she had. Outwardly she remained calm, but inwardly she was struggling. She knew Jungwoo must have been worried after she disappeared so abruptly. At the same time, Kim Song-chan's words continued echoing in her mind. He had asked her to think about how the people around Jungwoo would react if the truth ever came out, and whether she would even be able to keep her job. The thoughts refused to leave her alone. Every time she looked at Jungwoo, she was reminded of the conversation she had with Kim Song-chan. Part of her desperately wanted to believe there had been some misunderstanding and that none of it was true. Noticing her distracted expression, Jungwoo called her name and asked whether she was free that evening. Rising from his seat, he approached her and explained that he wanted to cook her a nice dinner, and Solha forced herself to agree. Later that night, the two met at his apartment. Jungwoo busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a sizzling dish while assuring her it would not take long. He suggested she relax for a while and even take a nap if she felt tired. While he cooked, Solha quietly entered his study. Her thoughts immediately returned to the possibility she had been trying to deny. If Hyunyoung had truly been his sister, there should have been evidence somewhere. She remembered seeing an old yearbook before and hoped she might find something proving her fears wrong. However, as she searched through the room, her eyes landed on a frame. The moment she saw Hyunyoung standing beside Jungwoo, her heart sank. Everything she had been trying to dismiss suddenly felt real. She had spent days convincing herself the rumors were false, but the photograph made it impossible to continue denying the truth. Reality was far harsher than she had hoped. At that moment, Jungwoo's phone vibrated repeatedly. Messages from Chairman Cha appeared on the screen informing him that a dinner meeting had been moved to 5 o'clock and that if he did not respond, his attendance would be assumed. As Solha looked through the messages, another detail caught her attention. The conversation referred to his upcoming marriage. Before she could process everything, Jungwoo entered the study. He mentioned that he had been about to call her, but his expression changed when he noticed the sorrow on her face. He questioned whether something was wrong. Solha explained that she had only intended to bring his phone to him because it kept vibrating. However, she admitted she had seen the messages and learned about the marriage plans. Attempting to leave, she moved toward the door, but Jungwoo stopped her. He quickly explained there was a misunderstanding and insisted he had no intention of following his father's wishes. Pulling her hand free, Solha remarked that everything had become too overwhelming. When Jungwoo asked what she meant, she finally revealed the excuse she had decided to use. Solha stated that she had felt this way from the very beginning. According to her, she had only wanted a brief relationship and never expected things to become serious. She claimed she had simply gone along with everything because she had been swept up in the moment. Hearing those words, Jungwoo clenched his fist. Solha continued, insisting she had never imagined herself marrying him. Although she tried to sound composed, Jungwoo noticed the tears gathering in her eyes and questioned why she looked as though she was about to cry. Solha forced a smile and claimed they were tears of relief. She remarked that she was glad she had finally spoken honestly. However, as she left the apartment, tears streamed down her face. Deep down, she knew there was only one reason she was walking away. She had been unable to stop thinking about Hyunyoung and the possibility that everything Kim Song-chan said was true. The fear of hurting Jungwoo had become unbearable. Behind her, Jungwoo remained frozen. Part of him wanted to stop her, but another part feared she was telling the truth. That hesitation prevented him from chasing after her immediately. By the time he rushed outside and attempted to call her, she had already disappeared. The brief moment of doubt had cost him the chance to catch up to her. The following Monday, Jungwoo found himself unable to focus. He had not seen Solha throughout the weekend and had not even heard her voice. The only thing easing his concern was knowing she had spent time with Unseum and had not been completely alone. As he sat in his office, a knock suddenly came at the door. To his surprise, Solha entered, carrying several files. She calmly presented the documents needed for the morning meeting before informing him of something unexpected. She explained that she would be transferring to another department within the next month. Shocked, Jungwoo immediately questioned the decision. Solha replied that continuing to work together would only create discomfort for both of them. In her opinion, it would be better if they simply acted as though their relationship had never happened. After bowing politely, she turned to leave. Before she could reach the door, Jungwoo called out to her. Stopping her in place, he apologized and admitted he was not prepared to end things. Solha avoided his gaze and reminded him that she had already made herself clear the previous week. She pleaded with him not to continue the discussion at work. However, Jungwoo refused to accept her decision so easily. He acknowledged that she might continue pushing him away, but he promised he would keep finding her again and again until the day she was willing to take him back. At the bar, Jungwoo sat quietly with a glass in his hand, unable to stop thinking about his recent conversation with Solha. He recalled how she had avoided his gaze before excusing herself. explaining that it was almost time for the meeting and she needed to leave. While he remained lost in thought, Mu-young arrived and immediately noticed his gloomy expression. Taking a seat beside him, Mu-young asked whether he had given any more thought to the investigation regarding Min Dong-woo. He mentioned that Min Dong-woo had maintained a surprisingly good reputation in prison and was even known for never touching alcohol. Curious, Jung-woo asked how long the investigation would take. Mu-young estimated it would require about a month. After a brief pause, Jung-woo instructed him to continue looking into the matter. Mu-young agreed and promised to report back as soon as he discovered anything unusual. Looking at Jung-woo's drink, Mu-young advised him to cheer up and questioned why he was simply staring at it. Jung-woo admitted he was trying to stay sober because he knew he would immediately go looking for Solha if he got drunk. The confession surprised Mu-young, who remarked that he must truly be in love with her. He suggested that Jung-woo should simply go see her, but Jung-woo shook his head and replied that today was not the right time. He feared she would grow tired of him if he constantly appeared before her, and he believed he needed to learn some patience. Several days later, the atmosphere at the office remained tense. Solha noticed that she and Jung-woo had barely spoken since their breakup. Although they occasionally crossed paths, it often felt as though he was deliberately avoiding her. She knew she should not dwell on it, yet she could not stop wondering whether he had already moved on. Her thoughts were interrupted when Jung-woo entered the meeting room and greeted Solha. After taking a report from her, he casually mentioned that he was supposed to have dinner that evening with his fiancée and her parents. The statement immediately caught Solha's attention. Before she could stop herself, she questioned him about it. In response, Jung-woo quietly asked whether she intended to stop him if he truly went through with it. Before she could answer, other employees entered the room, forcing the conversation to end. Solha left first. As she walked away, she glanced back briefly and noticed him watching her. However, she quickly looked away and reminded herself not to be swayed by his expression. Returning to her desk, she discovered a small note waiting for her. It mentioned that snow was expected, and jokingly advised her not to borrow an umbrella from another man. The note ended by saying he would wait for her call. Solha immediately realized Jung-woo had left it there before the meeting. Clutching the note, she told herself she needed to stay strong, but she honestly had no idea what she was supposed to do anymore. That evening, snow quietly fell across the city. Outside the office, Jung-woo waited patiently with an umbrella in hand. As time passed, he wondered whether Solha had already gone home since she had not contacted him when a voice called out to him. Meanwhile, Solha finally gathered the courage to return the umbrella and headed toward the area where she expected to find him. However, as she approached, she stopped in her tracks. Standing nearby was Jung-woo, accompanied by Kang-hee. Since the dinner location was close to the office, she immediately assumed they had just finished their meeting. A sharp pain settled in her chest. She knew she had no right to feel jealous because she had been the one who pushed him away. Even so, seeing them together hurt far more than she expected. For a moment, she wondered if perhaps this was the final sign that she should truly let him go. Nearby, Kang-hee questioned whether Jung-woo would be all right. She mentioned that his father had appeared furious during dinner. Jung-woo calmly replied that he had never attended the gathering to please his parents. He explained that the arrangement had been created because both families would benefit from the marriage. Kang-hee then asked whether he truly meant everything he had said. Jung-woo assured her that she was not the problem. The truth was simply that the marriage had never been meant to happen. He politely added that he should leave and hoped any future meetings between them would remain strictly professional. Although she maintained her composure, Kang-hee silently clenched her fists. Her mind drifted back to the dinner. In front of everyone, Jung-woo had openly announced that he was already engaged to someone else and had only attended to make that fact clear. To Kang-hee, it felt painfully familiar. Ever since their school days, she had always found herself overlooked. Deep down, she questioned why she could never be the person he chose. Meanwhile, Sayla eventually wandered to a nearby playground. Sitting alone on a swing, she stared at the falling snow and tried convincing herself it was finally over. She told herself she needed to forget Jung-woo and move on. Yet despite her efforts, tears slowly formed in her eyes. The truth was much simpler than she wanted to admit. She missed him terribly. If she were being honest, she had wanted to stop him from attending that dinner. She had also wanted to thank him properly for the umbrella and for continuing to care about her despite everything. Instead, she found herself sitting alone in the cold. Thinking she might as well go home, have a drink, and sleep away her feelings, she slowly stood up. Just then, a familiar voice called out and questioned what she was doing outside by herself. Startled, Sayla looked up and saw Jung-woo standing before her. For a brief moment, she genuinely wondered whether she was imagining things. Feeling slightly unsteady, she took a step forward but lost her balance. Before she could fall, Jung-woo caught her in his arms. Staring at him, Sayla found it difficult to believe he was actually there. Her emotions, which she had been suppressing for days, finally overwhelmed her. Part of her wondered if she was dreaming, but even if it was only a dream, she did not want it to end. Unable to hold back any longer, she leaned closer and kissed him. This time, Jung-woo did not pull away. Instead, he responded in kind. As they stood together beneath the falling snow, Selah realized she no longer wanted to let him go either. Jungwoo pulled Solha into a tighter embrace. In her drunken state, Solha questioned what was going on and why everything felt so real. Jungwoo quietly asked what was wrong and wondered if she had thought it was a dream, leaving Solha startled. She quickly tried to pull away and questioned what he was doing there. Jungwoo replied that she had called him. Solha insisted she did not remember doing so, and checked her phone, convinced there was no way she could have called him. However, she was surprised to find numerous calls made to him. Jungwoo asked if she was still planning to deny it. As they walked together afterward, Jungwoo apologized for taking so long to answer because he had been taking a shower. Solha admitted she had gotten a little too drunk. Internally, she tried to compose herself and thought she needed to send him home as soon as possible. She apologized for bothering him so late at night, but Jungwoo simply looked at her and wondered what might have happened to her, addressing her as Ms. Min. The sudden formality made her blush, and she questioned why he was calling her that all of a sudden. She quickly denied any misunderstanding, explaining that she often called people while drunk and insisting he should not get the wrong idea. According to her, she had not missed him at all and had only called him out of habit. Before she could continue, Jungwoo leaned forward and brushed a leaf from her coat. He then wished her a good night and stepped away. Just before leaving, he added one final remark, asking her to call him whenever she wanted to kiss again. The comment left Solha blushing once more. Jungwoo stated that he would see her tomorrow and would be waiting for her favor. After returning home, Solha reflected that the encounter had completely sobered her up. Feeling restless, she decided a girls' night with Inshim might help clear her mind. She called Inshim, but voices on the other end made her realize that she was having quality time with her boyfriend. Assuming Inshim was busy, Solha decided to pretend she had heard nothing and simply head home. On the other side of the call, Inshim was spending time with Taegun. Taegun questioned why she did not skip work the next day and spend it with him instead. Inshim remarked that he certainly was not wasting any time and reminded him that he had previously claimed he wanted to take things slowly. She noted that he was a much better listener than she had expected, and the realization only made her like him more. Their time continued comfortably as they enjoyed each other's company. The following day at the office, Solha took a sip of coffee while reflecting on the previous night. She noted that she had not even seen Jungwoo that morning because he had been busy in a meeting. She briefly wondered whether he had gotten home safely before immediately attempting to push the thought aside. Reminding herself that she needed to stop thinking about him, she focused on her work. Her concentration did not last long. A familiar voice suddenly called out and asked whether she had slept well the previous night, as it was Jungwoo. Solha affirmed that she had. Jungwoo then remarked that he had not slept well at all, and questioned whether she was not going to ask him why. Solha quickly responded that she had no desire to know the reason. Later, she reflected that brushing him off in the break room had been easy enough, but the office felt much smaller than she remembered. Throughout the day, she continued running into him. During one encounter, Jungwoo casually asked whether she was having lunch, claiming he was merely curious. In another encounter inside the elevator, he remarked that he was not particularly happy, and suggested it would be nice if she had someone willing to help her with that. Each interaction left Solha increasingly frustrated. Back at her desk, she sighed and reflected on how difficult it was working in the same office as her ex. Every time she felt close to finally getting him out of her mind, he somehow appeared again. While she was lost in thought, a cup of coffee was suddenly placed in front of her. It was Minhyo, the employee she had spoken with earlier. He remarked that she looked a little tired. Solha thanked him and asked whether his cold had improved. Minhyo replied that he was feeling much better after getting some rest. However, a sudden chill ran through him. Looking up, he immediately noticed Jungwoo glaring at him. Sensing the tension, Minhyo awkwardly remarked that he would see her tomorrow because he had work to take care of. After giving a small bow, he quickly left. As soon as Minhyo departed, Jungwoo approached Solha. Internally, she reminded herself not to read too much into the situation. Jungwoo then abruptly stated that he was sick and believed he had a fever because his forehead felt hot. Solha questioned the claim and pointed out that he had seemed perfectly fine during lunch. Nevertheless, she reached out and checked his forehead. After a brief moment, she concluded that the heat was probably due to the afternoon meeting and remarked that she did not think he had a fever at all. Only then did she realize she had touched him without thinking. Before she could withdraw, Jungwoo gently grasped her hand. He observed that she seemed worried about him and then questioned when they could get back together. As he spoke, he guided her hand to rest against his chest, leaving Solha momentarily speechless. Solha hesitated before explaining that worrying about such things was simply part of her job. She then added that she had a new type these days. Curious, Jungwoo asked what she meant. Solha replied that she preferred men with rounder and gentler features. Her answer immediately left Jungwoo speechless, as he was practically the opposite of what she had just described. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Solha stated that she had somewhere to be. She reminded him that she had restocked the medicine in the office, and asked him to take it before leaving. As she stepped into the elevator, she reflected on how relieved she was that he did not actually have a fever. However, her heartbeat refused to settle. She questioned what she should do, realizing that simply seeing him was enough to make her happy. The thought lingered in her mind, and she began wondering if she should finally tell him the truth. After all, she reasoned, no secret could remain hidden forever. Later, the scene shifted to Kim Wo-wee's bar. Kim Wo-wee invited the girls to enjoy their dessert while continuing to assist around the restaurant. His assistant soon arrived and apologized for being late, explaining that something unexpected had come up. Kim Wo-wee reassured him that it was not a problem and remarked that it had been enjoyable serving customers for a change. He even offered to help until the shift ended, but the waiter quickly declined, insisting that Kim Wo-wee already had enough responsibilities. Just then, a guest came in. Kim Wo-wee looked toward the entrance and noticed Solha arriving. Approaching her, he handed her a mojito and explained that it was the free drink he had promised earlier. Solha thanked him and remarked that he had an impressive memory. Kim Wo-wee responded that he had only remembered because the drink seemed to suit her. As Solha took a sip, Kim Wo-wee casually observed that she reminded him of his younger sister. Interested, Solha asked about her. Kim Wo-wee explained that his sister had once been an outgoing person, much like Solha herself, but had changed after falling in with the wrong crowd. Solha admitted that she did not know the details of the situation, but hoped his sister would eventually return to her old self. Before their conversation could continue, someone suddenly sat beside her. A familiar voice requested the same drink she was having. Turning her head, Solha was shocked to discover that it was Chungmu. Solha immediately questioned why he was there, and wondered whether Unsim had told him where she would be. She also pointed out that he was not much of a drinker to begin with. Chungmu, however, seemed more interested in her conversation with Kim Wo-wee. He observed that she and Kim Wo-wee appeared quite close, and noted that she had barely spoken to him throughout the day. The unexpected remark caused Solha to cough on her drink. Kim Wo-wee quickly asked whether she needed some water, while Jungmu silently offered her a tissue. For a brief moment, the two men exchanged glances, creating an awkward atmosphere. As the evening continued, several drinks were shared. At one point, Kim Wo-wee called out to Solha and asked about the takeout they had picked up together previously, explaining that he had been meaning to ask. Solha warmly replied that it had been delicious. Meanwhile, Jungmu carefully studied Kim Wo-wee's appearance. The man possessed exactly the sort of round and gentle features Solha had claimed to like earlier. The realization irritated him more than he cared to admit, causing him to finish another drink. Suddenly, Solha's hand stopped Jungmu from drinking yet another glass. Jungmu remarked that he was not drunk yet, but Solha remained silent as she guided him outside. Once they stepped into the fresh air, she asked whether he was feeling any better. She then inquired where he had parked, and stated that she would call a designated driver for him. At the same time, she asked if he could finally stop holding her hand. When she attempted to pull away, Jungmu tightened his grip and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. He admitted that he would never have been able to do something like that while sober. He explained that he had not wanted to drink because he knew it would make him act this way, but he had failed to stop himself. Moments later, he began to wobble unsteadily. Concerned, Solha warned him not to fall asleep outside and repeatedly asked whether he could hear her. With considerable effort, she helped the staggering Jungmu to a nearby hotel and checked him into a room. Thinking it was the closest place available, she planned to leave him there and head home. However, voices from the neighboring room immediately caught her attention, making her reflect on how thin the walls were. Before she could leave, Jungmu suddenly grabbed her wrist and turned her around. Pulling her into another embrace, he reminded her that he had already told her he was not drunk. As he held her close, he slowly leaned forward, leaving Solha frozen in place. As voices continued to echo from the neighboring room, the awkward atmosphere between Solha and Jungmu only intensified. Jungmu lightly flicked Solha's forehead before leaning in to kiss her. In the moment, Solha lost her shoes as she climbed onto Jungmu. She accused him of deliberately wandering around the hotel so she would end up bringing him there. Jungmu denied having such intentions and admitted that he had never actually expected her to bring him to a hotel. Gently brushing her hair aside, he leaned closer and kissed her again. A moment later, Jungmu stopped himself. He explained that he did not want things to continue while he was drunk. According to him, he wanted to remember every second clearly, but he doubted he could do so in his current state. Solha remarked that this was precisely why he should not have drunk so much in the first place. Jungmu admitted that everything had been harder than he expected. He explained that she had kept slipping away from him, and he had been afraid she would leave him for good. He then quietly asked whether she could come back to him now. Solha paused before replying that she would think about it. Instead, she suggested that they simply go to sleep while holding hands. Jungmu smiled at the proposal and kissed her hand, remarking that he would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. The room gradually fell silent as Jungmu drifted off to sleep. Solha remained awake, watching his peaceful expression. She reflected on how everything had turned out and how unexpectedly they had arrived at this point. As she gently brushed his hair aside, her heartbeat quickened. Seeing him asleep and vulnerable brought her a strange sense of happiness. The more time she spent with him, the harder it became to deny her feelings. Eventually, she remained by his side until morning arrived. The next day, Jungwoo woke up to find the room empty, as Solha had already left. On the table, he found a simple breakfast consisting of a sandwich and milk, along with a note explaining that she had plans for the day and had left early. A smile appeared on his face as he read it. Looking around the room, he then noticed an earring near the window and realized it belonged to Solha. Meanwhile, Solha met up with Unsim. Unsim immediately pointed out that she was still wearing the same outfit from the previous day. Embarrassed, Solha quickly insisted that nothing had happened. Unsim teasingly asked whether she had finally resolved things with the ex-boyfriend she had missed so much. Solha questioned who had ever said she missed him, causing Unsim to laugh. Internally, Unsim recalled how miserable Solha had been and how often she had cried at night, but she decided not to press the issue. After a moment, Solha admitted that she was considering telling Jungwoo the truth about the accident. Unseo immediately grabbed her arm and remarked that it sounded like a good idea. She expressed confidence that the two of them would be able to work through it together. Solha replied that she had no idea how Jungwoo would react, but she could not keep the secret forever. Unseo nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice suddenly called out Solha as Nuna. The stranger sounded surprised to see her and remarked that it had indeed been a long time. Both women turned toward the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man standing beside them with a friendly smile. The sudden appearance of Yusung left Unseum completely stunned. The moment they recognized him, they let out a loud scream. Yusung quickly asked her not to look so shocked, causing Unseum to laugh in disbelief. She immediately questioned when he had returned to Korea. Yusung explained that it had not been long, and mentioned that he had actually been planning to contact them since he happened to be in the area. Unseum then remarked on how much taller he had become. Yusung jokingly replied that perhaps she had simply gotten shorter. The familiar exchange brought a smile to Solha's face. Watching the two of them banter reminded her of the old days when the three of them used to spend time together regularly. Suddenly, Yusung shifted his attention towards Solha and asked whether she had missed him. Solha smiled and readily affirmed that she had. Before their conversation could continue, a voice called out to Yusung and reminded him that it was almost time for rehearsal. He responded that he would be there shortly. Turning back to Solha, he informed her that he had a concert scheduled for later that week and asked her to attend if she had time. He promised to send her the details through a message before bidding farewell to both women. As Yusung walked away, one of his friends glanced back towards Solha and Unshim. He remarked that the woman with the long hair was incredibly attractive and wondered whether Yusung was close to her. His friend asked whether he could arrange an introduction. Yusung refused without hesitation and admitted that there was no chance of that happening because he had once had a huge crush on her. The following day at Venus, excitement spread throughout the office after news of Yusung's upcoming concert circulated among the employees. One employee eagerly asked Solha whether she had seen the concert poster, remarking that the artist was incredibly handsome, but Solha informed them that she was going to attend the concert, as he is a childhood friend of hers, to shock the two. Soon the two ladies gathered around her with sparkling eyes and asked if she could introduce them. The other commented that they had no idea she was so well connected. Solha awkwardly replied that she could at least ask him. The employees were amazed by how famous Yusung had become overseas and noted that his concert would be held at Venus Hall, making it especially convenient. Listening to their reactions, Solha realized she had never fully appreciated just how popular he had become. To her, Yusung had always been the same playful friend who casually handed out free tickets whenever he had a show. As the conversation ended, her thoughts shifted elsewhere. She reminded herself that she needed to talk to Jungwoo soon and considered asking him to meet her over the weekend. Several days passed quickly. Before long, the day of the concert arrived. While preparing for work, Solha reflected on how quickly time seemed to be moving. Later that day, she noticed the elevator doors beginning to close and hurried toward them. She slipped inside just in time, only to find Jungwoo standing there. The unexpected encounter immediately made her nervous. Memories of their recent moments together resurfaced, and she wondered why she was suddenly thinking about them again. Jungwoo broke the silence by thanking her for the sandwich she had left for him. Solha replied that it had been nothing. As the elevator stopped at the 6th floor, a large group of employees stepped inside. The crowded space pushed Solha directly against Jungwoo. He looked down at her with a small smile and mentioned that she had left her earring behind that day. Solha immediately realized where it had gone and admitted that she had thought she had lost it. As more people entered, Jungwoo carefully placed a hand behind her back and apologized, explaining that the elevator was extremely crowded. Solha quickly assured him that it was fine. Internally, Solha noted that so many people were using the elevator because one of the other elevators was currently out of service. Standing so close to Jungwoo only made her increasingly aware of him. Leaning closer, Jungwoo quietly asked whether he could return her earring the following evening. Solha agreed without much hesitation. Moments later, the elevator reached its destination, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Trying to compose herself, Solha noticed how flushed her face had become. She questioned whether agreeing so quickly had been the right choice. However, she reminded herself that she had already been planning to meet him anyway. For now, she decided to focus on the concert. After work, she purchased a bouquet of flowers and made her way to Venus Hall. Upon arriving, she found the venue filled with excited fans. When the performance began, Yuseong immediately captivated the audience. Watching from her seat, Solha reflected on how different he seemed on stage. Normally, he was playful, carefree, and constantly joking around. Yet under the spotlight, he transformed into a confident performer who commanded the entire room. She quietly thought that Eunseom would have enjoyed seeing this side of him as well if she had not already had other plans. After the concert ended, Suwa waited backstage with the bouquet in her hands. Yuseong soon spotted her and called out cheerfully, asking whether the flowers were meant for him. Suwa handed them over and remarked that he had been amazing on stage. Yuseong thanked her and commented that it would have been even better if Eunseom had attended as well. Suwa explained that something unexpected had come up, preventing her from coming. Nevertheless, she assured him that she was happy to be there. While the two continued talking, Suwa's attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. Looking behind, she noticed a familiar figure walking nearby. Curious, Yuseong followed her gaze and wondered whether she knew the man she was staring at. Standing not far away was Chungmu, accompanied by his mother. His mother enthusiastically remarked that she had been thrilled when she discovered Yuseong would be performing at Venus Hall. She explained that she had always wanted to attend one of his concerts, even during her time in the United States. As the conversation continued around them, Jungmu glanced in the direction of Suha to see her with Yuseong as they found themselves looking directly at each other. Solha and Shungmu briefly made eye contact after the concert, but before either of them could say anything, Shungmu left with his mother. The encounter left Solha somewhat surprised. Moments later, Yuseong asked whether there was anything she wanted to eat. Solha replied that anything nice would be fine. Yuseong suggested visiting the dessert cafe she liked, and then asked whether she was free after work the following day. Solha answered that she would probably be free for a while, though she was unsure about Eunseom's schedule. Yuseong immediately remarked that Eunseom did not need to come. Stopping for a moment, he clarified that he had wanted it to be just the two of them. His unexpected comment caught Solha off guard, leaving her unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Jungwoo sat in the car with his thoughts fixed on Yuseong. He could not stop wondering how the singer knew Solha. At first he considered whether they might be relatives, but the idea quickly fell apart since they looked nothing alike. Even though he had only seen Yuseong once, he already found himself bothered by his presence. It was obvious they shared a long history, one Jungwoo knew nothing about. The realization left him feeling increasingly helpless. He had worked so hard to get closer to Solha again, yet it felt as though he was constantly losing ground. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Reaching the detective agency, Jungwoo found Mu-young already waiting with a beer in hand. Mu-young remarked that he had arrived early and reminded him that they could have discussed everything the following day. Jungwoo, however, brought up the issue of the missing memories. Mu-young confirmed that he had recently learned new information from someone released from the same prison. According to the source, Min Dong-woo remembered nothing about the accident. Mu-young further revealed that it had taken some time to uncover, but Min Dong-woo had been charged with substance abuse on the very day of the accident. He questioned how someone could have obtained drugs that were so difficult to find in Korea, and suggested they might be getting close to uncovering the truth. After listening carefully, Jungwoo stated that he would trust Mu-young and continue following the investigation. After some days at the office, Solha realized it was already Friday. Time seemed to have passed incredibly fast. More importantly, she had finally decided that she would speak honestly with Jungwoo that day. As she headed through the building, the elevator doors opened and revealed an unexpected visitor, as it was Jungwoo's mother. She immediately recognized Solha and remarked that it had been a long time. Solha greeted her warmly, and before long, the two found themselves sitting together on a bench outside. Mrs. Cha thanked Solha for spending time with her, and explained that she had simply wanted to enjoy a light lunch. Solha replied that she had been planning on eating something light anyway and was enjoying the pleasant walk. Mrs. Cha admitted that she had originally considered inviting Jungwoo as well, but was simply happy to see Solha again. She suggested that the three of them could have lunch together another time and promised to treat them both. Smiling warmly, she then asked how things had been between Solha and Jungwoo recently. She explained that Jungwoo had seemed distracted when he dropped her off after the concert, and admitted she was not even sure he had been sleeping properly. Seeing him in such a state pained her, and reminded her of a difficult period in the past. Curious, Solha quietly asked what she meant. Mrs. Chia explained that after losing Hyeonyoung, there had been a time when Jungwoo had refused to speak at all. Even now, she admitted that she would never forgive the man responsible for the tragedy. Her words caught Solha completely off guard. She wondered aloud whether he could truly understand the pain of watching their child leave before them. Realizing she had become emotional, Mrs. Chia apologized. Solha quickly reassured her and stated that she completely understood. However, the conversation left Solha's heart heavy. As she reflected on the situation, she questioned what right she had to remain by Jungwoo's side. In her mind, she was still the daughter of the man responsible for bringing so much pain and misfortune into their lives. The guilt became overwhelming. After parting ways with Mrs. Chia, Solha walked alone and concluded that she had known the answer all along. Perhaps it was best to leave their relationship in the past. She did not want to cause any more sorrow for Jungmu or his family. As tears gathered in her eyes, she wiped them away. At that moment, a familiar voice called out and questioned why she was crying. Startled, Solha looked up. Elsewhere, Jungmu stared at his phone in frustration. They had been supposed to meet that evening, yet Solha had suddenly cancelled at the last minute, noting that something had clearly happened. Convinced she was still nearby, he wished his meeting had ended sooner so he could have spoken to her. He stepped outside and searched the area. Then his gaze landed on a shocking sight. Not far away, Yusung was standing extremely close to Solha. From Jungmu's angle, it appeared as though Yusung was leaning in to kiss her. At that moment, Yusung noticed Jungmu watching them and flashed a small grin in his direction. The sight immediately ignited Jungmu's anger, leaving him furious as he stared at the two of them. Jungmu clenched his fist as he turned around, while Yusung wiped Solha's tears and asked if something had happened. He remarked that he had only stopped by to say hello, but perhaps they could talk. Afterwards, at the bar, Yusung noted that this was why she had broken up with her boyfriend, and Seha quietly nodded. He commented on how small the world was, and added that he could only imagine how hurt she must have been. Seha replied that she had planned to tell him the truth after work, but after seeing his mother's reaction, she could not bring herself to do it. After a brief pause, Yusung stated that it might have been better for her to find out now, as they would have only ended up hurting each other. Solha agreed and suggested they get drunk that night. She then tried to gulp down an entire bottle, causing Yusung to groan as he took it away from her. Solha sighed and admitted she had always felt he was too good for her, which was why she expected their relationship to end eventually, though not so soon. There had still been many things she wanted to do with him. Yusung remarked that if she was finding it so difficult to move on, perhaps she should try meeting someone else, such as him. He added that although he was busy, he could still make time to spend with her. Solha replied that she was not in the mood for jokes, and called him a punk. Yusung observed that he had never seen her like this before, and guessed she must have liked him a great deal. Then again, he understood the feeling better than anyone. His thoughts drifted to the past, back to a rainy day near Sunrise Foster Home. At the time, he had been wearing a splint on his arm, and had believed selling his violin was his only option. Just as he was preparing to leave, Solha appeared carrying the violin. Surprised, Yusung asked why she had it. Solha reminded him that he had once said his father had left it to him, and remarked that he should have told her if he needed money for surgery. She then asked about his injured hand, having heard he had hurt it while working. Solha advised him to seek sponsors if he was struggling instead of trying to handle everything alone, warning that otherwise she would continue nagging him. Yusung responded that he would think about it. Back in the present, Yusung reflected on Jungmu's expression and thought he had seemed deeply conflicted. He wondered if the two had truly been that much in love. Meanwhile, Jungmu stood beneath the shower, letting out a sigh. He thought he had definitely seen it, which made him believe it had been intentional. Then again, perhaps he had been mistaken. Maybe he simply wanted to believe otherwise, and he no longer knew what to think. His gaze shifted toward the earring and he picked it up. Even if what he had seen was true, he still found himself missing her. The following day at the office, Solha handed Jungmu the report and informed him she had printed all the materials needed for the meeting. Jungmu thanked her and reminded her that she would be transferring departments next month, which she confirmed. He then mentioned waiting for her the previous night and added that he still needed to return her earring. According to him, things were not completely over between them. Solha remarked that he was right and stated that she needed to bring everything to a proper end. She assured him she would speak with him after work before leaving the office. Outside, Solha thought that today would finally be the day and felt it would be better to settle everything sooner rather than later. While walking, she accidentally bumped into Muyang and immediately apologized. Muyang replied that it was fine since he had also been in a hurry before heading inside. Solha noted that she had never seen him around the office before and wondered whether he was a new employee. Most people should have already gone out for lunch, but her phone suddenly buzzed with a message informing her that the meeting had been postponed by 30 minutes. Walking towards Jungmu's office, Solha knocked on the door and was stepping inside when she overheard Muyang explaining that the particular drug was difficult to obtain in Korea, which was why he could not understand how Min Dong-woo had managed to acquire it. The statement immediately caught Solha's attention. Muyang then asked whether she was aware that he had been investigating her father's case. Shocked, Solha dropped the tablet she was carrying. The noise drew the attention of both Jungmu and Muyang. Staring at them, Solha questioned what he meant about her father's case and asked if Jungmu had known about it all along. Jungmu was left flustered as Solha struggled to process everything she had just learned. Approaching her carefully, he explained that they had finally found a lead and assured her there was no need to worry. Solha immediately disagreed, remarking that 10 years had already passed and the facts had never changed, so she could not understand how he could speak so confidently. Before the conversation could continue, several employees began returning from lunch, chatting about how full they were. One of them called out to Solha, asking when she would finish preparing the documents for the upcoming meeting. Upon noticing Jungwoo standing there, they awkwardly remarked that they had not realized the two were in the middle of a conversation. Solha quickly stepped out and stated that they had just finished talking before asking about the meeting documents, effectively ending the discussion. Later that evening, the scene shifted to Unshim, who sent Taegun a message saying she only needed to finish closing up. Taegun replied that he would come pick her up afterward. Unshim thought he must be exhausted after work and decided she should prepare something nice for dinner. Just then, Jungwoo arrived and greeted her. Surprised to see him, Unshim asked what had brought him there. Jungwoo explained that he had come because he believed she, of all people, might know the answer he was looking for. Meanwhile, Sola remained alone in her apartment, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Her phone continued vibrating with missed calls from Jungwoo. She knew this was a reality she needed to face, yet she had ended up running away once again, and had gone straight home after work. Her thoughts were consumed by the fact that Jungwoo had already known about her father. She wondered when he had learned the truth and how he had continued treating her with such warmth after discovering it. As she sat there lost in thought, her phone buzzed again. This time she rushed outside and found Jungwoo waiting. Slightly out of breath, she asked whether he was not cold and immediately handed him her coat, insisting he wear it before he caught a cold. Jungwoo explained that Unshim had told him she would eventually come outside if he simply waited in front of her house without a coat. Sola could hardly believe he had actually followed such advice. She questioned how he could be like this and, more importantly, how he could continue dating her after learning who her father was. Fighting back emotion, Jungwoo asked what was stopping him from being with her and why he would have to let her go. Sola replied that she did not want anyone else getting hurt because of her, and urged him to return home. Jungwoo gently remarked that what had happened 10 years earlier might not have been exactly as she had been told. He then asked whether she was truly certain she did not want to reconsider. Solha firmly affirmed that she was sure. After a brief silence, Jungwoo nodded and stated that if that was genuinely how she felt, he would respect her decision and let her go. He thanked her for coming outside to see him before turning away. As he walked off, Solha felt as though everything had finally come to an end. In her mind, there was no way either of them could simply ignore what had happened a decade ago. Tears began rolling down her cheeks as the guilt continued weighing heavily on her. Even so, memories of everything they had shared together flooded her thoughts. The more she remembered, the more she felt something was wrong. Jungwoo had endured so much pain throughout his life and had carried those burdens alone. She realized she could not simply stand there and allow him to walk away. Driven by that realization, she ran through the streets searching for him. She looked around desperately but could not find him anywhere. Feeling foolish, she thought he was obviously gone by now. As tears continued falling, a familiar voice suddenly questioned why she had lied to him if she was only going to cry afterward. Startled, Sehla looked up and found Jihomu standing right in front of her. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Through her tears, she apologized and admitted that she had hurt him. She declared that she would not let him leave again and insisted they should face everything together from now on. Hearing those words, Jihomu smiled and remarked that she felt incredibly warm. Sometime later, Jihomu found himself bundled up in countless layers of clothing after Sehla became concerned about the cold weather. Looking down at all the extra layers, he commented that it seemed a little excessive. Sehla disagreed and insisted he was still freezing. In response, Jihomu pulled her closer and teasingly remarked that he knew a better way to warm up, suggesting that she could help him with that instead. Solha blushed and remarked that they had already spent the entire day together at work. Jungwoo leaned closer and replied that even if he saw her every day, he could never get enough of her. Solha then apologized for hurting him and asked what would happen if the truth behind the accident never changed. Jungwoo assured her it did not matter and insisted she had nothing to feel guilty about. He explained that even if everything turned out to be true, his feelings for her would remain the same. He then promised he would never let her go again. Hearing those words, Solha became emotional and hugged him tightly. Jungwoo gently comforted her, explaining that he had not intended to make her cry as he warmly embraced her in return. The following morning, Seolha woke up and noticed a pleasant smell coming from the kitchen. She found Jongwoo cooking rice and preparing breakfast. As he served the food, he remarked that he thought she would be hungry after waking up and was glad it was finally the weekend. Seolha looked surprised and questioned how early he must have gotten up to prepare everything. After taking a bite, she complimented the meal and remarked that it tasted wonderful. Later, while they were getting ready for the day, Jongwoo noticed a small toy decoration nearby. Picking it up, he observed that she still kept it. Seolha confirmed that it had been the first gift he had ever given her. Jongwoo recalled buying it during one of his overseas business trips and explained that he had bought it because it reminded him of her. Jongwoo then mentioned that he had been curious about someone for a while. When Solha asked who he meant, he referred to the man she had been with at the concert and wondered whether he had been a cousin or an old-school friend. Solha realized he was talking about Yuseong and casually explained that they had spent time together at the foster home when they were younger. According to her, Yuseong was simply a friend she had known from those days. Jongwoo quietly took note of the explanation. Sensing his reaction, Solha asked whether he was feeling jealous. Jungwoo replied that the answer should have been obvious and admitted that he had been quite worried that he might kiss her at the time. Sola questioned where such a remark was coming from, but Jungwoo only smiled and stated that it was a secret. He then leaned closer as he kissed her, and the two shared a quiet moment together before settling onto the sofa and enjoying the rest of their time together. However, the peaceful atmosphere did not last long. A sudden knock echoed from the front door, and a familiar voice called out from the other side. To their surprise, Yoosung knocked on the door saying that it was him. After quickly getting dressed, Yoosung arrived at the apartment. Seolha served him some pastries and sweets, apologizing and explaining that she had been asleep and had not seen his text message. Yoosung replied that it was fine, remarking that he could have forgotten since he had mentioned it the previous day and should have called before coming. He encouraged her to have some of the treats, noting that he had bought her favorite. Seolha thanked him and commented that the line must have been incredibly long. Yoosung explained that it had not been too bad and that the shop had been right next to the performance hall. He then greeted Jungwoo, stating that it was nice to see him again and that he had been meaning to introduce himself properly. Seolha questioned when he had met Jungwoo, and Yoosung responded that it had only happened once, adding that she usually noticed things like that very quickly. Seolha remarked that it must have been after his performance that day. Jungwoo stated that he had heard a lot about him from Seolha and knew he was her childhood friend. He casually mentioned that Yoosung would probably be attending their wedding, causing Seolha to blush slightly. Meanwhile, Yoosung felt conflicted, realizing that even after learning the truth about her father, he still had not changed his feelings toward her. Later, Yoosung remarked that he had enjoyed the evening and appreciated the conversation. He added that he would text Seolha once he got home, and she wished him a safe trip back. Jaemoo found himself irritated by the mention of texting. As they headed back into the apartment, he asked whether she had been talking to Yoosung frequently lately. Seolha denied it, explaining that they only exchanged greetings occasionally. She added that they had barely seen each other during the previous year because both of them had been busy. Jaemoo then brought up Yoosung's earlier comment about her being popular in school, admitting that he had never known that about her. Seolha reacted with surprise and remarked that Yoosung had only been trying to be polite. Jaemoo disagreed, stating that people did not usually say things like that without a reason. The more he thought about it, the more bothered he became. He commented that they should have met much earlier and jokingly wished they had attended the same kindergarten. Seolha smiled at his words and suddenly wrapped her arms around him, catching him off guard. She remarked that they would be spending many years together from now on. Jungwoo pulled her closer and jokingly questioned whether she was trying to seduce him outside the apartment. After kissing her forehead, he suggested they head back inside and continue the conversation they had started earlier, making Seolha blush again. He added that they could spend the entire night having a long and meaningful discussion. The scene then shifted to Yoosung, who recalled Jungwoo's casual remark about the wedding. He wondered whether he truly had no chance left. Even so, he still felt it was not entirely too late. Letting out a sigh, he admitted to himself that simply seeing Seolha always made him happy and found himself uncertain about what he should do next. The following day, the scene shifted to Jungwoo and Seolha shopping at a grocery store. Seolha remarked that after returning home the previous night, they had spent hours talking and had not gone to sleep until early morning. Jungwoo observed that she looked tired and suggested that she should have stayed home to rest. Seolha denied being exhausted, insisting that she felt fine and needed to buy groceries anyway. However, she was stunned when she noticed countless boxes of strawberries and several other ingredients piled into the cart. She commented that it was far too much. Jungwoo explained that he wanted to make a much better cake than the one she had eaten the day before. Seolha laughed and remarked that if he bought so many ingredients, she would be eating cake for an entire week. Jungwoo suggested having pasta for dinner before changing his mind and proposing fried rice instead. Seolha agreed with the second option and stated that she would cook this time. Jungwoo immediately refused, insisting that he would handle it himself and that she should rest, making Seolha question why he was being so persistent. As she thought about it, she recalled how her father used to make the best fried rice. A moment later, Seolha called out to Jungwoo and asked whether he truly believed her father could be innocent. Jungwoo replied that, based on everything uncovered during their investigation so far, it seemed highly likely. He explained that her father might have been framed and expressed hope that his memories would return soon. Holding her hand, he reassured her that everything would work out in the end. Seolha smiled at his encouragement. While walking through the store, she suddenly noticed a couple in the crowd and recognized Unsim. She assumed Unsim was on a date and thought the man beside her looked strangely familiar. Jungwoo interrupted her thoughts by asking whether her shopping bag had become too heavy and offered to carry it. Seolha replied that she was fine and pointed out that he was already carrying plenty. Jungwoo simply told her to let him know if her arms started hurting. Just at that instant, Seolha caught sight of a motel behind and immediately blushed. Jungwoo noticed her reaction and looked away, recalling the memory in the motel. A faint smile appeared on his face as he suggested making a quick stop before they continued shopping.